Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Saying thank you for the amount of overwhelming support, not only from the aviation community, but from this new YouTube channel in the community we're building here, as well as some people that follow me on my other platforms. Thank you again. I'm so happy that you enjoyed the other video. And before we get into this video, I do want to tell you what to expect. We're going to do the much requested day in a life or a 4-day trip with an airline pilot. I'm so excited to share with you all. And in between, there is a lot of repetition when it comes to my day in and day out. So I'll also be answering some of your questions that you left on my last video. So thank you again for joining me, and let's go. I usually take the train into work. It's a nice, easy, breezy ride. It drops me right off into the airport, and I'm able to go through security and start my day. After security, I head over to the gate, and thankfully this gate was at T gate, so it was a very short little walk over to my gate today. Once I get in the aircraft, I start looking over all of the information that I have available to me. The cool thing about being an airline pilot is most of the information is already done for you. So we have an amazing team back at our headquarters, and it consists of dispatchers, meteorologists, people that do load control. So that's the people that get the weights for the passengers, the bags, and all of that information, as well as how much fuel I need, how much reserve fuel I need. And it goes on and on and on. And they put it all in our information that we're able to access later on, including any maintenance items. You see me grabbing the maintenance log now, and I'm putting in our flight, but I'm also looking back at previous write-ups the aircraft might have had or anything that's currently open. The first officer had me cracking up. He was such a great person to fly with, but he spilled coffee on his shirt, and we hadn't even started the first flight yet. But he took a Tide pin to it, and it was good as new. So we're just waiting to go now. This flight was from Atlanta to Buffalo, and it departed at 12:31 in the afternoon. Time from gate to gate was an hour and 56 minutes, and it was actually a smooth ride. One of the many reasons I love flying in October. Once in Buffalo, I decided to eat my lunch, which I pre-make sometimes, and meal prep. One of the beautiful things about being a captain is that your breaks are really not breaks. So you see my FO telling me something that I need to know about the flight.
Good morning, everyone. From Flight Deck. This is your captain speaker. Wonderful flight attendants back there to assist you. They are here primarily for your safety.
Our break in Buffalo was about an hour, but that includes boarding, deplaning, and also just giving us a little bit of time to turn the aircraft and head back to Atlanta. And once in Atlanta, we had about an hour and a half turn before we had to go to San Juan. It's 3 hours, 29 minutes from gate to gate, and we arrived in San Juan at 10:16 p.m. So needless to say, we were ready to get to the hotel and get some rest. San Juan, Puerto Rico is our overnight for the night. So you see me here shutting down the aircraft, quote unquote, putting it to bed, as we like to say. I go through the same process each time of putting my things away and checking behind my seat just to make sure I don't leave anything before we leave the aircraft and shut it down. There's the lights going out, and me and the crew are headed to the hotel. These passengers were super sweet. They were going to San Juan for vacation and they got
Good
to take,
morning, DiCapriano.
but they forgot to ask for airplane cards. Now we're headed to the hotel. It is about a 15-hour overnight, and I'm just excited to get any sun that I can tomorrow. Here I am arriving into a room that unfortunately has not been cleaned. So even though it's been a long day, I have to go back downstairs to go get a new hotel key and
Can we
room
pause?
upstairs as well. That's one of the things about being a crew member. You never know.
Man, Stanley, you all right, bro? Why you mad at me, man? What I do last night, man? Come on, man. Hello?
What are you talking about?
This morning, why you cuss me out like that, bro? Why you get mad at
Oh,
me,
I
man?
was I was cursing everybody out.
Yeah, I know, man. God damn, Stanley, what I do, bro?
You
I
know
was
what?
just saying, there was a lot of other things going on in that video we could have talked about. And I knew it was going to trigger, but I was like trying to get you to see. We got a big audience, man. We
Okay,
got a big
I think
audience.
I think what
Stanley versus the world is the YouTube right now.
yeah, okay.
Okay, you bigotry or low expectations is going to be your downfall.
I have no clue what that means either.
You're going to live it, and we don't
Okay, well
want to live it.
let me tell you where I think the bigotry of low expectations are. The bigotry of low expectations are the anti-blacks. Okay,
What makes you
the
say I'm
reason,
anti-black?
you know what? If I can't, if you don't know, it's hard for me to explain.
Stanley, I love these kids. I grew up with the niggas I talk about every day.
Yeah, well, let me
Stanley, my
start.
life ain't like yours.
Okay, that's not my problem. Don't
Okay,
make
but
it.
it's not your solution.
Hold on.
I'm trying to
Speaking.
find a solution, Stanley.
Stop trying. Be the solution.
No, I am. I am. I'm trying to
I don't think
gain revenue.
you and I are going to disagree on that.
Okay, well, you might, but guess what? Guess what? I'm putting in more work in the store than you.
I don't work in a store. Why would I? Of course, you're putting in more work.
That's just like
I
a
don't.
basketball court, Stanley.
No,
It's
it's not
like the
like a.
like Michael
It is.
Jordan. Do you
It
think
is
Michael
not like
Jordan
a
could?
basketball court.
Okay,
As a matter of
yeah,
fact, you comparing life to a basketball court is confirming the bigotry of low expectations. Black people
that's
do
not a
more.
low
Black
expectation when you want to
people
win, Stanley.
Black people do more than play basketball and work in stores. I'm
Yeah,
trying
we
to show.
box, we build houses,
Wait, hold it.
we build
I'm trying to
businesses,
show
we
you.
build
Here
universities.
is a black female pilot. I'm trying to show you there's
That's
more
what
than
I'm trying to tell you now. Shoot,
right.
you
Well, let me.
inspire me at the same time. Stanley, come on now. We can't keep
Okay,
doing this every night.
okay. Yes, we can keep doing it. And now, what I
Yeah, we
have to
can,
say,
but no, no,
yeah,
no,
I
no,
don't
no.
know
You ain't gonna
why
get
you
off
have to
that.
speak. Why do you have to speak
No,
every 2 seconds? Are you like a fish? You have to talk or die? You know, a fish has to swim constantly to get water through its gills. Apparently, you have to talk or to get water through your gills.
oh, see. That's you looking in the mirror.
No, I'm afraid not. What me looking in the mirror would be looking at this black female pilot, which is a rarity. And just so everybody
That was
knows,
awesome. This is awesome.
just so everybody knows, if I have a mission on this station, it's to show that not everything black people do is stealing from Walmart and being out after curfew.
Oh,
Black people do more than that. So when I say anti-black, I mean when you get on the air and it sounds like everything black people do is rob, steal, kill, or be out after curfew, that's not my life. Your life is your life. My life is my life. Everybody else's life is their life. And
but that girl, that
not
sound like Bob.
everybody, not everybody leaves, not
Oh
every black
Lord, you
person,
know. Oh,
not
go ahead.
every black person goes out after curfew. That's my point. Now let me get back to this video, please.
Okay, go ahead.
what you're going to get, especially on an overnight.
Man, look at all
And
that shit on
sometimes
that
that can be
camera.
really annoying after a long day, but it's
Well, she
okay.
literally
So
says she had to
now it's
go
time
get
to
a new
wake up
hotel room.
and walk around and have some sun. I love walking around on my overnights,
I take a
especially when it's a
photo and
beautiful
find out who
destination
worked
like
that
San
room
Juan,
that
Puerto
night,
Rico.
and I had
There's
their ass
lizards
fired.
around, there's beautiful sounds of the ocean, and it's just always so nice just to be in somewhere so
Let me
beautiful.
work in a place like that, Stanley. Stanley, I'd be the best concierge them pilots ever seen in their damn life. I ain't meant to fly planes. I'm made to take care of their goddamn motherfucking vacation and their time off. That's what I work for, man. I work in that industry.
Now I'm headed back to the airport. We have a 1:53 report to the airport, which means that we have a 2:53 departure time. And I'm happy to say that we got through security, got to the gate, and got the aircraft out early at 2:45.
I'm still mad at her hotel room.
This is the cleaners, and they're making sure that everything is clean and ready to go for the flight out. And the flight attendants are ready to go as well. All of the steam that you see in the aircraft is actually from the humidity in San Juan. It was about 90 degrees that day, so nice and misty.
Why that
And the
nigga
flight
look like
deck,
Lord
and sometimes that
Trump?
happens in the cabin as well. Don't ever worry, it's just moisture. I love taking a little airplane selfie, so here I am. We fly back to Atlanta, and it was 3 hours and 47 minutes from gate to gate. Nice long flight. We did have lunch airborne, which was really nice as well. That always helps the time go by. Once in Atlanta, we did have an airplane swap, so we headed to our next gate, which requires, of course, a lot of walking because Atlanta Airport is long. But instead of doing the train, a lot of crew members, including myself, decide to go
Damn
for a
good
walk
flight pattern,
instead,
girl.
stretch our legs, get moving, all those great things to keep yourself healthy. Happens to be a great time to answer one of the questions that I keep getting on my last video. Do I recommend getting a bachelor's degree or going to flight school? I personally say there's benefits to both, especially right now since the industry has kind of slowed down on hiring. Getting your
I
bachelor's is
tried
only
to
going to
go.
make you more competitive when you are out there looking for a
I
future
couldn't pass the
career or
drug
job.
test.
That edge may really be needed in the near future. I would recommend that. However, flight school might get you your hours quicker. It's all about what's most important to you. We now arrive to our gate and we're headed to Kansas City. I greet the flight attendants, give them a briefing,
Hey,
set
Stanley.
up my flight deck. You see me putting in my
Yes.
headsets here, and
Hey, I think
just
that's a
going
very
over
important
the
point you
aircraft
just made
What's that?
about flight hours. About flight hours.
Okay. What do you have to say about flight hours?
No, I'm just saying, I think you probably replay it and let the audience hear it again. Because I
If
think
they
that was a
need the
very
video,
important point. I mean, we ain't got Bob here to, elaborate on all this stuff.
We need Bob here to watch a video?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, okay.
No,
Well,
Stanley, you ain't giving dialogue. Bob could give some great dialogue on this.
I'm sure he could if he were here, but he's not. So let us continue.
Mm, mm.
Once again, looking.
By the way, while I'm thinking about it, looking at this, this particular video has a lot of commercial breaks in it. Uh, I highly recommend if you are going to do a YouTube show that you get YouTube Premium just to get
Yeah,
around
I got it
all
on mine
these,
already.
you know, basically with YouTube Premium, I can't remember the last time I had a commercial break during a video. Makes a huge difference if you're actually going to do a show.
Well, why
You
you
don't
don't
have to.
ask for a cash app, Stanley? You do a show every night. If everybody drop $1 a night, that'll pay for your YouTube Premium, Stanley.
Well, yeah, and I often do. As a matter of fact, now's probably as good a time as any. Everybody, make sure you're you're hitting the like button. That definitely helps out, especially my channel. Even if you're over here, you can hop over to my channel and hit the like also. Um, please make sure that you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Also, my channel, at Stanley Cross 6000. Make sure you do support the host. It helps a great deal because Snake is right, actually. I pay for YouTube Premium. I've got
I'm
newspaper
always
subscriptions.
right, Stanley. You ain't learned that yet.
I've got newspaper subscriptions. I've got Substack subscriptions, and just
Hey, drop
since
some
I
of those Substack subscriptions too for the audience on your channel. You can do
well, I
that under
do
your main thing, and,
usually
and that'll give us
usually
some idea.
usually all the links that I use are in the description. Especially at the beginning of the show. A lot of times I'll add stuff as the show goes. But if anybody ever needs a link dropped or something like that, I can do that. What I was saying is that, I do, a lot of things behind the scenes, believe it or not, as far as subscriptions and that sort of thing, just to make the show, more smooth. Not that it always goes smoothly. But yeah, there's some work that goes into putting on the show, just mainly because, I like news, I like culture, I like politics. I'm simply not going to get into, all the negativity, all the, you know, to be honest, like yesterday, I honestly didn't even know there was a curfew in DC because I don't live there. So I really don't care about a curfew in DC. It does not say anything about black people other than the black people in DC.
Wait,
And
Stanley. I've been telling you for the past 3 or 4 months I'm under curfew, which is why I've been able to be online at 11 o'clock at night.
okay, well, in
We used
DC,
to
it's
go to
only
like
8
2 o'clock all night, but I
in
mean, we
DC.
got a curfew in place in most African American areas.
Not in my area.
Well, you're not in the African American area.
Sure I am.
Well, Atlanta pretty liberal. They're not gonna do that.
Okay, well,
They pretty
I
much.
don't live
That's
in
like the
Atlanta.
Black Mecca. That's not the same as Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia,
Well, that is
DC,
obvious.
or Tennessee.
Obviously, Georgia is not like Louisiana or DC or anywhere else.
That's what I just told you. That's
What
the
I'm
Black
saying,
Mecca.
what I'm saying is the foolish notion, just because you're under curfew doesn't mean every black man in America is under curfew. That's
Not
a
every
unit.
black man in
That's
America is curfew. We just in
a
major liberal
okay. I
cities.
have no idea what liberal has to do with it. You
I
don't
don't
put
see no
people.
black Republican
You don't
in the
put
goddamn curfew
you don't put people under curfew
unless
because of
crime is
liberal.
strong.
Ugh.
Accountability is low. That's when you put people under curfew. When accountability is low.
Okay, well, y'all need to deal with it. I don't
Well,
have
that's
to
what I'm
because
trying to
I'm
put
not
out the
under curfew.
word. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm here.
To tell me about your small town.
Nah, to give everybody a message. I mean, this on the internet, man. This ain't the local newspaper we on. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
well, maybe
This ain't YouTube
oh,
Savannah. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm sorry you're under curfew, but that's a you problem.
No, that's a
Adds all the information for the flight, loading what we call the box, and getting ready for that flight over to Kansas City. It's showing an hour and 53 minutes from gate to gate, and I'm looking forward to getting there because this is also our overnight for today. So, two quick flights today, and we will be resting our heads in Kansas City Airport tonight.
hey Stanley, what you think
Another
more
question that
difficult to
I've been
operate?
asked is
An
what aircraft
aircraft liner
is
or
this? The Boeing
aircraft plane?
737. I've also been
In air in aircraft what?
Wait, shit, I just got that wrong. Okay, an airplane or a boat. I mean, a navy. I mean, like goddamn, fuck. I just had it on my tongue. I'm talking about a
Well, I would
cruise liner. Yeah,
uh
a cruise liner, or a Boeing 747. Which one you think most difficult to operate?
well, I since I've never operated either, I would guess the plane, and that would only be because you have to
Damn, ain't
land
you
it.
a Navy general or some shit like that?
I would guess the airplane because you have to land it. Landing isn't that easy, but boats have
Shit,
their own problem.
landing is
Uh,
easy,
y-
Stanley.
Docking a ship is pretty difficult too.
Well, now I ain't gonna lie, that's something I'm not familiar with. The waves of the water and the winds of the air are two different beasts. But I ain't gonna lie, I understand the wind. Goddamn water, I don't understand.
Right.
Yeah,
All
because a
right.
wave
Let's.
will come in, you can have like a little minor tsunami lift you up 2 feet. And that'll change the density of the water, and that'll change the speed of the ship, and things of that nature. And you might think you're going in at 3 miles kilometers an hour or something like that, whatever they call that measurement they use. But you're going in at like 10 because the water's shallow and the hull of the ship ain't deep enough. I don't know,
Air,
man. Water different than air.
yes.
asked how many stripes do I have. I have 4 because I'm a captain, and first officers have 3. We've arrived in beautiful Kansas City Airport. Their new terminal is just gorgeous. I don't know what this circle thing is, but I always love looking
Hey,
at it.
shout out to
It's
her.
just so modern and glistening now.
Keeping her nails short enough where she can wipe her ass.
Drive into my hotel room, and I cannot wait for some sleep. And it's the next morning. I look outside. That's what I do every morning when I get up. And it's just such a beautiful day in Kansas City. You gotta love the fall. We talked about being healthy. So even though our departure time isn't until later in the day, I decided to go ahead and get up and get some exercise. One thing that I do is I make sure that I put things up as I go throughout my morning. Once I'm finished with them, that helps me have less to put up when it's time to go and helps me stay on time as well as not forget anything inside of the hotel room. Now, granted, I am not perfect at that. Sometimes I do forget things here and there. We are human, but this is my strategy that has helped me forget a lot less things over time.
Why would she carry iPod Pro?
Now let's head to the gym. I have my little ghost powder, which is going to give me that energy and that boost that I need. And I am ready to work out. You can see my little process here when I don't have a water bottle. I just go ahead and grab some water, grab a couple cups, and then just mix and get all of that good stuff, that energy from the bottom of that cup so that I can have the best workout possible. After a great workout, I have my protein shake. This is my favorite protein bottle. It's like a mixer and a blender in one. It takes batteries, which is great because I don't like to have to charge too many things. And when I tell you it gets your protein shake silky smooth, it's so good. And I usually do that pretty much every morning. I'm not much of a breakfast person, so protein shakes are the way to go for me. After a nice shower and packing everything up like I usually do, I go ahead and get ready, and it's time to go to work. If you're wondering why I have on a pink tie, it's because it is Pinktober. So many airlines, as well as people all around the country in the United States, bring breast cancer awareness by wearing pink at their respective
I'll be right back.
companies or organizations. In my store, I also have pink items available up until November 15th. Funds from each purchase do go towards the support of the fight against breast cancer.
Dear housekeeping, can we do
We
a
arrive
better
at
job?
beautiful
God
Kansas
damn
City
it.
Airport. We head through security, and it's time to start the day. Another great question was what kind of book suit I recommend for people that are just starting out flying. The Pilot's Handbook of Aeronautical Knowledge, quote unquote, the PHAC, is amazing, and so is the Airplane Flying Handbook. As you can tell, there's lots and lots of walking through terminals. A lot of it is very repetitive. And this is when I start speeding things up because it's just walking through terminals, preparing the flight, going to overnights, and just enjoying these wonderful cities. My favorite parts of flying is takeoffs and landings, and of course, flying the aircraft itself, but also like our views are completely unmatched. Some of the sights we get to see, such as sunsets and sunrises, sometimes it makes you question how something so beautiful is even possible. Since our departure time is right around lunch, I went ahead and heated my lunch up on the way to the aircraft. And that is some soup that I
I'm
made.
glad she
I
don't
love
drop that
making
damn plate.
things that are able to be frozen in my crock pot, whether that's chili, chicken soup, things of that nature. And then
That
I'll add
thing's
like a
pretty
little bit of
risky.
rice to it or whatnot. So that was really, really
Eating
great.
something
And I
like
was able
that
to get
soupy
to
over a
Atlanta. It was an hour
control
and
panel.
54 minutes from gate to gate. And we're headed to our next gate. It's a lot of airport terminal walking again, but I'll save you the adventure. We get to our gate and we're headed to Pittsburgh. So I set back up the aircraft. I do everything the same way each time, or at least I try to, because again, the more that you repeat something, the better that you are at doing it and keeping the same. Hence, I won't misplace things or forget things or not have them exactly where I need them when the time comes. So this time I am the pilot monitoring, which means that I'm not the person that's going to fly the airplane. The first officer is going to fly. So what you see me doing is checking the aircraft. We do this on every single leg. Pilot flying does the what we call setting up the box, which is setting up the information for the flight plan, whereas pilot monitoring checks all of the quote unquote bells and whistles of the aircraft. So all of the alarms, the sirens, the big checks, the radar, all of the collision avoidance systems.
Come on, Stanley.
Okay.
We're headed over to
What now?
Pittsburgh now. It is a nice,
Man, you see
wonderful,
that?
smooth flight.
See
Hour
what?
and 30 minutes from gate.
Oh, that she. Man, that's crazy. Why they don't teach this in high school, bro?
Why they don't teach you how to fly planes?
In high school.
Um, well, I wonder if there are. It's a good
That's a
question,
whole year
actually.
course. I'm pretty sure it's much more important than American history at this point.
I don't think we
That's a
would we
joke.
would dis
That's a joke. That's a joke.
we would disagree on that.
Well, it's a joke, Stanley. God. I mean, American history don't mean shit at this point.
Yeah, okay.
I'm being honest.
Uh,
Might well teach them how to fly planes.
well, I actually looked up pilot magnet schools. I guess I should put air pilot. They actually they do have magnet schools. Um, there are flight pilot schools. I'm sorry, flight magnet schools.
I hate to say it, man. That's a service industry. I like this job. I like this standard. This, hey, man, you cracked an egg tonight. Now you did that.
So there are aerospace engineering and aviation magnet schools. This one in Rancho High School, wherever that is. So they do exist.
Huh? Damn, make me want to go and reproduce again.
Yep. Well, anyway, there are, I don't know why they teach you this in high school. That's what parents are for, to expose
Yeah,
you to stuff.
Parents don't teach you how to fly planes, Stanley.
Okay, no, what parents do is let you know that there's more to do than just play basketball or
Yeah, but I'm
sport
not going to put my
or
child in
dance.
front.
They let you, parents should be letting you know that there's more for black people to do than rap or make beats.
Yeah, I'm a helicopter parent, Stanley. I don't teach them how to fly planes or helicopters. I'm just
Mhm.
a helicopter parent.
Gate is
That's
what we
it.
did, and I'm excited to get there.
It would be nice for
You guys,
them to
it's
have
only
the option, though.
6:20 when we
You
arrived,
know.
and that means I get to go out and treat myself to dinner. As I get ready for dinner, I just wanted to remind you, just in case you need to hear this, that this is not a career that you can let anyone question your merits. This career requires years and years of training and constant checks, even after you get hired at your forever airline. So just remember that every single step that you take is a step that you worked hard for. And don't let anyone make you believe anything different. Now, this flight is an early one, so I believe I woke up at 6 a.m. this morning. You see, it's still dark outside, and we get to have a nice, quiet van ride headed over from Pittsburgh to Atlanta today. We've arrived at the Pittsburgh airport. The sun is coming up. We're going to go through security once again. And you see your running theme here, right? Security, terminal, gate, fly. We flew from Pittsburgh to Atlanta from gate to gate. It was an hour and 34 minutes. And guess what? That was my only leg today. One of the best things for me is when I park at a gate that is at the end of the terminal and I can watch some of the airplanes. I'm now going up the escalator. You see, I do live in Atlanta and I'm based in Atlanta. So it's wonderful to be able to get straight from work and straight home. I'm sitting on the train now and I'm taking my nice little walk home. Thanks for joining me on my 4-day trip. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it's been informational. Please like below if you want to see more of these. Comment what you would like to see next or any questions, and subscribe to stay updated on my videos. And I will talk to you all soon. Happy flying and safe travels.
Well, good.
Awareness.
Well, good for
Let
her.
the ancient.
So, what'd you think?
Man, that was awesome.
Yep. Well, as I said, there are a lot more things going on in the quote black community than you know mayhem and strife. So,
Yeah, but Stanley, it's a double-edged sword, though. You can't get the
hey, life is a double-edged sword for everybody, black, white, indifferent. You life is a challenge, and you gotta deal with it or you don't.
Yeah, I just
Okay,
want one sharp. I want one edge of the sword to be sharper than the other. It
right.
just seems
Well,
like we just
one
ignoring the
one
sharpest edge of the sword. You
the
know.
one thing I need for black people to know, especially, and everybody in general, is life ain't easy, and it is not all negative. It is not all positive. You got to kind of roll with the punches to mix a bunch of cliches in, but all this anti-black negativity gets boring.
It's not
So
anti-black
the goal,
negativity, Stanley.
the goal of Stanley versus the world is to, kind of mix it up. There's enough bad stuff going on. We got to look at some of the good stuff too. So what I've got next are not as many news stories as usual, though we will just kind of look at a few news sites and just kind of pick and choose. But I do have a few stories picked out. This was
Okay, go
actually
ahead.
fairly interesting. Trump pardons a Virginia sheriff convicted of federal bribery charges. It's pretty rare that presidents do pardons like during their term. Usually they just kind of pile them on at the end. But Trump has started a new trend where he just kind of sprinkles in some pardons uh, as his term, goes on. So it says here, President Donald Trump granted a pardon on Monday to Scott Jenkins, a former sheriff of Culpeper County, Virginia. I know right where Culpeper County is. As a matter of fact, yeah, I know Culpeper well. Um, just hours before he was scheduled to begin serving a decade-long federal prison sentence. Jenkins was convicted last December for accepting over 75,000 in bribes in exchange for appointing untrained, unqualified donors as auxiliary deputy sheriffs. During the
Oh,
trial, prosecutors presented photos, videos, audio recordings, and financial analyses showing Jenkins discussed and spent bribe money personally. Trump described Jenkins as unfairly targeted by an overreaching Biden Justice Department and announced that he had issued him a complete and unconditional pardon. Pardon cancels Jenkins' prison sentence, sparking debate over judicial overreach and the implications of Trump's intervention in the justice system. The only thing I have to say about that is that, I'm going to be honest, and I'm not even stretching here. Trump has a corruption problem, and for some reason or another, is not being talked about enough. I had a story that I probably have to, for some reason, I didn't get around to showing it yesterday. But Trump has gotten like a couple $1 billion richer, or the Trump family has gotten a couple $1 billion richer just in 90 days. And the presidency as piggy bank is something that seems to be prevalent. And I guess all presidents do it, but usually they do it after they get out of office, not while they're in office. So Trump is definitely blazing a new trail. Um, this is an article from The Hill, um, which gets into a little bit more detail about this guy. Kind of looks like Boss Hogg. And let's listen to this article. Who is Scott Jenkins? What to know about the ex-sheriff Trump pardoned?
Who is Scott Jenkins? What to know about the ex-sheriff Trump pardoned? By Jared Gans. President Trump granted another pardon on Monday for a former official he claimed was the victim of a weaponized Justice Department DOJ during the Biden administration, granting clemency to former Sheriff Scott Jenkins. Jenkins served as the sheriff of Culpeper County in Northern Virginia for a decade, but lost his re-election bid in 2023 amid the charges he was facing and eventually was convicted on bribery charges. He was about to report to prison for a 10-year sentence before being pardoned. Here's what to know about Jenkins. Long-standing career derailed by bribery allegations. Jenkins served as the county sheriff for 12 years, first being elected in 2011 and winning re-election twice, running as both a Republican and independent. But he lost his re-election bid in November 2023, less than 5 months after he was indicted. He came in third place in the race, losing to now Sheriff Timothy Chilton, who was serving as the deputy chief of the Culpeper Police Department. Chilton said at the time that he avoided discussing the details of the allegations against Jenkins during the campaign, but wanted to focus on regaining the trust of the community and change the office's culture. One prominent moment during Jenkins's tenure came in 2019 when he announced plans to deputize the county's residents if the Democratic-controlled legislature passed further unnecessary gun restrictions. I plan to properly screen and deputize thousands of our law-abiding citizens to protect their constitutional right to own firearms, he said. Chilton has ended that program since taking office. The case against Jenkins. Jenkins was indicted in June 2023 based on allegations that he accepted more than $70,000 in bribes in the form of cash or campaign contributions for more than a half dozen, including 2 undercover FBI agents. Prosecutors allege that Jenkins appointed these men as auxiliary deputy sheriffs, giving them badges and credentials, despite them not being trained or vetted and not offering services to the sheriff's office. They also accused him of pressuring local officials in the case of one man, a convicted felon, to restore his right to own a firearm. That man and the 2 undercover FBI agents testified against Jenkins, saying that they gave the then sheriff bribes in exchange for being deputized. Jenkins took the stand in his own defense and argued that the payments he received and the badges he provided had no connection. The Washington Post reported at the time that Jenkins's defense attorney argued prosecutors had no credible evidence of bribery, and Jenkins came up with creative ideas to get around gun control laws that the state legislature passed. The attorney said the money that Jenkins received were legitimate political donations. 3 of the 6 men who were appointed as auxiliary deputy sheriffs pleaded guilty ahead of Jenkins's trial and cooperated with authorities. Jenkins was convicted on all counts that he faced in December, including 1 count of conspiracy, 4 counts of honest services mail and wire fraud, and 7 counts of bribery concerning programs receiving public funds. He was sentenced to a decade in prison in March. Why Trump pardoned Jenkins? Trump has been eager throughout his second term to grant pardons and commutations to individuals he sees as in the same situation as himself, as victims of a weaponized DOJ under former President Biden. Trump regularly accused prosecutors in different jurisdictions of pursuing politically motivated prosecutions, as he was indicted 4 times during his 2024 presidential election campaign. He cited similar allegations in his post on Truth Social, announcing his decision to pardon Jenkins. Sheriff Scott Jenkins, his wife Patricia, and their family have been dragged through hell by a corrupt and weaponized Biden DOJ, he said. He alleged that the judge in the case, appointed by Biden, treated Jenkins unfairly in refusing to accept evidence that Jenkins offered to exonerate himself. Jenkins reportedly asked for clemency last month from Trump, saying during a webinar that he didn't have the money for an appeal of the verdict and believed Trump would step in if he heard the evidence that he wasn't able to share in front of the jury. Trump has also issued pardons for others he's argued were the targets of politically motivated cases, notably most of those convicted of crimes stemming from the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot. Those who did not receive pardons receive commutations of their sentences. His pardon of Jenkins also falls in line with others he has issued for those of high-profile individuals who have expressed similar conservative-leaning political views to him, like conservative commentators Dinesh D'Souza during his first term and Michelle Fiore, also a former Las Vegas City Council member, during his second term.
Any comments? Whoa. Any comments, Snake? Well, I guess he must have fallen asleep.
Oh, no. I was looking at the counties. I was looking at the county Democratic vote. I was looking at the voting statistics in that area.
Okay, well, it's probably Republican.
Yeah, it's 81 solid Republican counties versus
Right.
39.
I literally lived in Northern Virginia for almost 20 years. So, as a matter of fact, to be honest, my wife is buried there at the National Cemetery. So
Yeah,
I know it very well. So
yeah.
let's see, what else have we got here? This is your part of the world, more or less. Sixth inmate from New Orleans jailbreak recaptured in Baton Rouge. Uh, Authorities apprehended Leo Tate Sr. and Jermaine Donald in Walker County, Texas, as part of the efforts to capture inmates who broke out of New Orleans Justice Center on May 16th. How the hell
Yeah,
they make
and
it all the
I
way to
heard about the ones in Texas. I knew about them anyway, because I had heard they had already seen them. They spotted them. They
Yeah. I
wanted their
wonder how
money.
they
They
got all the
wanted
way.
their money, Stanley. They wanted their money.
I wonder how they got all the way to Texas. The
Easy.
jailbreak occurred after inmates cut through cell walls and slipped through a hole behind a toilet during a guard's meal break, with suspicions of staff assistance. Tate was jailed on a 10-year sentence for obstruction of justice after a 2018 double shooting, and Donald faced recent second-degree murder and firearm charges to which he pleaded not guilty. 7 people, including maintenance worker Sterling Williams, were arrested for aiding the escape, and authorities continue searching for 2 fugitives considered armed and dangerous, with a $20,000 reward per capture. The escape has triggered a multi-agency investigation, deployment of auditors to the jail, and suspended sheriff re-election, highlighting ongoing efforts to address facility security and staff conduct. Um, wow.
They want their
Let's
money,
see.
man.
Interesting. Let's see. What else? Let's see. 2 New Orleans jail escapes with murder captured in Huntsville, Texas. Um, off of
You know what I
Highway
found?
190. Pretty interesting, I guess.
No, the thing about that I question, I wonder how many of those guys are actually the guys that commit, that actually escaped prison? Is it a mistaken identity? What's I mean, cause think about it. You join jail, you ain't gonna keep them dreadlocks, right? They
Well,
usually
I have
let you
no
have them
idea.
to make you
I
well,
could
I'm
imagine
telling
why
you,
you would.
Stanley,
I could
they make
imagine
it
why. I could imagine why you wouldn't want dreadlocks in jail.
yeah, but it makes neither head nor tail. But the thing about it is, how did they identify him? It had to be family members that snuffed them out. I'm telling you, man, those guys ain't gonna last long. Those guys weren't gonna last long out in the free world anyway.
Huh.
I'm serious. They wasn't gonna last long with them with that amount of bounty on your head. Ain't nobody finna let you just be run. Nah.
I
I'm telling you, a lot of things changing, Stanley. A lot of things seem to be changing. That's just my personal opinion. That jailbreak kind of solidified it for everybody. You had people around here on pins and needles like they wondering were they walking around late at night because we under curfew, so everybody in the house, but they don't know what's going on during the daylight. Then you got all these shootings going on in the neighborhood during the day. Man, I'm telling you, Stanley, Black America changing.
how so?
No, I'm serious. I don't see. I'm gonna say it like this: over the next 6 months, it's gonna be a dramatic change. I believe it's gonna be a dramatic change in
Okay,
the
just
African
think,
American culture.
what is the nature of the change?
What is the nature of the change? Awareness,
Awareness of what?
accountability. No, man, ain't nobody finna be letting motherfuckers
Okay,
just get
this is the
out of
one thing.
jail and
This is the one thing that.
anybody just gonna be joining the police department, man.
Okay,
Black
I
people
have.
gonna woke up a little bit, man. I'm sorry.
Do you have any clue what you mean?
I'm just going off the streets of what I'm looking at.
Okay, let me help you here.
Locally, no
I
place all that.
literally,
That's all I'm saying.
I literally have no idea what you're talking about. What kind of change, specifically?
Well, maybe not something you can probably see from where you at.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I'm telling you,
Okay, well,
things are changing.
this is one of the problems I have with with, with folks making just broad general statements. I have
It's
no
broad
idea what kind
general
of I
statements.
have no idea what kind of change you're talking about.
What you want
Uh,
me to give you some official version, zombie context of what I see? You want to give me some kind? You want me to give you some types of statistics that you can
yes,
legibly
yes.
put down on paper in
In
black and white?
short, in
Well,
short,
I'm
what
not
I'm
going to give you that.
okay,
All I can
dude.
tell you
Don't
is
don't don't
give it about a
do
year.
don't do this. What I'm
Okay,
saying is, when you say there's going to be a change, I'm going to
it is.
ask you, what kind of change are you talking about? And fuck yeah, what is this bullshit that the anti-blacks and the white shades have against
Uh,
evidence, data, and statistics? What is it?
you don't
And
have anything
I'll
against
tell you what
evidence,
I
data, and
think.
statistics.
I tell you, okay, dude,
It's
I
just
am
not
not
real
in a
time,
solid
Stanley.
snake, solid snake. Not in a fucking mood for you to just
Okay,
constantly talk. Okay. If you make bold claims about change, be able to back the shit up. Okay. This fucking habit that the anti-black blacks and the white shades have against evidence-based arguments is annoying. Take that shit to be Brace Panel.
oh god,
Okay, where you just argue from feelings, where you argue from intuition, and where you argue from notions. Okay,
I'm just arguing
the
from my
reason the
location.
reason the anti-black blacks and the white shades have a problem with evidence is because they can never present any. There is zero original thought in a race-based argument.
All I can say,
And
crime is based.
y'all get pissed off when I challenge you. That's part of John Galt's problem. That's part
But
of
it's
D
not
Brave's
you to
problem.
challenge me,
That's part
Stanley.
of
It's
your
the
problem.
judicial
It
system
is
that
a general motherfucking problem in the anti-black community and the white shade community.
Stanley, your
Um,
words provide no power or change. It
Again,
all
it is
resides
a
on the
general
public.
problem in the white shade and the anti-black community that you make
Stanley, at
feelings-based
the end of the day,
arguments.
you just a
You make
commentator.
feelings-based arguments. Like if you watch a fucking YouTube video and you feel a certain way about it, that's your evidence. And I call bullshit
You
on
can look
that
at
type of
you
argument.
can look at the algorithm, but Stanley,
I don't
that's not
motherfucking
what I'm
need to
trying to
look
tell
at an
you.
algorithm. An algorithm-based argument? Do you know how ridiculous that sounds? So your argument is algorithm-based?
Society,
You do realize
societal algorithm. Yeah, that's what
you
I'm using.
do
I'm using the
realize
society I live
a
in.
societal algorithm. What kind of voodoo shit are you talking? You might as well
Well,
just say I'm making a voodoo-based argument.
no, it's not, Stanley. Come
And
on,
by
man.
the way, your
There you go with
algorithm,
the lowbrow humor. And
oh, this
it's
isn't lowbrow humor. This is calling your ass out.
well, Stanley, now what I'm trying to tell you, Stanley, you don't talk to the people on the street like I do.
And I have no intention of doing so.
Of course, and that's what I'm here for.
Okay, I'm sorry. A street argument is voodoo. There was voodoo economics. Now there's voodoo culture analysis.
Yeah,
Okay, and
okay. If that's what you want to allocate it to, that's
the
what you
one
want to
thing
allocate.
the one thing I want to point out is that your personal algorithm is based on you, not other people. My
No, it's not.
algorithm, my
I
algorithm
talk
on
to people,
YouTube,
Stanley. I
my
don't do interviews
algorithm
in front
on
of the camera.
YouTube,
The people
my
I talk to
algorithm,
don't want to have a camera in front of them.
my algorithm on.
I'm taking a honest opinion right now, dog. I'm
I don't
telling
give a
you,
fuck.
Stanley,
See,
it's not going to be the same.
okay, opinion-based arguments have a place, but not
It's
in
not
an
an opinion-based argument.
literally the fucking racist voodoo talk that the anti-black blacks and the white shades give in these spaces, I scoff at.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it's okay. You don't have to tell me that.
I'm trying to tell you it's a change going on, Stanley.
Yeah,
Just
and
got,
when you tell me
and I
exactly
knew
what
it was
that,
going to happen once
okay,
white people got tired of hearing black people claiming
this
victimhood. I
is
already
why
called it.
this is why y'all have to constantly overtalk everybody because you don't have shit in the evidence. That's why y'all talk so much.
Stanley, you think what do you think about Donald Trump's big bill or whatever the hell they call it? Whatever the
I
fuck that
think
is.
that it's not going to get through the Senate, the way it was passed in the House.
Hmm.
There will be changes if it gets through at all. That's what I think.
Hmm.
Anything else?
What changes are they gonna make?
Well, first off, there's a provision in there that kind of defangs the judiciary, basically making it almost
Oh yeah,
impossible,
I pretty much I'm
making
pretty
it
sure that
almost
that gonna make it.
making it almost impossible for judges to hold people account for
Yeah,
contempt.
they took away
That's
a
the
whole
first change.
damn yeah.
I don't
I
think
don't
that the
think they're
change
gonna make it.
I don't think that the changes to Medicare, or is it Medicaid? I think it's Medicaid. I'm not sure that those are gonna pass muster. So those are two things I know right off the bat.
Yeah, one I was looking at though was him. What they saying something about the judiciary didn't have no legislation. It was something
Nope.
Juan was talking about
Basically,
earlier.
basically, basically, the only
I was
way.
like, good Jesus,
Oh my
if they
God,
do that,
dude.
go ahead.
Let's move on. Because I'm not going to be able to get any sort of like you keep talking about a change, and I keep fucking asking you what change,
I'm
and
telling you, Stan, it's
you
gonna be a
keep
change.
nattering on about nothing. Gets boring. Okay, so next story. Trump weighs sanctions against Russia. Trump, if y'all haven't heard, is kind of pissed off at Putin. I don't
Mm,
know what Trump. I don't know what Trump was thinking, but Putin's not Trump's buddy. Trump is Putin's buddy. Well, Trump is Putin's puppet, apparently. He bombed the shit out of a few cities in Ukraine over the weekend, and Trump's pretty annoyed about it. So let's listen to this.
Washington, President Trump is eyeing sanctions against Moscow this week as he grows frustrated by Russian President Vladimir Putin's continued attacks on Ukraine and the slow pace of peace talks, according to people familiar with Trump's thinking. The restrictions likely wouldn't include new banking sanctions, one of the people said, but other options are under discussion to pressure the Russian leader into concessions at the negotiating table, including a 30-day ceasefire supported by Ukraine that Russia has long rejected. Trump might also decide not to impose new sanctions. Trump addressed the potential of new sanctions on Sunday, saying that he is absolutely considering them. He's killing a lot of people, Trump said of Putin. I don't know what's wrong with him. What the hell happened to him? Trump is also tiring of the peace negotiations and is considering abandoning them altogether if a final push doesn't work, people familiar with his thinking said. A remarkable change for a leader who campaigned on his ability to end the conflict on his first day in office. It is unclear what would happen if the U.S. retreats from the peace process and whether Trump would continue to provide military support to Ukraine. President Trump has been clear he wants to see a negotiated peace deal, said White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt in a statement to the Wall Street Journal. President Trump has also smartly kept all options on the table. The developments mark a new deterioration in relations between the U.S. and Russia, which have had ups and downs even in the past few months. Trump came into office believing he was in a unique position to improve ties between the two countries due to what he viewed as his strong personal relationship with Putin. But Trump has been unable to coax major concessions from the Russian leader on a negotiated peace with Ukraine, and Putin has intensified the war recently. Hours after Trump's comments Sunday, Russia launched its largest ever drone and missile assault on Ukraine overnight into Monday.
mm.
Ukraine's Air Force said Russia launched more than 350 explosive drones and at least 9 cruise missiles. The Russians characterized the strikes as retaliation for Ukrainian bombings within Russian territory. On Monday, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said that the US, Germany, France, and the UK would no longer impose range restrictions on Ukraine's use of weapons supplied by Western allies, meaning it could target military positions deeper into Russia. To date, Ukraine has only been able to use long-range missiles supplied by those countries against Russian troops within a certain range. The Biden administration had opposed removing range limits, fearing it could escalate the war. The White House declined to comment on the restrictions. Over his first few months in office, Trump's posture toward Putin has changed frequently. He has considered new sanctions and had harsh words for the Russian leader, but has also talked about reducing trade barriers with Russia and opening the country to U.S. investments and deals. Trump's rhetoric on Sunday was notably tough. I've known him a long time, always gotten along with him, but he's sending rockets into cities and killing people, and I don't like it at all, Trump said. We're in the middle of talking, and he's sending rockets into Kiev and other cities. I don't like it at all. It appears from these comments that President Trump is figuring out President Putin, said William Taylor, a former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. The question is it serious? Will this be enough to take some steps to put some sanctions on? The answer to the question seems to be that Trump is on the verge of concluding, or has concluded, that Putin is the obstacle. For weeks, Trump had been resisting pressure to reprimand Putin for failing to agree to a ceasefire that Ukraine supported. Allies such as Senator Lindsey Graham, RSC, told Trump that Putin didn't want a deal and only punishments would make him seriously negotiate. But three key views colored Trump's thinking, officials said. First was his dislike for Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who Trump felt encouraged further conflict by pushing for sanctions, even though Zelensky agreed to a ceasefire. On Sunday, as he blasted Putin, Trump also criticized Zelensky in a post on social media where he said the Ukrainian leader is doing his country no favors by talking the way he does. Trump has also believed that additional sanctions on Russia wouldn't curb its ability to wage war, but would hamper efforts to revive U.S.-Russian economic ties. Finally, Trump felt that he knew Putin and that the Russian leader would end the war as a personal favor. Putin's unwillingness to budge has soured Trump's view of his counterpart, especially after a phone call last week during which Putin refused to sign on to a ceasefire. In a call with Zelensky and European leaders afterward, Trump said that he didn't think Putin really wanted peace, the Wall Street Journal previously reported. Meanwhile, the U.S. Senate is also ramping up pressure on Russia. Graham, along with Senator Richard Blumenthal, D-Con, introduced a measure to impose new sanctions on Russia and steep tariffs on countries that buy Russian oil, gas, and uranium, which has attracted backing from more than 80 of their colleagues. Trump is now on a path familiar to previous U.S. presidents who have believed they could work with Putin, only to see their efforts fail. George W. Bush in 2001 said of Putin that he looked the man in the eye and gleaned a sense of his soul, and had determined that Putin was very straightforward and trustworthy. Later, Putin invaded Georgia. Barack Obama and his administration in 2009 sought a reset with Putin, only to be lectured by the leader and later watch him march into Ukraine and seize Crimea. During Trump's first administration, Russia continued to back attacks by separatists in Ukraine, and Trump supplied offensive weaponry. On the campaign trail, Trump said Russia wouldn't have invaded Ukraine if he had been in office, and has repeatedly said that he could quickly stop the fighting. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we all together win the presidency, we will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled.
I'll stop it there. Mission not accomplished. Oh, poor Trump. I'm sorry, folks. I just
Man,
have
come on,
to.
man. Them guys over there ain't fighting with no machine guns. Them guys fighting with drones.
Uh, Maybe you don't get my point. My point is, day one. Apparently, it's still day one. The war, the war has not been stopped. So, I'm not gonna belabor that point.
I mean, but that's
So,
exactly what Trump talking about. Why you lie?
what the
I
fuck are
mean,
you
come on,
talking?
man.
Wait, hold it. What the fuck are you talking about? What lie? The war is still going on. The war has not been stopped on day one. What am I
So what's the
lying
point
about?
of the peace agreements?
You know what? Once again, That is a voodoo
It was
based.
all cool when Joe
No,
Biden was in
y'all,
office for 4 whole years
y'all.
with this shit going on. But then all of a sudden now, in Trump's first administration during the 5th year of the war, all of
Okay,
a sudden
again,
it's
all I'm
Trump's failure
hearing,
because he can't say, come on
you
now,
know,
Stanley, you can't be that
hey
unreasonable.
Kimmy, how you doing? Let me tell you how what your argument just sounded like to me. Booga booga booga. That's what it sounded
Exactly.
like.
That's the problem,
It is
Stanley.
a
You're not
fucking,
listening to reason.
it is
You
a
got so much
voodoo,
Trump derangement syndrome built
a
up in you.
voodoo, a voodoo and
Man, stop
algorithm.
it,
Dude, I'm
bro.
going to put your ass in the back because you will not overtalk me. It is a voodoo based argument.
Man, stop.
It is a voodoo based argument, and I'm not going to have it. Booga booga booga.
Booga 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 my ass. You ain't said no booga 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 during Biden. But all of a sudden, when Trump get in there and he actually try to make efforts to do it,
Okay,
all of a
Trump.
sudden,
My only point is that the war continues. Booga booga booga.
and you like that shit, don't you?
I love it.
I hope your
I
ass be
love
the
it.
first motherfucker they draft too.
Okay,
Cause I
so
promise you, God, if
anyway,
my son gotta go, nigga, I'm going to war with your black ass.
I have
That's how
no
I
clue.
feel as an
See,
American, nigga.
once
No,
again,
once
once
again,
again,
my ass, nigga. I'm gonna start holding y'all boomer asses accountable. You wanna have these motherfucking radical ass opinions, nigga? You better be ready to die for them. That's how I feel.
hey, hey, hey,
Hey, hey, hey,
dude.
happy fun.
Okay, Webster. Yeah, the war's gonna last forever, whether I want it or not, because the shit wasn't stopped on day one like Trump promised. Now, get your voodoo-based arguments are laughable too. That's right, Kim. I'm not Trump
You
bashing.
ready to go throw a goddamn
I
American
am just, I am just pointing out that
gun on their ass
the
because
proposal was stop the war on day one, and it hasn't
now,
stopped.
why don't you be ready to fight for your goddamn kids going to war for another goddamn conglomerate? Shut the fuck
Okay,
up with all that goddamn goof ass laugh.
okay.
Like you got a child to lose because your child in college. Shut the
Now,
fuck up. You ought to be
now
the
that,
first mother.
God damn, now that the voodoo based argument has been
No,
gone up
ain't
in
no
smoke.
goddamn voodoo based argument. It's your motherfucking wannabe white ass wanna have a goddamn
Oh,
white ass
now,
opinion.
now I'm a wannabe white
Somebody
ass.
goddamn
See, folks, this I love stirring up the anti-blacks early in the morning. I don't need a Trump bashing for breakfast. I got a voodoo-based argument. That's better than cornflakes. It's a fucking bowl of fool flakes. So the next story, y'all might have heard that.
everybody gotta go die for some motherfucking other country. Because you don't like Trump. Because it make Trump look
The
bad.
fuck are you talking
You
about?
sorry piece of shit.
Yeah, okay, so
Listen
moving
to
on.
yourself.
So moving on. I think I mentioned it yesterday. Charlie Rangel, who was a longtime U.S. House of Representatives from some district in North Carolina, in New York City, died yesterday at 94. So I'll play a little bit of it. Charlie Rangel was basically a fixture when I was a kid, and even
He was
into
a
the Navy,
fucking rhino.
even into
Will
the.
y'all please stop with this guy like he was some kind of Republican, hopeful and grateful?
He was not a Republican at all. He was a Democrat.
He was a piece of shit.
Harlem's longtime former Congressman Charlie Rangel has died at age 94. A founding member of the Congressional Black Caucus and the first Black chairman of the powerful House Ways and Means Committee, Rangel served in Congress for 46 years after being elected to the House of Representatives in 1971. Throughout his tenure, he sponsored 40 bills and resolutions that became law, including former President Barack Obama's Affordable Care Act. His other legislative achievements included the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009, and the Rangel Amendment, which helped usher in the end of apartheid in South Africa. Even after he left Congress in 2017, Rangel remained politically active. He was the last surviving member of the Gang of Four, a group of Black elder statesmen from Harlem who ascended to top political posts. He is survived by 2 children and several grandchildren.
So we'll stop there. I was never that big a Wrangle fan, but mostly for style and that horrible New York accent that I'm glad I don't have to be around daily. So we will be moving on. But he was actually fairly important in his day. So Senator Fetterman uh, of Pennsylvania. I think probably everybody knows who is it John Fetterman? Oh, yeah, John Fetterman. I think he was governor. Was he governor of Pennsylvania? I can't remember. Anyway, he basically has had a lot of health issues, including mental health issues. And he was elected to Congress, and he'd had a stroke shortly, like during his time running for Senate. He had a stroke, and it was kind of doubtful whether he would even be able to continue running. He did, with his wife doing most of the campaigning. So he has, been in for almost a term, and apparently he's been absent a lot due to health issues or what have you. And he's basically saying um, that his mental health issues have been, quote, weaponized. So we'll play a little bit of this article. Again, health and being fit for office. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, um, Fetterman now, Biden. This really seems to be a problem that's developing. Senator Feinstein of California, basically, she was senile in office. Democrats have a real problem with giving up their power when health issues come around. And I, for the life of me, can't understand why. The people are not served if you are unable to do the job they elected you to do. That should be obvious, but for some reason, it's not in the Democratic Party these days.
Fetterman,
I swear, because they sat there and they let the Minuteman Joe Biden run and lasted for 4 years, knowing that dude was retarded and had a
Speaking,
nuclear bomb code in his possession. How is that
okay,
possible, Stanley?
let's go ahead and listen to the article, shall we?
Annie Carney, and read by an automated voice. When Senator John Fetterman, Democrat of Pennsylvania, showed up at a hearing on May 8th with Sam Altman, the chief executive of OpenAI, his colleagues were surprised to see him. Until then, his chair on the dais of the Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee had sat empty all year. But under intense scrutiny about his mental health and his ability to function in his job, Mr. Fetterman has been in damage control mode, attending hearings and votes that he had been routinely skipping over the past year. His colleagues, some of whom have privately described him as absent from the Senate and troubled when he is there, are trying to be supportive. Good thoughts, Senator Fetterman, Senator Amy Klobuchar, Democrat of Minnesota, said encouragingly after Mr. Fetterman finished his turn questioning Mr. Altman. Mr. Fetterman does not enjoy participating in these hearings that he has sat through in recent weeks, as he seeks to prove that he is capable of performing the job he was elected to do until 2028.
Why they
In
use the
fact, at a
most
critical
ugliest
moment for the
picture they
country,
could
he
of
appears to
him?
have little interest in the day-to-day work of serving in the United
Huh.
States Senate. In an interview, Mr. Fetterman, who represents 13 million people, said he felt he had been unfairly shamed into fulfilling senatorial duties, such as participating in committee work and casting procedural votes on the floor, dismissing them as a, quote, performative waste of time. Instead, he said he was showing up because people in the media have weaponized his absenteeism on Capitol Hill to portray him as mentally unfit, when in fact, it is a product of a decision to spend more time at home and less on the mundane tasks of being a senator. My doctor warned years ago,
After it's public that you are getting help for depression, people will weaponize that, Mr. Fetterman said in his office this week. Simple things are turned. That's exactly what happened. He added, "It shook me that people are willing to weaponize that I got help." It is the latest chapter in Mr. Fetterman's rocky time in the national political spotlight, where, at the height of his popularity, he harbored aspirations to run for president in 2028. Now he is aggrieved that such a dream appears out of reach. And for that, he largely blames his decision to speak out 2 years ago about his mental health struggles, which he said gave rise to all that has followed, including a recent series of unflattering reports detailing erratic behavior, a poor attendance record, and general disinterest in doing his job. To recap, Mr. Fetterman, the 6'8" self-proclaimed champion of working-class voters, had a life-threatening stroke in 2022 in the middle of the most competitive Senate race in the country, which he went on to win. Shortly after being sworn in, he checked himself into Walter Reed National Military Medical Center to be treated for depression for 6 weeks, and appeared to make a remarkable recovery as he began speaking out about the importance of getting help when needed. He was an outspoken supporter of Israel after the October 7, 2023 terrorist attack, and started picking more fights with the left. His pro-Israel stance gave him a sense of purpose on Capitol Hill in a job he otherwise did not enjoy. And then, at some point in the middle of last year, he pulled even further back from participating in many aspects of the Senate, like attending committee meetings, casting votes, and holding town halls.
You
It
know
was
why
around
that
that
happened,
time that his
Stanley?
former chief of
You
staff
know why
wrote to
that
Mr.
happened?
Fetterman's
When they
doctor
attacked
that his
Israel, you
boss was
found out
spiraling out of control
that
and that his mental health
he,
issues could cost
he
him his
believed
life.
that Israel
That letter,
probably had
first published
something
by
to
New
do
York
with it.
Magazine earlier this month, raised a new round
And
of
he spoke
questions
out
about
against
Mr. Fetterman's behavior and performance in the Senate. Sitting in his office last week, dressed in his uniform of a black Carhartt hoodie and gym shorts, Mr. Fetterman toggled between humor, anger, and emotion in discussing his current situation. He expressed deep frustration over the constant questions about his mental health, portraying himself as the victim of untenable circumstances. "This became the Belichick girlfriend story of politics," he quipped at one point, referring to the recent media attention around the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill football coach. "It just keeps going and going." After his discharge from Walter Reed in 2023, Mr. Fetterman embraced a role as a stigma-busting spokesman for the power of treatment and used his challenges as an opportunity to bridge partisan politics. "Red or blue, if you have depression, get help, please," he said in an interview later that year. These days, Mr. Fetterman is not so sure it was wise to talk about any of that. He doesn't think it's anyone's business, whether, as some former aides have suggested, he is or isn't following the regimen that his doctors recommended to treat.
Here is where I have to take issue. It is definitely the people's business if he's unfit for office. I
Wait
do
a
not
minute.
get,
Hold on. I think Fetterman,
just do not get why he can't step down if he can't do the job of a senator. And part of it is attending boring meetings, I would imagine.
I think I think, I'm going to be honest with you. I think that's the only weapon the Democrats got.
Yeah, okay.
I'm serious.
So
Name one, Stanley.
I
Name one.
again,
Name
the
one I
voodoo,
could
the
beat
voodoo,
down into the
the
ground right
voodoo,
now. Name
the
one Democratic
voodoo,
senator.
the voodoo argument you want to
All right,
present to
voodoo
this.
my ass.
Okay,
Name me
I
one
just,
Democratic candidate
dude,
for the
do you
2028
honestly think,
presidential election. Name
once
me one.
again, the anti-black blacks do their
Uh-uh.
voodoo to move the
Anti-black my
goalpost?
ass. Anti-black, we talking about a leadership position. I think Fetterman the best the Democrats got right now running. He the only one with common sense. Name one, Stanley.
Like I said, I refuse to get involved in this feelings-based argument you want to
No,
present.
it's not a
I pretty
feeling
much
based
said,
on it. You can make it fact based if you want to, Stanley.
I have
I'm just
pretty
trying to
much,
go off policy.
I have
What
pretty much
liberal
said,
Democratic policy you think y'all gonna be able to win on in 2028? Other than we hate Trump. I just want to know.
again, this story wasn't about Trump, so let us move
It's
on.
not about Trump. We just asking a question. Who are the
Who is
Democrats going to
we?
run for the
Is there
2028
more? Is there
presidential
more
election?
than one? Is there more than one person between your ears? You said we. Who is we?
Me and you.
Oh, well, I don't have any questions.
No, oh, God damn it. You got to be. Okay. Never mind.
All right.
I
Well,
ain't going there.
move
I ain't
on.
going there with you.
Let's move on to Trump's Defense Secretary Pete
But
Hegseth.
y'all ain't got nobody else, man.
There
Y'all
is
ain't got nobody
still
else.
there is still serious turmoil going on at the Defense Department within Hegseth's uh, well, they call it the inner circle. So let's hear a little bit of this. It's kind of longish, and I think we pretty much know that Hegseth is his Hegseth has had some problems settling into the position. I'll just say it that way.
This
You
news
ain't no
story was
kid.
written by Dan Lamoth. Within Pete Hegseth's divided inner circle, a Cold War endures. At the Pentagon, personality conflicts persist and inexperience
Personality
reigns,
conflicts.
fueling internal speculation about the defense secretary's long-term viability in Trump's cabinet. An enduring rift among Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's cadre of senior advisors has divided the Pentagon's front office and fueled internal speculation about his long-term viability in the cabinet post after several episodes that attracted White House scrutiny, according to numerous people familiar with the matter. The conflict within Hegseth's inner circle persists even after he purged several political appointees in April and attempts to portray a sense of unity among his remaining brain trust. His claims, however, are belied by continued behind-the-scenes dysfunction brought on by unresolved personality conflicts, inexperience, vacancies in key leadership roles, and a steady-state paranoia over what political crisis could emerge next, current and former officials said. They described the situation on the condition of anonymity because of its sensitivity and fear of retaliation. There's a Cold War that exists in between flashpoints, said one person, recounting numerous instances when tempers have flared among key figures on the secretary's team. It's unsettling at times. Perhaps the most combustible relationship among Hegseth's aides is that of Eric Garrisey and Ricky Buria, said several people familiar with the matter. Garrisey, a retired soldier whom Hegseth has credited with mentoring him when they served together in Iraq, has voiced repeated concerns that Buria, until recently a military assistant to the defense secretary, has sought to marginalize colleagues to boost his own standing within the Trump administration, these people said. The tension boiled over in March, when Garrisey learned he had been excluded from joining some of Hegseth's meetings during a multi-day trip across the Pacific. He blamed Buria for the perceived slight and told colleagues that he had upbraided the Marine Corps colonel during the trip, according to people familiar with their standoff. The clash occurred just after The Atlantic revealed that its top editor had been accidentally included in a group chat where several top Trump administration officials, including Hegseth, coordinated a bombing campaign in Yemen on the unclassified app Signal. Garrisey confided to colleagues that he was troubled by how administration officials were using the free messaging platform. Garrisey has also voiced disgust about complaints emerging from the White House. He told fellow Pentagon staff that military aides working closely with President Donald Trump's inner sanctum have come to view Buria as self-important and quick to Bigfoot others to get more time with Hegseth and other senior administration officials. Garrisey and Buria did not respond to several requests for comment. Friction between the two senior advisors remains palpable, those familiar with the situation say, and is emblematic of the instability that reigns at the Pentagon as Hegseth attempts to regain his footing after several scandals that irked the White House, alarmed Congress, and left the former Fox News personality on the defensive. At the outset of his Memorial Day address Monday, The president said the defense secretary has devoted his life to service members and veterans and is doing really well, while acknowledging that he has went through a lot. He's a tough cookie, Trump said. That's what we want, is a tough cookie.
A tough
But
cookie.
current and former defense officials who have witnessed the upheaval say it is unclear how long the polarizing defense secretary can survive in his
I
role
gonna lie.
without imposing order on his own staff.
I
This
don't
account of
trust people.
Hegseth's attempt to reset his team is based on interviews with 7 current and former U.S. officials with knowledge of the fraught dynamic that has taken hold at the Defense Department under his stewardship. Sean Parnell, a senior advisor and chief spokesman for Hegseth, minimized the tension, saying in a statement to the Washington Post that workforce adjustments are a natural and necessary feature of any highly effective organization. The Defense Secretary, Parnell said, is committed to ensuring the Department of Defense has the right people in the right positions to execute President Trump's agenda. Parnell dismissed the significance of disagreements on Hegseth's staff, saying that Americans outside Washington don't care about palace intrigue or sensationalized mainstream media gossip. They care about action. Hegseth's team, he said, is working in unison to focus the Defense Department on its core mission of warfighting and to deliver results. Personality clash. The clash between Garrison and Buria, which has not previously been detailed, is seen as especially notable in the Pentagon given their backgrounds, and Hegseth's frequent claim that he wants to bring a warrior ethos to the Pentagon. Garrison, a retired command sergeant major, was a no-nonsense first sergeant and enlisted advisor to Hegseth during their Iraq deployment from 2005 to 2006, and has been praised by the Defense Secretary for his leadership under fire. In March, Hegseth upgraded a Silver Star Award that Garrison received for combat valor to the Distinguished Service Cross, second only to the Medal of Honor in the hierarchy of military decorations recognizing battlefield bravery. During a ceremony at the Pentagon lauding Garrison, Hegseth said the retired soldier had changed my life and now works right down the hall from me, and that's exactly the kind of voice we need. Since joining the Trump administration, Garrison has run a little-known organization called the Joint Service Interagency Advisory Group, JSIAG, that includes numerous special operations troops and representation from other government agencies. A core focus of the group has been how to counter Mexican drug cartels, 2 people familiar with the matter said, a highly sensitive subject that has exacerbated the uneasiness between Trump and his counterpart in Mexico City, President Claudia Sheinbaum. A third person said the group's work has been coordinated with the Mexican government. Buria, who was a pilot in the Marine Corps before moving to the Pentagon, has a good relationship with Hegseth that bloomed more recently. He served as a junior military aide, a body man, for President Joe Biden's Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, and was held over by Hegseth at the outset of the Trump administration. Such nonpartisan roles often bridge administrations. Buria's responsibilities and power quickly expanded when, in February, he temporarily took on the role of a 3-star general after Hegseth fired his senior military assistant, Lieutenant General Jennifer Short, without disclosing any reason. Hegseth has removed several top military leaders, including a disproportionate number of women, since his arrival at the Pentagon in January. Hegseth's decision to temporarily elevate Buria and Buria's handling of his newfound clout with the secretary irritated numerous senior military officers in the building, people familiar with the matter said. As the temporary assignment came to a close, rather than return to his role as a junior military assistant, Buria submitted a request to retire from the Marine Corps and became a senior civilian advisor to the Defense Secretary. Among those who have advocated for Buria is Hegseth's wife, Jennifer, who has fulfilled an unofficial and unorthodox role shaping Pentagon affairs that has unnerved defense officials. Around that time, Hegseth fired 3 senior defense officials, all political appointees he accused of leaking sensitive information to the news media. Shortly after their removal, the 3, Dan Caldwell, Darren Selnick, and Colin Carroll, issued a scathing statement saying they had been slandered and that the claims leveled against them were baseless. Hegseth's first chief of staff, Joe Casper, also.
Yeah, I'm going to just stop it there. I think we get a sense of the mayhem that is ensuing at the Defense Department. I tell you right now.
Hold on, Stanley. You know, 90%
Yes.
of the people that listen to that, and I don't mean no harm in the chat, but come on, man, give us some good gravy, man. Ain't to go along with that rice and chicken.
No idea what you're talking about.
Well, I'm just
my
give us
point.
a little information on why you played that. What was that about Pete Hegseth? What is Pete Hegseth? Who is Pete Hegseth?
Okay, you have
Don't
no
nobody
idea who Pete.
give a
You
damn
have
about
no
Pete
idea.
Hegseth. I know.
Well, you just asked.
I know.
You just asked who he was. He's the Secretary of Defense.
You want me to tell everybody, or you want to tell everybody? I mean, you the host.
I assume everybody knows. My point is that there is turmoil.
You think he did it though, don't you?
Okay, goddamn, did what? Other than being disorganized and not having a lot of experience at this level.
Well, at least you give him that one right there. I give you that. I think
Okay,
that nigga
so
dirty.
my point in playing this is that defense and state are pretty much the two premier departments, along with attorney general, cabinet positions. Turmoil at the Department of Defense, turmoil at the top. Basically, I guess the analogy is, if your brain is clouded and disorganized, so will your actions be. So, and I still have friends who are flag rank. So, these people's lives, these people's lives are in turmoil. And, I just want to point out that there is, you don't want a defense department. You want a defense department that is a well-organized and well-oiled machine. I don't get the impression that that is the case currently.
Yeah.
So next story,
with your cool, calm, collective ass, smooth breeze ass attitude. But Stanley, you ever seen that movie with Bill Cosby and what's that dude name? Sidney Poitier. Man, did you know they made all the movies?
yes. Like,
what you been watching? Which one you watch? What's the most recent one you watched?
It's been. I probably haven't seen a Bill Cosby, Sidney Poitier type movie in 30 years.
Dude,
probably longer than like 35 years.
Oh man, YouTube got him, man. YouTube got him. But everybody, hit that like, share, and subscribe button, man. Make sure you support your host, Stanley Cross. Stanley motherfucking Cross in the house. You know what I'm saying? Hey, support the channel by going to John Galt. Cash App DC to NYC. I don't know where Get Crack at. I don't know how he feeling about himself or whatever, because he ain't been here. But $10 a day for Portia J. You just make it up in your head, just say it in your daydreams. $10 a day for Portia J. Let's support our host, man. Let's support the channel. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. You ain't gotta hit the Cash App. If you're just joining, just hit the like button. We appreciate that. We appreciate everybody that come and join us over here on the John Galt channel. Cause we got that dope. We got that good dope, man.
Well, no, actually, John Galt has that dope. I don't do dope.
Stanley, don't do that shit.
Okay, and Deacon Dave, to your point, I actually do agree.
The panel, man.
This is I probably the only thing that I agree with Jordan Peterson on is clean your room or make your bed or whatever it was. Yeah,
your own front door.
A disorganized mind is going to lead to a disorganized real life. Almost no way to avoid that. So the next story, 7 ways Republicans are split over Trump's big bill. You mentioned the big bill, big beautiful bill
Yeah,
earlier.
the big beautiful, the big,
This is a
it's the
quick
big beautiful bill.
this is a quick story on that topic.
This news story was written by Theodoric Meyer. 7 ways Republicans are split over Trump's big bill. House Republicans barely passed a massive bill last week, containing much of President Donald Trump's domestic agenda after months of tense negotiations between feuding factions. Now it's the Senate's turn. Republicans are rushing to pass the bill, which would cut taxes and spending, raise the debt limit, and increase defense and border security funding by July 4th. The true deadline might be later this summer, when the federal government expects to exhaust its borrowing capacity. But getting the bill through the Senate won't be easy. Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican, South Dakota, can lose no more than 3 Republican votes because no Democrat is expected to support it, and more than 3 Republicans have voiced serious concerns with the bill. Some of them have balked at the spending cuts the House included in its version. Others are pushing for much more aggressive cuts. Senator Rand Paul, Republican, Kentucky, has vowed to oppose the bill unless Republicans strip out a provision to raise the debt limit by trillions of dollars. House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican, Louisiana, has pleaded for senators to revise the bill as little as possible, but Trump said Sunday that he expected the Senate to make fairly significant changes. Thune will need to rework it to reflect Senate Republicans' concerns and include their priorities, without tearing it up so much that it can't pass the House again once it clears the Senate. Here are 7 ways Republican senators are pressing to change the bill. Medicaid. House Republicans spent weeks battling one another over how much to cut Medicaid funding. Now the fight is set to play out again. Senator Susan Collins, Republican, Maine, has said she's worried about kicking Medicaid recipients who are unable to work off the program as well as the bill's effect on rural hospitals. Senator Lisa Murkowski, Republican, Alaska, said she is worried that her state will struggle to put in place new work requirements because of its outdated Medicaid payment systems. There are provisions in there that are very, very, very challenging, if not impossible, for us to implement, Murkowski said. Senator Josh Hawley, Republican, Missouri,
Ooh, pow,
who has
pow, pow,
vowed to
pow,
oppose the
pow.
bill if it cuts Medicaid benefits, said he has concerns about new Medicaid code.
Yes, sir.
We talking about Alaska, right?
No.
That was the Alaska representative, wasn't it?
Okay, we're talking about Trump's big bill.
No,
Making
we
it
talking about what the Alaska representative said it's gonna be hard for them to implement it, right?
okay. Which part do I need to go back to the title of the story? 7 ways Republicans are split over Trump's big bill is the title of the.
Yeah, but we
Of
talking
the
about the Alaskan representative.
no, we are talking about 7 ways Republicans are split over Trump's
Yeah, but
big
I'm talking
bills.
about one of them, and I'm talking about the
Okay, so
Democrat.
what's your point about the Alaska representative?
What do you think about that? I think that's a
I
good thing we
don't
can
have
talk
any
on.
thoughts. I don't have any
I
thoughts
mean, of
other
course, we don't
than
live in Alaska, Stanley. But like,
I don't have
why
any
would you think that it's be difficult for them to implement those policies?
no idea.
As far as it being
I
Alaska.
only care that's I basically don't have thoughts on it. I think that Trump is going to have a problem getting this bill through both houses. That's what I think.
But why?
Well, Medicaid for one,
Okay,
the
but why?
justice, the defanging, the way, the courts being able to to hold people in contempt. Those are the 2 that I care about.
Yeah, but scroll down that page and let's go back over what the Alaska representative said about why it'd be difficult to implement it. And I mean, I want to know, why did she say that?
Let's see here.
See, Stanley, you got a lot of material, man. You just got to know how to sift through it.
Okay,
You got
Solid
you got
Snake.
news all in
Solid
front
Snake.
door.
I hate to sound snooty here, but you don't need to tell me how I sort information. How about just
Don't.
listen and then comment after the story?
But you got to be dynamic,
I
Stanley.
don't I don't tell me what I gotta do. You know what? I'm fucking sick and tired of people telling me how I should do things. I've been doing this shit.
Understand.
I've been doing this quote shit for 60 years. I think I have a handle on it. Okay, I don't need a bunch of anti-black motherfuckers telling me how to think.
I'm not anti-black.
Sure you
I
are.
just got black fatigue.
Yeah, anti-black, like I said.
No.
And motherfucker, let me also make another point. You have black fatigue. You are black. Are you
Yeah,
tired of
but I got
yourself?
black fatigue.
Okay. Well, you know what? I've got stupid fatigue. And that's what anti-black blacks are. Stupid.
Well, damn. You got to know who you is before you know what it is.
Motherfucker, I know who I is. Have known for a few years now.
But anyway, go ahead.
Do you remember me talking about Medicaid being a problem, the cuts to Medicaid? That's what fucking Murkowski is complaining about. It's right here. Right here. She is worried her state will struggle to put in place new work requirements because of its outdated Medicaid payment systems. That's her specific problem. I literally said that Medicaid was going to. Okay, motherfucker, I will finish what I have to say and then you can respond. I said Medicaid is going to be a problem, and it's not just a problem for Murkowski in Alaska. It is an overall, the requirements and the cuts are the problem, the work requirements. So maybe what you ought to fucking do is pay attention to the article or I can send you the link and you can read it for yourself. But the bottom line is you don't need to tell me how to do shit. I should be telling you.
I wonder how much they paid those illegal immigrants.
Don't really care. Can we finish the story, please?
Pays, which he dubbed a sick tax. He's also worried about the House bill's freeze on provider taxes, which states use to help fund their Medicaid programs and wring more matching funds from Washington. Missouri's provider taxes are relatively low right now, putting it at a disadvantage. If you fool around with that provider tax in my state, you really risk getting to benefit cuts, Hawley said. Making tax breaks permanent? Senator Mike Crapo, Republican, Idaho, who is playing a critical role in drafting the bill as chairman of the Finance Committee, said his top priority is making permanent several business tax breaks that the House bill would allow to expire after a few years. It's also a priority for Thune. We believe that permanence is the way to create economy certainty and thereby attract and incentivize capital investment in this country that creates those good-paying jobs and gets our economy growing and generates more government revenue, Thune told reporters last week. State and local tax deduction. A handful of House Republicans from high-tax states refused to vote for the bill unless it allowed their constituents to deduct more in state and local taxes on their federal returns. But Senate Republicans don't care about beefing up the state and local tax deduction, known as SALT, and some of them want to strip it from the bill. I don't know why we'd give a huge tax cut to rich people who live in California, New Jersey, and New York, Hawley said. But Senate Republicans might not eliminate the deduction entirely because it was crucial to securing the votes for the bill to pass the House. There's not a single one of us who gives a crap about SALT, other than it's too generous, Senator Kevin Cramer, Republican, North Dakota, said. But we also are pragmatic and want to pass the bill. Clean energy tax breaks. The House bill would scrap tax credits for wind, solar, and geothermal energy that Democrats passed in 2022 unless companies start construction within 60 days of the bill becoming law. Murkowski and Senators John Curtis, Republican, Utah, Tom Tillis, Republican, North Carolina, and Jerry Moran, Republican, Kansas, warned in a letter to Thune last month that they had
Yes.
What were the environmental reductions that they gave in 2022?
Let's see here. Clean energy tax breaks. It says the House bill would scrap tax credits for wind, solar, and geothermal energy that Democrats passed in 2022 unless companies start construction within 60 days of the bill becoming law. And Murkowski, Curtis, Tillis, and Moran warned in a letter to Thune last month that they had concerns about such an approach.
Okay, but what were the tax credits they were given in 2022?
Who the fuck knows? It just says tax credits.
But don't you think we need to be trying to find that out, Stanley?
No, I don't.
Damn, Stanley, what you reading for?
Okay, literally, tax cuts are all I need to know. I'm sorry, tax credits.
Yeah, the Democrat, the energy that the solar and geothermal energy the Democrat passed in 2022, unless companies start construction within 60 days of the bill becoming law. But
Okay,
what
let
were
me
those
you
tax
bring up
credits
you
involved?
bring up
I
you
wonder.
bring up a,
That's a crazy
okay,
question, though.
motherfucker. Okay, you bring up a good point. If most of what, and this wouldn't be one of the links, but a lot of the links that I use during the course of the show are in the show notes or the description of the show. If any of you need a specific link for a story you want to follow up on and do your own research, I'm more than happy to drop that link into the chat. To your point, Solid Snake, if you have a point that you want to research on your own, just let me know. I'll give you the link. I'm
Can
not
I
going to
can I
do,
Google
I'm not
search
going
it
to
live
follow
right
up.
quick?
I'm not going to follow up every little point that you want to research. I don't have the time for that, nor the patience.
The
Would you
solar
like
and
the, would you
geothermal
like,
energy
would you
Democrats
like,
passed in
would
2022.
you like the link to this story so you can do your own research?
What were the solar and geothermal
Okay.
energy credits given in 2022?
Concerns about such an approach. Tillis suggested that he would push for a more
There's your
Okay, hold
answer.
on, Stanley. I got something. I got something already. I got it
You
already.
don't do
Not
that,
going to
I asked the
hold on.
question
better than
right.
Joe
Right.
Biden when
Hold
he
on,
took
What I'm
listen.
going to do
pipeline,
Hold on,
is
Stanley. I
finish the
got it
story.
right here. Let
referring
me
to
let me
Biden's
read it for the
2021
let me read it
decision
for
to
the
scrap the
audience.
long-planned.
What is it, Solid Snake?
Let me read it. Let me read it. In 2022, the solar and geothermal energy tax credits were both set at 30% for newly installed solar panels and geothermal heat pumps. The Inflation Reduction Act, signed in August of 2022, extended this 30% tax credit, not a tax credit, it was a 30% credit through 2032 for both solar and geothermal installations. Solar tax
Okay,
credit.
well, see, I am so thrilled that you're able to do shit on your own. Let me continue with the story.
Crude
Can I
oil
can I can I
pipeline.
continue? Hold on.
We've got to figure out a way to strike that balance.
Okay, important note. The tax credits are non-refundable, meaning you can't get back more than you owe in federal income taxes for the year. That's all I had to say. My bad.
Deeper spending cuts. While some Republican senators are worried about the spending cuts in the House bill, Republicans such as Senators Ron Johnson, Wisconsin, Roger Marshall, Kansas, and Ted Cruz, Texas, are pushing for more. Johnson has pledged not to vote for the bill unless it slashes federal spending to 2019 levels, and he warned that Trump would not be able to pressure him the way he leaned on House Republicans, who wanted more aggressive spending cuts. In the House, President Trump can threaten a primary, Johnson, who's not up for re-election until 2028, told reporters. Those guys want to keep their seats. I understand the pressure. You can't pressure me that way. Johnson said he is confident at least 3 other Republican senators are committed to standing with him, enough to block the bill from passing. Senator Rick Scott, Republican Florida, is one of them. Bird rule. Republican Senate staffers have been poring over the House bill to determine which parts might violate the Byrd rule. The rule, named for the late Senator Robert Byrd, Democrat, West Virginia, limits what can be included in Senate bills under reconciliation, the Byzantine process that Republicans are using to avoid a Democratic filibuster. Senate Republicans will strip out provisions that might violate the Byrd rule, and Democrats can challenge anything they think runs afoul of it. The House bill includes several provisions that might need to go, including a moratorium on state regulations on artificial intelligence and a ban on courts enforcing contempt citations for ignoring injunctions or temporary restraining orders. G. William Hoagland, a former Senate Republican budget aide, and Bobby Kogan, a former Senate Democratic budget aide, both said they believed those provisions violated the rule. Childcare and other tax ideas. The House bill would increase the child tax credit temporarily to $2,500, but Hawley is pressing to make it more generous. I'd like it to be double that, but anything higher, he said. Senator Katie Boyd Britt, Republican Alabama, is pressing Republicans to expand 2 child care tax breaks, and she's far from the only one with ideas. Republican senators have inundated the Finance Committee with requests for other tax policy changes, including scrapping the estate tax, expanding opportunity zones championed by Senator Tim Scott, Republican South Carolina, and bolstering the low-income housing tax credit. The list goes on and on, Crapo said in March at a U.S. Chamber of Commerce summit. There's 200 of them. We aren't going to do all 200, but we need to do some of those.
All right. Any more thoughts before we move on?
My bad. I was sitting up here wondering, how the hell did we just throw away 30% tax credit?
So the next story, some judges, and I found this actually pretty interesting. It's the first time I've heard of this, but apparently there are people at the Department of Justice claiming that January 6 pardons apply to other crimes. So here we go with this.
This news story was written by Tom Jackman. Some judges reject DOJ claim that January 6th pardons apply to other crimes. Prosecutors sided with 7 defendants charged with other crimes discovered in January 6th investigations. But several courts have refused to dismiss cases. At least 10 defendants accused of other crimes when the FBI came to search their homes after the January 6th, 2021, Capitol riot have invoked the pardon issued by President Donald Trump to claim that his order also clears them of the secondary charges. And in most of those cases, federal prosecutors have joined with the defendants. But on 4 occasions recently, federal judges have said no, disagreeing even as the Justice Department argued in favor of broadly applying the president's pardon. In strongly worded opinions, federal judges in Washington and Baltimore have refused to grant dismissals, describing the government's requests as unreasonable and acting in bad faith. And when one the Washington judges ruled, the federal D.C. appeals court also rejected.
Yes.
Okay, we're talking about January 6th again, right?
No, what we're talking about is the pardons, the January 6th pardons. Basically, they're wanting a broader deal with the pardons. Secondary.
Okay, wait.
There were secondary crimes that some judges are feeling that pardon doesn't cover. Basically, what the January 6 people are wanting is a get out of jail free card for anything, any crime that was associated or not associated with January 6th, apparently. And judges are pushing back.
Okay, but Stanley, how many invasions have we had during the Biden administration since January?
The fuck 6th? Are you talking about? What does this have to do with the Biden administration?
We don't have like 4 or 5 incursions on the United States Capitol since January 6th, and don't nobody want to talk about them.
Including me.
But you think that's okay?
I don't have any thoughts at all because the topic is the January 6 pardons.
How can you be against targeted justice when you for
I'm not for or against. I literally just said I haven't thought about it.
But then why is this topic even up here? Why are you promoting
the
this
reason thing? The reason the topic is up here is because there are people who want to broaden the scope of the January 6 pardons, and judges are saying no. And judges are saying no, you can't.
I'm trying to see you as a bipartisan character, and I don't see you being a bipartisan character bringing up January 6 when you
Let me
can't
put
bring
it to
up
you this
June
way.
11th? What?
Him, saying the Trump pardon does not cover offenses wholly independent of events at the Capitol on January 6th, even if uncovered during investigation of January 6th offenses. Prosecutors do not often side with defendants to challenge federal convictions. But in 7 cases testing the bounds of Trump's pardon order, the Justice Department has taken part in the effort to dismiss charges involving illegal guns and drugs, and even a jury conviction for possession of classified documents. The judicial pushback is another example of federal courts blocking part of Trump's agenda in the name of the rule of law, a standoff that has become a central theme of the president's second term. While Trump's power to issue pardons is essentially unlimited, the judges, appointed by presidents of both parties, including 2 chosen by Trump, are telling defendants that if the crime was not committed in D.C. on January 6, 2021, Trump's Inauguration Day order will not make it go away. To interpret the presidential pardon to apply to any type of offense, no matter when or where that offense was committed, simply because evidence of that offense was uncovered, incident to a January 6 related search warrant, would defy rationality, wrote Trump-appointed U.S. District Judge Dabney L. Friedrich when she rejected the government's motion to dismiss the convictions of a Kentucky man found with illegal guns in his home. After prosecutors in Baltimore sought to dismiss the gun possession conviction of an alleged drug dealer, U.S. District Judge James K. Bredar wrote this month that such a benefit would extend far beyond any reasonable reading of the pardon. In 4 cases, prosecutors have not tried to dismiss secondary cases against January 6 defendants, including 2 in which men were allegedly found with child pornography, and 1 in which a man plotted to kill the FBI agents who investigated his Capitol riot actions. Bredar and Friedrich cited the government's inconsistent positions as another reason to reject prosecutors' requests to dismiss cases. For almost all of the 1,600 people charged with crimes at the Capitol on January 6, 2021, Trump issued pardons on January 20th of this year. The pardon certificate states, "The pardon applies only to convictions for offenses related to events that occurred at or near the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. Some defense lawyers have argued that the pardon also covers offenses discovered in the January 6th investigation, saying they qualify as related because those crimes would have remained hidden if their clients had not been swept up in the largest case ever undertaken by the federal government. The court should dismiss this case," argued defense attorney William R. Turpenning, representing pardoned January 6th defendant David P. Daniel in a child pornography case in North Carolina. "It is based on evidence that the government improperly obtained, because the law is now that the January 6th cases were invalid from the onset. Therefore, the..."
Okay. So they're looking to dismiss a child pornography charge that was it was discovered during the January 6th investigation of this person. So they want to dismiss child porn charges. Absolutely incredible. Thank you, President Trump.
Operative warrants never should have been issued, and the evidence necessary to sustain this case should never have been seized. Daniel pleaded guilty to assaulting police on January 6th, but he had not been sentenced when the pardons were issued. Prosecutors did not join with Daniel, arguing that his child exploitation offenses are not related to the conduct on January 6, 2021, for which he was pardoned. A North Carolina judge is still considering whether to dismiss the charges. In a separate child pornography case in California, the defense has not tried to argue that the pardon applies, and the government has not moved for dismissal. In Baltimore County, FBI agents found cocaine, testosterone, marijuana, a scale, and guns when they raided the home of Elias Costianes, looking for evidence of his role at the Capitol. Bredar sentenced him last September to a year and a day in federal prison. His January 6th case was pending when the pardons were issued. Costianes' case is among the 7 in which prosecutors argued in favor of extending the reach of Trump's pardon. Assistant U.S. Attorney David C. Bornstein joined the defendant in calling for Bredar to dismiss the gun case. Bornstein noted that Trump's pardon proclamation provided relevant context because Trump intended to end a grave national injustice and begin a process of national reconciliation, while echoing the argument made in other cases that January 6th is the only reason the subsequent crime was discovered. Bradar, appointed by President Barack Obama, sharply disagreed. Agents finding guns and drugs on February 12, 2021, he wrote, bears no relation whatsoever to the events at the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. The judge agreed that the words related to can have broad meaning, but are not unlimited in scope. The pardon applies to offenses, not investigations, related to January 6th, Bradar wrote. In short, the court concludes that the pardon means what it says. Bradar added that the unreasonableness of the government's position is underscored by its inconsistent application of the pardon, citing its opposition to dismissals in other cases. Trump did not pardon Kostianys for the gun crime, Bradar concluded. Any contention otherwise is now bad faith because it is not just incorrect. It is, as the court has concluded above, unreasonable. Attorney Carolyn Stewart, who represents Kostianys and a similar defendant in California, said, judges like Bradar and Friedrich have no judicial business creating their own interpretation of and a controversy over the J6 presidential pardon. The DOJ spoke for President Trump in court filings for Mr. Kostianys and wrote that the pardon applies, period. Trump derangement syndrome judges have a mental conflict of interest, and rather than undermining the judiciary, should recuse themselves. Judges have also been inconsistent in how they have dealt with the issue. In 4 cases in Florida, Texas, Maryland, and D.C., federal judges granted prosecutors' requests to dismiss charges against January 6th defendants without protest. Those included the case of Jeremy Brown of Florida, convicted at trial in 2022 of possessing classified material and illegally possessing short-barreled guns and live M67 hand grenades discovered during a January 6-related search. He was sentenced to 7 years in prison. When prosecutors moved to vacate his conviction in March, U.S. District Judge Stephen C. Merriday, a President George H.W. Bush appointee, promptly granted it. But in D.C., Friedrich rejected the government's arguments that the pardon applied to Dan Edwin Wilson's convictions for being a felon in possession of a firearm and having an unregistered gun when his home was searched in June 2022.
I don't know. To me, this just goes back to the lawlessness of all this. I just don't get how this is serving the people.
Me neither.
So
I feel like they expending more energy on January 6th than September 11th.
Okay, who is they?
The judicial system.
That's because these people are going back to after the pardon. These people are going back to the courts to say, hey, this pardon not only excuses me whatever I did on January 6th at the Capitol, but any evidence that was uncovered for other crimes during the course of the January 6th investigation should be covered under the pardon too. So they you're talking about are January 6th defendants. So the Trump people are going back to the court saying, hey, you forgot this, that, or the other. So I don't know why the pardon isn't good enough. They want to broaden these pardons. So the you're talking about are your peeps.
Well, then Joe Biden wanted to buy
What is Joe Biden? What the fuck does Joe Biden have to do with this? Okay, no. Here is the deal. This voodoo logic that y'all MAGA blacks want to deal with, it just is not going to fly.
And that goddamn liberal dancing with Kamala, dancing with Beyonce ass bullshit ain't gonna work either. You need to stop acting like everybody think like you.
So the next story, Republican crackdown on aid to immigrants would hit U.S. citizens. So basically, U.S. citizens, and I suspected this would happen. a lot of these immigrants that Trump wants to enforce back to their countries of origin, whether they're here legally or not, by the way, are affecting their U.S. family members. Abrego Garcia, Kilmar Abrego Garcia is an example of this. There are 3 American citizens that are affected by his illegal deportation. So other Americans, and I talked about this a month ago when it happened. Actual U.S. citizens are going to be hurt by some of this, some of this deportation stuff. Excuse me. So let's listen to this for a little bit.
Republican crackdown on aid to immigrants would hit U.S. citizens. This article is by Madeline Engo and Lydia DePillis and read by an automated voice. President Trump has vowed to end what he calls the waste of hard-earned taxpayer resources by cutting off federal benefits for undocumented immigrants and ensuring that funding goes to American citizens in need. Administration officials have said they would root out illegal aliens who are living in federally subsidized housing. The Agriculture Department has ordered states to enhance immigration verification practices used to determine eligibility for food stamps. And House Republicans just passed a tax bill that would limit certain immigrants from accessing Medicaid and Medicare, a popular tax credit for parents, and federal financial aid, among other benefits. The actions amount to an aggressive attempt to curb immigrant families' use of safety net programs. Although Republicans say they want to remove incentives for people to enter the country illegally, unauthorized immigrants generally do not receive federal benefits given efforts to chip away at their eligibility. Immigration experts and advocates for immigrant rights say the changes would instead largely be felt by children who are U.S. citizens but whose parents are undocumented, or immigrants who are authorized to live in the United States, such as refugees and people granted asylum. 12% of American children, or about 9 million people, are citizens with at least one non-citizen parent. Children with at least one immigrant parent are twice as likely to live in poverty than those with native-born parents, according to a 2022 report by researchers at the Boston University School of Social Work. In the name of wanting to take a harsh policy stance against immigrants in many different ways, the reality is that they're going to be punishing citizens and other immigrants that have been eligible in the past, said Shelby Gonzalez, the Vice President for Immigration Policy at the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, a left-leaning think tank. Some of the most substantial changes would come with the tax bill, a centerpiece of Mr. Trump's economic agenda that House Republicans narrowly passed on Thursday. If approved by the Senate, the package would boost the child tax credit to as much as $2,500, but limit its availability to parents with Social Security numbers. Current law allows children who have Social Security numbers to receive the benefit, even if their parents have only individual taxpayer identification numbers, which are issued to non-citizens for the purpose of paying taxes. The change would make roughly 2 million children with Social Security numbers no longer eligible for the benefit, according to an estimate from the Joint Committee on Taxation. Some proponents of the change argue that the child tax credit currently allows undocumented immigrants to benefit from taxpayer money, and that such funding should be shut off even if their children are citizens. In the real world, the money is going to the unlawful alien parents, and they're not obligated to spend that money on the children, said George Fishman, a senior legal fellow at the Center for Immigration Studies, a think tank that favors restricting immigration. Others said the potential changes would undermine the well-being of children who are U.S. citizens in immigrant households. Families where someone doesn't have a Social Security number are already ineligible for the Earned Income Tax Credit, which provides a significant boost to low-income households. Research has found that children who receive similar cash benefits go on to have better health, earn more, and commit fewer crimes later in life. Going forward, they are the adults of this country, said Dolores Acevedo Garcia, a professor of social work at Boston University who studies immigrants. We want to disinvest in them now so that their education and health.
Yes.
So wait. I just heard that live. I can't believe you just played that. You heard that too.
Heard what?
They basically feel like the government give the family more money for them to eat healthier.
And what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with when a man did it?
What?
I mean, it goes back to my red pill. I'm sorry. I believe all men should be in the homes. And I believe the government needs to stick their nose in their own goddamn business. Look, man, this ain't the Tea Party. This is American Party. I'm sorry, Stanley. I don't like this shit. The government taking care of the family when the man need to be at home with these kids doing this shit, and the government don't need to be there.
Okay, well let me give you let me give you an example of the man being out of the okay, motherfucker, I will put your ass in the back if I can't make my point, because I'm gonna make it. Okay, your argument about a man being in the home. What about Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the guy who was the guy who was taken back, deported to El Salvador? He's got 2 kids and a wife who are American citizens, and he is a man outside of the home. He had a job as a welder. How about him? Do you think he should be home? That man should be at home with his family? Yes or motherfucking no, voodoo boy?
Why Tyrone can't
Yes
be at
or
home?
motherfucking no? That is a man outside of his house. Do you support bringing him back from El Salvador?
Hell no, I wanted to ask the
Okay, then shut your voodoo ass up. That is a man who should be at home with his family, and you do not support that. Therefore, your argument is null and goddamn void. I break your voodoo curse in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ.
But you
Keep your voodoo. Keep your voodoo.
A black man, a black man, or a black situation.
Your voodoo.
You use an illegal immigrant.
Let's continue with the story, shall we?
Health and everything deteriorates, and then we have to face that in a few years from now. The tax bill would also tighten eligibility for federal health insurance programs. Immigrants who are authorized to live in the United States but are not legal permanent residents would no longer qualify for Medicare unless they fall under certain exceptions. The package would also bar those immigrants from receiving subsidized health insurance on marketplaces set up by the Affordable Care Act. Those changes could affect refugees, immigrants granted asylum, and people with temporary protected status. It would also deny access to marketplace plans entirely for people brought to the United States as children, who are currently protected under the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals policy. Some of those immigrants have a path to obtaining a green card, but not all of them do, such as foreigners granted immigration parole or temporary protected status. The tax plan would also trim Medicaid expansion funding by 10 percentage points for states that use their own money to cover low-income undocumented immigrants, which could penalize 14 states that provide health coverage to children regardless of immigration status, according to KFF, a health policy research group. States could choose to stop covering undocumented immigrants and preserve their federal matching funds. Or they could keep that coverage and take the hit to their federal reimbursement, which would mean less money to go around for U.S. citizens who depend on Medicaid. Research has also found that people who don't have health insurance are more likely to rely on emergency rooms for preventable care. Hospitals must provide emergency care regardless of a patient's immigration status.
Okay, this story is going to wind up going a little bit longer and get deeper into detail. If anybody needs the detail, just let me know. I'll drop the link. But the bottom line,
drop the link.
Okay,
Everybody
but the bottom,
let's get this motherfucker.
Excuse me. The bottom line, the bottom line is that there are U.S. citizens, even if they're children, U.S. citizens being hurt by some of Trump's immigration policy. And my reason for pointing this out is that I don't think a lot of this policy is well thought out. as to consequences, and this is going to come back to burn Trump
Why I gotta burn Trump? Why it
because
gonna burn black people?
he is not he's not protecting U.S. citizens. Is why.
Well, black people ain't involved in the argument because they're sitting up here listening to you, hating Trump, not coming up with solutions. You ever thought of that part?
No, I haven't. Why would I be
Well,
coming up with?
sometime.
Why would I be coming up with immigration policy solutions?
Well, goddamn it, don't you think it affect me? Don't you think it affect our kids? I got a son. My son's 30, Stanley. I got two grandkids.
Booga booga booga.
Stanley, I got grandkids.
This literally sounds like voodoo logic.
No, Stanley, that sounds like hoodoo logic. That shit you talking.
Okay, so
you just think you can just move all these motherfuckers over here and ain't nobody gonna accept no goddamn financial repercussions at the end of the day. What type of magical bullshit street money do you think we getting our shit from?
I have no idea. I have no idea what you're talking about. Is it even connected?
You don't believe in accountability. You just think motherfuckers just belong in America because they were just born on Earth. Who the fuck is you to make that determination?
Do you even know what you're talking about?
No, do you even know the fuck you talking about?
Yes.
No, you don't. You just saying words. You just saying words, Stanley.
Sure I am, Solid Snake, and you are not understanding words right now. Let me know when you're sober enough to actually understand English.
No, Stanley. You letting all these people come over here in this country and you just think everything
I'm not letting
you like a
dude, I am not standing
ass kid that got his way. You ain't actually understanding economic goddamn feasibility of our economic future for our damn grandkids. You ain't leaving them shit. You the same goddamn boomer.
Solid Snake, do you know what I just heard you say?
What I say?
Booga booga booga. Booga booga booga.
That's
booga booga booga. Voodoo. That's what I heard you say.
And then you want me to believe that Brave is a racist. At least Brave know how to listen to words.
All right,
you
so
read
the next
too goddamn much. You don't listen enough.
I'm sorry, I don't speak your language.
That's why it sounds like peanuts in your head. You know when the peanuts, like the children in that goddamn Peanuts comedy? You know what I'm saying? They hear the teacher. When the teacher get to talking, wah, 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 wah. That's how you listen to when a black man trying to tell you about rationalization and the reasoning. Because you think you know what the white man's saying, but you don't.
And you do?
Of course I do.
Okay, well, let me tell you why you understand the white man, because you want to be white.
Well,
all you anti-black blacks secretly want to be the white man. But the problem with that is y'all all want to be brave. Y'all don't want to be like a decent. Y'all don't want to be. Y'all don't want to be.
You know the problem.
Y'all don't want to be decent white men. You all want to be brave. That's the problem. So let us move on. I've talked a few times about, how this trade war with China is going to affect U.S. citizens, businesses, Walmart, etc. Well, just to be fair, there are going to be problems in China itself. And this story covers a little bit of that. It's not too long an article, so let's see how China's going to suffer.
China's soft spot in trade war with Trump, risk of huge job loss. This article is by Daisuke Wakabayashi, Mihin Tobin, and Amy Chang Chien, and read by an automated voice. President Trump taunted China in his first term, claiming his tariffs had led to the loss of 5 million jobs there. In a 2019 tweet, he said his trade policies had put China back on its heels. Economists sharply disputed how much pain Mr. Trump's tariffs caused, but the message underscored the centrality of jobs to China's export-reliant economy. 4 months into Mr. Trump's second term, the United States and China are again negotiating over tariffs, and the Chinese labor market, especially factory jobs, is front and center. This time, China's economy is struggling, leaving its workers more vulnerable. A persistent property slowdown that got worse during the COVID-19 pandemic has wiped out jobs and made people feel poorer. New university graduates are pouring into the labor pool at a time when the unemployment rate among young workers is in the double digits. The situation is clearly much worse, said Alicia Garcia Herrero, chief economist for the Asia-Pacific region at the investment bank Natixis. As employment opportunities in other sectors disappear, she said, the importance of preserving China's 100 million manufacturing jobs has grown. This month, Chinese and U.S. officials agreed to temporarily reduce the punishing tariffs they had imposed on each other, while they tried to avert a return to an all-out trade war that would threaten to undermine both economies. In a research report, Natixis said that if U.S. tariffs stayed at their current levels of at least 30%, exports to the United States would fall by half, resulting in a loss of up to 6 million manufacturing jobs. If the trade war resumes again in full, the job losses could surge to 9 million. China's economy has struggled to recover from the pandemic, expanding more slowly than in the years of Mr. Trump's first term, when growth was more than 6% a year. Although the Chinese government has said it is targeting growth of around 5% this year, many economists have predicted that the actual figure will not reach those levels. In early 2018, China said its urban jobless rate had fallen to 15-year lows, and the country had created a record number of new jobs. Since then, government crackdowns and tighter regulations have subdued industries like technology and online education, once thriving sectors that created heaps of new jobs. Over those years, unemployment climbed, especially among young people. The jobless rate among 16 to 24-year-olds was 15.8% in April, an improvement from the previous month. However, the figure is expected to surge again when
Okay, I'll stop it right there. I think we pretty much have the drift. So China's, I think China is the only country on earth that can kind of go toe to toe with the U.S. over these punitive tariffs. However, China's not going to go unscathed. That's the reason I even bother with this story. What's up, Tyrone? How you doing?
What's going on, Stanley? Snake?
What's
Everybody
up,
in the chat.
Tyrone?
Nothing much with me. Just trying to slog through the news here with my coach, with my co-host here.
Oh, thank you, Stanley.
Are you up
that.
here?
Hold
Tyrone?
on, y'all. You down here. He called me his co-host. Man, I'm so goddamn motherfucking happy I heard that one. Man, goddamn. Man, I feel happy than the motherfucking wing be. Man, y'all. Hey, y'all.
I was hoping.
Welcome to the show.
Tyrone.
Hit that like button, hit that share button, hit that subscribe. Support the host, y'all. Oh,
I was hoping Tyrone was up here to be your keeper.
I ain't gonna lie, Tyrone, like,
I'm up here to be your
that Dave
keeper.
Chappelle skit with that Obama. You got like the Obama did, he got the nigga version. See, I'm the nigga version of me. Tyrone Slide's like the Obama version. He like the more clear, concise version of what I'm trying to say. I can't say it in words like a lot of y'all intelligent brothers can understand. But
then why say him at all?
Yeah, that was he like my
interpreter. He's your interpreter.
Yeah, that's what it is. He like my black man interpreter, because I speak in nigga.
I don't know what to say to that. Oh, excuse me. Any thoughts on? Excuse me. Any thoughts on any of these stories, Tyrone?
No, I just dropped in, Stanley, probably about five or 10 minutes ago. So I've been hearing about the tariffs and all of that. But hey,
Well, here's
just
the
bring all
deal,
the
and
companies back to America and buy American made in the
That's
USA.
what I want, man. I
if it
want my
was
old American. I want the Zenith. I want Zenith back. I know it wasn't made exclusively in America, but remember that car, that stereo brand everybody grandma had called Techwood. That was made in Arkansas. I used to
this
order
was
speakers and shit. No, my bad. Go ahead, Stan.
well, now I was going to say, I wanted to reemphasize if anybody needs any of these links, some of the links I use during this, some of the links that I use during the show are actually in the show notes, but oftentimes I'll add stuff as I go. So if anybody ever needs any of these links to do your, your own personal research or whatever, even if it's fact checking, just let me know. I'll drop the link into the chat. And yes, everybody make sure you hit the like button, please. And if you're new to the channel, please subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Make sure you share it out if you find it interesting. And even if you don't, apparently these two are up here to keep me in check. So if you enjoy
Don't worry about it. Your
if
profile
you
is coming up in a minute.
if you enjoy the world keeping Stanley in check, share out the channel. And please make sure you subscribe to my personal channel. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. I actually do have a short that I keep, it's like it's going to take a couple hours to upload. I need to get that done today. I forgot to do it yesterday. So I do stuff on my channel occasionally. So
but the JQ219 comment, I'm gonna be honest with you. I grew up in '95 and I seen it happen. I'm one of those cats, man. I was pissed off. I'm gonna be honest with you. When that little boy got killed back in '93 behind some motherfucking Michael Jordans, I got pissed off and I felt like I did some research and I realized them damn shoes didn't cost that goddamn much. And I knew how much production cost.
Well, you do realize
I knew it.
everything.
And I ain't gonna lie, I was mad that the NAFTA agreement passed. I ain't gonna lie, I was one of those anti-NAFTA agreement motherfuckers. I ain't lying, Stanley. Between 92 and 95, I was anti-NAFTA. I was in high school. I was doing book
Okay,
reports.
you do realize that was the North American Free Trade Act. So they were talking North America. The Jordans are made in Asia. At least they were back
that's what I'm
then.
trying to tell you.
Okay, so what does it have to do? What does it have to?
America.
What does it have to do with NAFTA?
It's a lot of shit, Stanley. You got to go and research that whole thing, dude. I'm telling you.
Okay. So to address J-Dub's point here, yeah, we used to build almost everything here, but of course, production moved overseas to exploit people and save costs. Well, yeah, and those people who moved everything abroad were the same corporations that exist today. So they did it for profit, and they are going to be very reluctant to bring stuff back. Some will, but it's not going to be a mass movement to bring everything back to the United States. I don't see us becoming the manufacturer we were back in the 80s and 90s.
I do. I think with
well,
the
good.
right
You
program,
have
Stanley,
you need to do. You need to do.
Stanley.
No, I'm just asking you to do your "I Have a Dream" speech about businesses moving back to the United States.
I'm gonna tell you, I might make Brave mad. I might make Brave mad. But I consider you a holy man. And I do. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I consider all y'all motherfuckers holy man because y'all brave enough to do it, and then y'all give me a platform to get my speech. And I know you get on my case, but I know we speak different. But I'm gonna tell you something, Stanley.
We not only speak different, we think different.
Yeah, but you ain't thinking no different than me. You just think you thinking higher. That's all. But it's all good. I had to figure it out today. I had to meditate today because you cussed me out this morning. I was mad. But I said, you know what? That's Stanley. And I woke up today, my YouTube started playing one of our old streams. I was like, God damn. It just auto algorithm it way into something like we had like 3 months ago. I was like, God damn.
Well, I understand why algorithms are important because your arguments are algorithm based.
No, it's not.
So, you know, if you got an algorithm that serves you nothing but crack hoes stealing from Walmart, you're going to think the whole world this is a world of crack hoes stealing from Walmart, and black people do more than that. They pilot
Yeah,
planes.
you still infamous, nigga. Shit.
So I wanted to
let me
move on to a story that's, you know, pretty much restating the obvious, but there's some data here. U.S. children of divorce have reduced earnings, increased chances of teen births, and jail, study says. Which to be honest, I think we already know about single mother households, single parent households. But you know, I guess this is worth at least talking about for a minute. It says here a study released in May 2025 found that U.S. children whose parents divorced before age 6 face reduced adult earnings, higher teen pregnancy, and increased jail risk. Study attributes these outcomes primarily to income loss, moving to lower income neighborhoods, and reduced contact with non-custodial parents after the divorce. It shows children's income is 13% lower by the age of 27 if their parents divorced before age 6, with no significant effects when divorce occurs after age 18.
Yeah, Stanley, can we not talk about this?
Nearly 1 out of every 3 American children experiences their parents' divorce before becoming adults, while the national divorce rate has steadily decreased over the past 15 years, dropping from above 10% in 2008 to approximately 7% in 2022. So that's a good thing. Divorce rates are coming down. The study cannot assess emotional impacts or hypothetical outcomes if parents stay together, but suggests that financial losses, neighborhood shifts, and parental absence explain much of the negative effects. So, you know, I guess it's a cautionary tale, but it's probably obvious. I guess they're just kind of putting numbers with the intuition that divorce hurts kids, and that's kind of unacceptable. And it goes back to
her grandparents.
It goes back. Well, I did a story about that yesterday but it wasn't a divorce problem. It's grandparents assuming, you know, primary care of kids. In this case, it was because the daughter became a drug addict in college. And, you know, the significance of that story was it was a white family who were kind of, you know, maybe not upper income, but they weren't poor. White family, daughter in college. She was a college athlete. It still got hooked on drugs, and it wrecked her life, wrecked her 4 kids' life, and, you know, indirectly are altering parents whose retirement should have been, you know, another version of the life they're living now. You know, the grandkids should be visiting, not, you know, being solely taken care of by grandparents.
Yeah, but Stanley, can I talk to you about that a little bit under the surface of the data? Let's talk a little bit under the surface.
Did you even see the story yesterday?
Yeah, but I got my own little personal opinion about that. And I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I'm a granddad. My son, he don't sat out here and he don't went and found 3 fucking women to have babies by. Why?
Okay, and we need to know this why.
Okay, but Stanley, you tell everybody your goddamn business. Let me tell you some of mine.
Okay, go ahead, Solid Snake. We'll be your couch. You go ahead and lay on Dr. Stanley's and Dr. Tyrone's couch, and we'll coach you through this.
Okay, fine. Fuck y'all. I got God. Anyway,
Dr.
what I'm saying is my grandson was standing in the back of his grandma's car and he was crying. And I felt handicapped, I'm gonna be honest. But he say, why I can't go and stay with my grandpa and all that when I feel like it? But I knew what he was really trying to say, you know what I'm saying?
Well, you
And I
speak
don't,
you speak child, so tell us what he was trying to say.
he really wanted his dad and his mama together. He don't
I
want to be
see.
staying with his grandma.
Gotcha.
He wants his dad and his mama together. He wants the
Gotcha.
people that made him validate him in his life.
hmm
You know, and I feel like this culture we got going on, it ain't benefiting the children. It's only benefiting us.
Well, let me ask you a question about that.
And I'm being honest.
You don't think the curfew in your town is benefiting children?
Of course, yeah. It's gonna have, it's
Okay.
necessary. It's a
So you're talking
necessary,
about the culture. I'm talking about the local
but it
culture
ain't
there,
gonna stop them little niggas
which
from shooting, Stanley.
includes the curfew. I think curfew, even if you don't like it, it will, force some families to
It
stay
just give
home
them a new
to
borderline to
stay
cross
home
over.
after to stay home after dark. So they're kind of forcing families to be together. Maybe we should do a curfew nationwide. What are your thoughts on that?
I
No,
don't think
hell no,
curfew is the
hell no.
answer. Stanley, I think what you want is a
See, I like to
band-aid, but
take these voodoo arguments out
I
to their
want to take
logical
a
conclusion.
dewormer through the community. That's what I want to do. I want to take a dewormer through the community. I think we need to
What
deworm the
community?
community.
What community are you talking about?
We
Your
need to do
community?
some antibacterial. We need to do some flamethrowing. We need to get rid of come on, Stanley. Stop playing, man. You
Okay,
know what you got to
I think
do.
you know my thoughts on the quote
You know what you
community.
want, man. You know how you got to get there. Stop
Your
playing with it. We
local
playing.
community. Oh, god damn, dude. Give it a rest. Let me address Webster's point here. We have to manufacture some essential things in this country. 100% farmers. I didn't even know that so many pharmaceuticals were manufactured in China. We
Are you
must bring
serious?
that shit back home. We must.
Do you know how much animal testing they got to do? Do you know how the animal
Well, that's
rights?
probably why it
What do you
goes
think
on in
the animal
China.
rights activist purpose was? The animal rights purpose was to move production out of the United States. Think about the EPA regulations. They don't deal
Let's not
with
think about
EPA
what does the
regulations in
EP
Shanghai.
what does the EPA have to do with animal testing? I'm sure they must
What
have
does
some.
animal testing got to do with goddamn American products being made in America? If you can't harm
Well, I'm
testing
saying
animals,
that probably the
you can't
reason a
harm
lot of
animals testing products due to animal rights activists. That's why they was bombing a lot of shit. We got animal rights activists over here, man. Them one of the worst goddamn terrorist groups right beside the goddamn environmental activists. Those the motherfuckers killing our goddamn children's future.
I
I
think
don't give a
that
damn
a
how
lot
they
of the
feel about me.
reasons
Dox me, bitch. I
a lot of
said,
the reasons the manufacturing went overseas was for profit. I'm sure animal
no, it's
rights
not. It
had
was
something to do
doing,
with it.
no, it's
No,
not.
no,
No,
no.
it's
It
not,
wasn't. It
Stanley.
was not.
No, it
It was
was
not the
not. It
number.
was only cheaper due to environmental regulations proposed by our federal government through these radical
Okay,
fascist programs.
Solid Snake, calm your
Stop it.
ass down. Again, the animal rights stuff, I'm sure that it had something to do with the profit, the bottom lines, but there were other reasons as well. So,
No, it wasn't.
let us, speaking
Stanley.
Look at California.
there was something about
Look
pharmaceuticals.
at
Go ahead, Tyrone.
Stanley.
Go ahead, Tyrone.
I want to go back to your curfew question.
Okay. Go ahead.
Why do you feel like a curfew will stop anything? I think a curfew
Well,
is
I don't
hindering
think
more people than it helps.
Oh, I don't
Thank you.
look. I'm not. It was a joke for starters, but I am saying one of the byproducts of that. Solid Snake was talking about families and where his grandkids wanted to be and all that, and I said, well, hey, you know what? That curfew probably affords some family or forces families to, like, after dark or after a certain time, they're going to have to be home. So that's kind of a possible positive outcome to curfews, but it was made. The point was made half jokingly. I don't think there should be a national curfew, but you know what? I don't. I if they did a national curfew, it would literally force some families who ordinarily wouldn't be. It would force their kids. It would force their parents to mind their kids. So, but it was half jokingly that I made it.
No, actually, it might work though, Stanley, but I think it's too little too late.
So that was my point about curfews. You had another point, Tyrone?
Oh no, since you said that, you said it in a jokingly way. We're good.
Yeah, I wasn't serious. But you know, it happens in Solid Snakes Town. There is a curfew, and apparently there's one in DC for people under 18. So that's why curfews are even being talked about.
They had in Arkansas
Came up
years.
during the show yesterday. John Galt was talking about it. So let's see. I had a pharmaceutical story. Speaking of pharmaceuticals, and I cannot find it now. Looked at it, and I do have something about microplastics. Might as well talk about that now. Let's see. So we go from teen births to microplastics. And if I find that pharmaceutical story, I'll show it. But microplastics, and this is a fairly short article. Probably everybody knows about.
They really be down playing the innovative techniques that we come through with, like carbon fiber. You know what I'm saying? Black people, you know what I'm saying? I ain't saying we invent a lot of shit, but we do make a lot of shit better and a lot more convenient. Like, remember when they were talking about hologram and 3D processing in the brain? They got a black guy right now in Disney right now. He built a platform for 3D running in the 360 degree, regardless how.
Yeah, I saw that story.
This is a black guy, and don't nobody
Right, but I think he's
about.
also. I think he was an engineer. Also, he was a pretty. If I recall the story, you know, he actually was like a mechanical engineer or something. But that's my whole point about, you know, not every story in the John Galt space needs to be about crack hose stealing from Walmart. There's some good stuff going on.
I got some stories to tell.
Well, good. Put them in the back. Put the links.
I told you the other day. I told Be Brave and John.
Put the links in the back, and I will show
bad behavior.
Oh,
black. I call bad behavior nigga. I ain't no nigga. I just.
Well, you know what? The first thing we're gonna do is remind everybody about the N word on this panel. How about let's not use it? That'll be a step in the positive
I had to say it though.
Yeah, well,
I'm
you
not
know
gonna
what?
be able to do that, Stanley, because you're taking my
a lot. Well, don't worry, I'll remind you. A lot of
and
people
I'll remind you that I'm gonna say it, my nigger.
And you know what? And I will.
And
I will give you the final. I will give you the final. I will give you the final respect of going back to the chat and typing it instead of saying
typing it or saying it. What's the difference?
You know what? I don't have to read it if you type it.
I just wish you didn't ignore
I can skip over it.
You didn't ignore that part of our calculation.
You will read it.
Oh, will
I want y'all to know that that part of our population does exist, and us ignoring it ain't gonna make it no better.
All right, so this next story, What experts want you to know about microplastics? And it's vaguely related to the pharmaceutical story. And if I find that pharmaceutical story, I'll play it. So microplastics are everywhere.
What experts want you to know about microplastics? This article is by Nina Agrawal and read by an automated voice. Recent headlines, including in this publication, have raised concerns about microplastics in our bodies and the harm they may be doing. Scientists say it could be years before we have a full understanding of how these tiny plastic particles are affecting human health. But we do know they have been found from the depths of the Mariana Trench to the heights of Mount Everest. And we know that plastic is accumulating in our bodies too. The air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat. It's in it, said Richard Thompson, a marine biologist at the University of Plymouth who coined the term microplastics in a 2004 paper. We're exposed. What are microplastics? Scientists generally define microplastics as pieces less than 5 millimeters long. Nanoplastics, which measure less than 1 micrometer, are the smallest of these and the most likely to get into our blood and tissues. Microplastics mostly come from larger plastics, which degrade with use or when they aren't disposed of properly, said Jeffrey Farner, an assistant professor of civil and environmental engineering at the Florida State University College of Engineering. We use plastics in areas or in ways that lend themselves to the production of microplastics or to the breakdown over time, Dr. Farner said. For example, in construction materials that are weathered outdoors, in tubing that generates microplastics when it is cut, and in agriculture as plastic mulch or in irrigation systems. More than 1/3 of plastic produced today is for packaging, including single-use items like food containers that largely end up as waste. A discarded plastic bag or bottle that makes its way to the ocean or a beach gets hit with ultraviolet light, heat, and sand abrasion. From there, it is going to break down into just an enormous number of micro and nanoplastics, Dr. Farner said. How do they get into our bodies? These micro and nanoplastics end up in our air, soil, water, and food. The wear and tear on our car tires, for example, produces particles that pollute the air and water. Microplastics filtered out of wastewater end up in sludge that is then used as fertilizer. Plastic cigarette filters make their way to lakes and oceans, where they degrade over time. Humans breathe in these particles and ingest them. Some research suggests plants directly take them up from the soil and incorporate them into their roots, said Christy Tyler, a professor of environmental science at the Rochester Institute of Technology. The higher up the food chain an animal is, the greater the concentration of microplastics likely to be found inside them. Microplastics are also more common in highly processed foods, potentially because of contamination from processing machinery or even workers' clothing. Scientists have a limited understanding of whether and how microplastics might penetrate the skin, said Tracy Woodruff, director of the Program on Reproductive Health and the Environment at the University of California, San Francisco. But, she said, some evidence suggests we can absorb microplastics and harmful chemicals within them, from personal care products like cosmetics and from our clothes, which shed fibers as we move. Our bodies appear to clear out some of these microplastics, particularly the larger ones. Microplastics have been found in human stool and urine. Jacques Robert, a professor of microbiology and immunology and of environmental medicine at the University of Rochester, said his own research on tadpoles-fed microplastics has found that about 60 to 70% of the plastic was excreted. That research has not yet been published. Other studies have suggested that the plastic not excreted in waste appears to pass out of the gut and into the blood, and from there can migrate to other organs like the liver and brain. What do we know about the health effects? Animal studies indicate that microplastics may harm reproduction, particularly sperm quality. They can also affect lung and gut functioning and may increase the risk for lung and colon cancer, said Dr. Woodruff, who conducted a review of the research. Dr. Roberts' research in tadpoles has also shown that microplastics may weaken the immune system. It can be hard to extrapolate the effects on humans from animal studies. Dr. Tyler said, since the type and amount of plastics given to animals in experimental settings often differ from the chronic, low-level exposure to weathered particles that we experience. That said, there is early research in humans showing links between microplastics and preterm births, inflammation, and cardiovascular disease, and there is well-established evidence that some chemicals in plastics are harmful to humans. These include per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, some of which have been labeled known or likely human carcinogens. They also include bisphenol A and phthalates, which disrupt normal hormone function. How can we reduce exposure? One of the most effective steps might simply be not drinking from plastic water bottles, especially if they've been sitting out in the sun, Dr. Woodruff said.
Yes, sir. See, this is exactly what I be trying to talk about. Like, when you understand chemistry and how the body operates. See,
You do realize you do realize that I literally majored in chemistry, right? So what are you trying to make me understand?
Okay. Don't you believe what I said though? That our body's trying to break down by these fucking PFAs. These microplastics are trying to be broken down in our bodies.
Okay.
Like, what do you think about an mRNA vaccine?
Are microplastics in the mRNA vaccine?
I'm pretty sure they are.
Okay,
Well,
well, I'm not
in that
I'm not
structure. Not
sure.
in that
Apparently,
structure. I really
Mike.
Shit, I'm too drunk. God damn it.
Stanley.
Right. Yes, sir.
My question is this. If they knew the harm and the effects of these microplastics beforehand, they should have been had a solution for this. But instead, they still package things. They still push this to us. So I feel like it's all done on purpose.
Well, funny you should mention that. I can't remember. It might have been on an Orthodox guy panel talking about alternatives to plastic. And I mentioned, well, glass is definitely one of them. But I think when you say on purpose, it's like, I just put some stuff in a Ziploc bag a few hours.
I'm not talking about
a few hours ago.
I'm talking about
I
the
think
scientists already knew this. They already knew before.
I don't know. I don't know the timeline, but the scientists don't control manufacturing processes. So
but here it is. We have a government that is supposed to protect the people, right? And they have these studies about these microplastics. So why hasn't the government itself stepped in? The FDA or somebody?
Probably. You know what? The government might be stepping in, but they won't be able to after the EPA and FDA and all those agencies are gotten rid of. So I don't have an answer to your question other than I don't know that it's being done on purpose. But if you want regulation and you want the government to do something, you should definitely be against what Trump wants to do with the EPA, etc. So that's a good question, and I don't know. I don't know that a Trump. I don't know that a Trump-led government really even cares.
This has been under all presidents.
You got a degree in chemistry. I need you to get your ass to work. What are you talking about Trump for, nigga? You went to college for this shit.
Okay, no, I didn't. I didn't go to college to get rid of microplastics.
Well, goddamn it, you need to be studying
Hey,
that shit.
according to the Trump, according to MAGA, the only reason for college is to make money, and there's probably no money in getting rid of microplastics.
Obviously, because you're a damn good example.
Stanley,
You're supposed to have a whole lot more information.
Me and you are still talking about the microplastics and the shit being done on purpose.
I
Snake,
don't think
Snake,
I don't think
Snake,
it
calm down. Go
I
drink a
don't
beer, Snake.
I don't
Go
think
drink a
it was
beer,
done
Snake.
on
Calm down.
I don't think it
Stanley.
was done. I don't think the reason to produce plastics was to poison the public. I don't
No,
think
it's
that was their
not. But we're
purpose.
talking
I think
about.
it's a I think it's a byproduct.
But
I
if you
don't
speak
know.
in
I
chemistry,
don't know
Stanley,
way back.
Snake, chill out for a
You
second.
remember a movie called The Graduate? This is like way back in the late 60s. And the new college graduate is talking to some older people at a dinner party, and all these old guys are giving this young college graduate advice. And one of the advices is, hey, you need to get into plastics. Basically, hey, if you want a good job, go work for a company that's making plastics. I don't think, and my point is, I don't think the intent was to harm the public. I think it's something that we
it's
discovered
innovation. Innovation.
after the plastics became part of our everyday lives. I think it's discovered, oh shit, this stuff is hurting us. I don't think it was done on purpose.
So if you know, oh shit, this stuff is hurting us, why wasn't there anything done about it? And it's still
Why we
nothing
use
done
Because
about it.
solution
because
addressing?
of money. You don't. I mean, plastics are such an integral part of our lives. Getting rid of it would be like getting rid of.
Isn't your health an integral part
As
of
a
your
matter of
life?
fact, if you got rid of plastics, it would affect the oil industry. Believe that or not. Um, Plastics are made out of petrochemicals.
Hey, you
I
know what?
So
understand all
all
Now,
of that,
kinds
hold
of
but
on. Wait a
all
minute.
kinds
You
of
know what?
all kinds of things would be negatively
No.
affected if they got rid of plastics tomorrow. So it's like getting rid of gas, or oil products. There are all kinds of things that it's a
not the
cost
same,
benefit
Stanley.
analysis.
But since we're using air fryers now, why we can't use plant cellulose based dishes instead of using
What?
like plastic based dishes that we use in the
There,
microwave?
you know what? I actually, believe this or not, bought a set of plates for my son to go, for his dorm that were made out of straw. So believe it or
Yeah, see
not,
that's what I'm doing.
there
Cellulose.
are plates out
Plant
there,
based.
and that sort of thing that are made with a minimum of plastics. I think there's still some plastics in there. So
You do?
it happens. It is happening.
You think they mixing plastic with plant?
Yes.
Ooh.
I literally said I bought a set of dinnerware, that straw was like one of the main ingredients to cut down on the plastics, I think. Wheat straw or something like that. So, speaking of college, this article, and this is more or less an opinion piece. My parents paid every cent of my college education, and they don't regret it. But I already know I won't do the same for my kids. So, this is pro college and anti college. College. This is from insider.com, and sounded interesting. So let's hear it.
Damn, I gotta go crack some chemistry
Find a
books up.
qualified financial advisor. Finding a financial advisor doesn't have to be hard. Smart Asset's free tool matches you with up to 3 fiduciary financial advisors that serve your area in minutes. Each advisor has been vetted by Smart Asset and is held to a fiduciary standard to act in your best interests. Start your search now. The offers and details on this page may have updated or changed since the time of publication. See our article on Business Insider for current information. Affiliate links for the products on this page are from partners that compensate us, and terms apply to offers listed. See our advertiser disclosure with our list of partners for more details. However, our opinions are our own. See how we rate products and services to help you make smart decisions with your money. My incredibly generous parents paid my full college tuition and insist they don't regret it because I didn't pay for it. I didn't value school like I should have when I paid for grad school. I was a good student who loved my program and understood what it cost me to be there. Growing up, we often visited the campus of my dad's alma mater and held alumni retreats at our house. The family joke is that my dad used to lean over my crib and whisper, You will go to Wheaton College someday. And he was right. In the fall of 2003, I packed my bags and started college 3 hours away at my dream college in Wheaton, Illinois. My parents paid all of my costs, so for me, it was completely free. Because I didn't pay for college, I valued it less. Since I wasn't in charge of paying for my education, I didn't have a care in the world. That's why, almost immediately, I spent more time with new friends than I did studying or attending class. I dedicated myself solely to social extracurriculars. Predictably, my grades tanked. I also went through a bit of an identity crisis because, in addition to being away from home for the first time in my life, I transformed from an A and B student in high school to a C and D student in college. It was an emotional and confusing year. I firmly believe that if I'd paid for my education, I would have been a great student. I know this is true because when I went to graduate school, I paid for every penny and was a far better student. Plus, I loved it. It cost my parents more than $200,000 to send me to school.
And I'm going to stop this here to also propose, because, I've kind of gone through this. I basically prepared my son by saying, hey, I'm not paying for it. If you want to pay for college, you're going to need to scholarship your way through. And consequently, his first year of college, he didn't make all A's, but he sure as shit didn't make any C's. I'll put it that way, because he needs to perform at school to keep his full ride. I absolutely agree that college should primarily be the student's job to make it through. Of course, parents can help if they can afford to, definitely offer advice and encouragement. But, this parents paying for college thing is exactly why $200,000 and, these colleges are so expensive. Kids
I
need
don't
to
think that's
fucking
the
fight
case.
their way through, just like it's a real job, etc. So
I
I
think
am
the thing,
wholeheartedly behind kids being responsible for making sure they're successful in college or whatever course of study they want to get into, be it trade school. And I've got a trade school Trump policy, something he wants to do, which I found hilarious. But you know what? I don't necessarily have a problem with this proposed Trump policy. What's up, Mella?
Stanley,
Yes, sir.
I think that's a goddamn cop out.
I do
How so?
too. Man.
How so? How did she keep her grades and everything up when she was in high school? What was the reason behind that?
Well, probably because she was home and her parents made her.
Parents made her. So then you send
Right.
a 17,
College,
18-year-old.
college.
So you send a 17, 18-year-old child off to college, right? With
Mhm.
no parental supervision, right? In
Right.
which they have to, in which they go, and it's like juniors, seniors, and sophomores there. And this is
Mhm.
their first year. This is
Mhm.
their first year. So
Mhm.
you should expect that their grades are going to be low unless you're staying on them like you did when they were in high school, because that's your 200 grand or whatever you're paying that's on the line.
You're absolutely right.
Oh my God,
I
that's an
I was
awesome
shocked.
perspective.
My personal experience, because my son just finished up his freshman year, I was shocked. He got his first B in math ever at Georgia Tech. Now, granted, Georgia Tech's calculus courses are meant to be weed out courses. They're famous for that. But I was still like, how did you get a B? But you know what? I thought that to myself. I didn't really give him shit for it because he usually made all A's and he made all B's and one A. So his grades were lower. I would have gotten way more concerned had he started making C's. So I get your point. You expect grades to be lower. However, my point is that if you basically say, if you send them out with your supervision and you pay lock, stock, and barrel without giving them some modicum of responsibility for staying their ass in college, you're not giving them the real world.
Well, why
That's
don't
the
you help
point of
them
the
cheat a
article.
little bit?
So
I
what
mean,
I'm
you got a
saying is
whole YouTube platform.
God damn it, Solid Snake, enough. I expect lower grades, but I don't expect C's and D's. And if you make your kids like, hey, if you get C's and D's and you go on academic probation, your ass is grass because I'm not going to bail you out with money.
I ain't gonna lie. I question that. I question that theology now because you know what? You only get one time to be a dad. So fuck that.
And
You only
that,
a dad
you know
once.
what? You will
You only
always
a
be a
dad
dad.
once.
But like
Yodo, nigga, yodo.
John
Yodo.
Galt and I were talking not too long ago, and I basically told him that my actual like parenting days are
Fuck
over.
that. If I had
I
a
am
son,
now,
I'm trying to put his ass in
I
MIT.
am, motherfucker, do you have to constantly talk? My point is that at 18, he's off to college. I made it clear to him, number one, don't get into some shit I can't get you out of. And number two, I'm your advisor now. I'm not going to fucking check your grades. I'm not going to call you every fucking day. You are more or less on your own with me as a backup. I'm your fucking advisor. I'm not going to call you every day to check and see if you're doing your tests on time and all that bullshit. So I let him know up front that, hey, you're not totally on your own, but you're mostly on your own. You are over 18. So I think parents being clear to the relationship before they set foot out of your door heading towards college also is an attitude adjustment. Daddy's not going to fucking bail you out or call you to check on your grades or even care about your grades. If your ass wants to go to this school and make it through, your ass is going to do it, not daddy. This isn't high school.
Stanley.
Yes.
Good pussy, a motherfucker.
I have no idea what that has to do with my
I'm
conversation.
just saying,
Maybe you're
you need
lonely and
somebody
you
there in
need
them
some right
streets,
now.
man. Don't be surprised you got like 3 grandkids show up on your doorstep a couple years
Let
later.
me
Like, I want to know their granddad.
reemphasize.
They
Let
need to
me
know
reemphasize
granddad.
something.
I'm
Let
just
me
saying.
let me reemphasize something you said, Solid Snake, earlier. Your life is not my life. So yes, I don't expect that to happen. If it does, again, don't expect daddy to bail you out. I'm not gonna fucking babysit your kids. Hey Mella, how you doing?
I'm terrific, thank you. I agree with everything you said. So, good morning,
Yep.
everybody. How's everyone doing? Hey, yeah. Howdy, right back at you. This is this article is significant for myself because one of the things that my son most appreciated was the quote unquote freedom, right? And that's when I knew he was messing up. You know, I asked him what he liked about his campus and the life that he was experiencing as a freshman. And he said, the freedom. That's when I knew I fucked up because I didn't give him the speech that you gave your child. I really, really would have liked to have given him that speech. That would have been cool.
Well, it's not too late.
No, it's not. It's never late. But also another factor is that a lot of us, especially as Black people, we're not in tune with the incentives of a trust fund. You know, it's not difficult to start a trust fund. And when that child has the incentive to accomplish a goal to get that trust fund, they tend to meet their goal. Trust funds are a very, very interesting incentive for these children going off to university. Very interesting.
Right. Well, barring that kind of money, the incentive for my son anyway is if you fail, it's your ass, and daddy's not going to bail you out. So, trust fund, nope, that
I
wasn't the
truly
incentive.
believe that
The incentive, being a black person who isn't privy to a trust fund, is you sink or swim. This is your time to do it. I've given you the home training, the resources, and the backbone to do it. Now go out and do it.
okay, this scenario that I have in mind consists of a person saving for their child's tuition, education at a university, and all the while insisting that that child has to acquire a scholarship to attend that said university. And what
Well,
they
guess
do,
what? Guess
oh
what?
my God,
I didn't.
okay, one moment,
I literally said that I'm not going to be your backup. So saving wasn't an option. I have no intentions of doing that.
Okay, I didn't even ask you that, Stanley. I was just
Well,
trying to speak.
good.
I didn't. I was
I
just trying to speak,
understand your
but
point now
I'm
that
not
you said
welcome
it.
here. Okay, I get it.
Okay, no, you're. I don't know what welcome has to do with it. All I'm saying is that most black people don't have, trust funds, trust fund money, and those that do, great. So that's good advice to those who have money for a trust fund. Anybody else on the topic?
I agree with you, Stanley.
And by the way, I'm sure someone in the family could do it, but you know what? That's the fucking last thing you want to do. Is your kids need to understand that even with a trust fund, they are literally, it is their life to build. Honestly, and especially now, you have to know your kid. My son happens to be talented in that way. Making it easy for him is not going to harden his type of intelligence. He needs to exercise his intelligence in making it easy for him. Now, I don't want it to be hard, okay, but I'm not going to give him carte blanche. It's not how you develop a well-rounded man. So, I might be a little military in my approach to this, but men aren't made by, trust funds. That's my opinion. And probably a lot of people would be surprised to hear me say that, but that's how I view it. So the next story, this is a place in Georgia, and I had to include this. Not that I could ever afford to live in Johns Creek, but Johns Creek, it's over. Is it in Cobb County or where? It's either in Cobb or Cherokee, but it's right outside Atlanta. A lot of rich people live there. Median income, 163,000. It's just ranked as like the best or one of the best places to live in America. And yeah, it's pretty nice.
What state is
How
that?
long you had me on
It's in
mute?
Georgia.
Stanley, how long you
So
had me
It's
on
where
mute?
they have over there,
Johnson
there's
Creek,
not anywhere
Georgia.
else.
I'm sorry, the three of you were
Johns
talking.
Creek, Georgia. Okay.
Yes. What were you saying, Solid
Stanley, how
Snake?
long you had me on mute?
Well, I don't know. It was so quiet, I lost track of time.
You dirty diabolical. You diabolical.
Well, you know when you're on mute, just look at the little mute symbol.
Do what I
Tyrone,
want
what
to
did
look
you
at,
have to
man.
say?
I'm looking at
I
the
said,
chat.
what do they have over there that's nowhere else?
Well, it's kind of a small town for starters, and the houses are just nice. It's one of these places, and I get teased a lot by John Galt. I like trees, and they have a lot of trees, and naturally, it's a white haven, but there are black people who live there.
Yeah, man, you gotta be careful with them trees, man. They get into your sewage. Them roots get into your sewage and bust your pipes up. Then you gotta break your whole foundation up. And that costs money.
Now, one thing I would be interested to know, there's a whole, I guess this is U.S. News and World Report. They've got the best places to live in Georgia and best small cities to live in. I would be interested to know, and I'm not going to do the research because I'm not that interested, how many black cities are included in this list. I bet they're few to none. But for anybody who wants to do that research, I can drop the link if you like. And it is a story you could read, but it's not really worth that much time. The next story, did y'all know that the Pacific Coast Highway, and this would only be of interest to people who use it, but was it an earthquake or fire or something destroyed part of it? And it's like one of those iconic highways, like Highway 61, that had quite a bit of damage. It was either erosion. Oh yeah, it was a rainstorm or something. So somewhere, it's one of these scenic highways that's kind of built on the side of mountains. They terraced it off into cliffs, and it is under repair. And I don't know if anybody would even be interested because I don't think we have too many Californians. But it's one of those highways that you see in various movies. What did I say? Well, there is a highway, Route 66.
Yeah.
There was a Bob Dylan song. Was it Highway 61 Revisited or something?
Route 66?
I
Maybe
live
it was
on
Route
Highway
66.
65. No, let me stop.
Anyway, it brings to mind infrastructure, the fact that
Right.
this country is not attempting to utilize American citizens by giving them work to develop our infrastructure. We should have a speed train by now. We there are so many things
We
that
should be angry by now.
okay, there are
But
so
didn't
many
Obama
things.
pass an infrastructure bill?
Say what,
Yeah,
babe?
that wasn't in there.
Didn't Obama
Uh,
pass an infrastructure bill?
That
yeah,
was a
Biden
money
did
laundering
too.
deal. That was just money
Biden did too, but I can't remember the details of it. But he had like a kind of a massive one that included
Yeah, what happened
broadband
to that?
for. I don't know, to be honest. I'm sure some of it was implemented. I'm sure some of it's going to be gutted. But the one interesting thing about Biden's infrastructure bill was that it included broadband for rural areas. And I think actually the broadband, that part of it is going to be supplemented by Starlink. I vaguely remember a story about that.
I've
And
heard of
Starlink is
Starlink.
who?
I've
Starlink is
heard of it.
Elon Musk, right?
Yeah, and then
Yeah, that's
Jeff
that Elon
Bezos.
Musk stuff.
Jeff Bezos is starting. He just launched some satellites. I guess he's looking to be a challenger to to Musk and Starlink. I forget what Jeff Bezos is called. But I'll be honest with you. I really have some discomfort, a discomfort level with having a sole billionaire, basically
Mhm.
controlling so much of satellite internet.
Yeah.
So what do you
So,
propose they do?
what
What's
Bezos
A
to
is
be done
doing,
about that?
conglomerate. Like,
what Bezos is doing, offering, some competition.
yeah.
But other than that, if no one offers competition, it's fair game, right?
Yeah, for more people to get into it. I'm saying we don't want just one guy controlling satellite internet. Because you remember during the Ukraine, earlier in the Ukraine Russia war, uh, Elon basically turned off internet for Ukraine for like 24 hours, which
Yeah, that's
hurt
flexing.
them. There
Yeah,
was
that's what I'm
no
saying.
there was no there was no alternative to that.
Yeah, when one person is in control of everything, you're subjugated to their whims, and that's a problem.
So this next story is the college story I was talking about. Trump suggests giving trade schools money taken from Harvard, which that doesn't sound like such a bad thing. So um, let's listen to this. This might be the one Trump policy I get behind.
Trump suggests giving trade schools money taken from Harvard. This article is by Stephanie Saul and read by an automated voice. President Trump floated a new plan on Monday for the $3 billion he wants to strip from Harvard University, saying in a social media post that he was thinking about using the money to fund vocational schools. I am considering taking $3 billion of grant money away from a very anti-Semitic Harvard and giving it to trade schools all across our land, Mr. Trump posted on Truth Social, his social media platform. The announcement, among the president's Memorial Day social media messages, did not appear to refer to any new cut in funding, but rather to a redistribution of money the administration already announced it had frozen or stripped from Harvard and its research partners. Mr. Trump gave no details about how such a plan would work. The message was accompanied by yet another post accusing Harvard of being slow to respond to the administration's requests for information on foreign student lists. Mr. Trump said his administration wanted them in order to determine how many, quote, radicalized lunatics, troublemakers all, should not be let back into our country. The posts seemed intended to keep up public relations pressure on Harvard, the nation's oldest and wealthiest university. Harvard is engaged in an epic battle with the White House, rooted in the administration's claims that the university tolerates anti-Semitism and promotes liberal ideology. Harvard declined on Monday to comment on the president's post. The university is battling the White House in federal court in Boston to secure the reinstatement of grants and contracts that the government has frozen or withdrawn, amounting to more than $3 billion. In a separate lawsuit, the university is also fighting Mr. Trump's plan to take away the university's right to admit international students. It was not clear exactly what Mr. Trump meant by foreign student lists. The federal government, which issues visas, already has in its databases the names and countries of the approximately 6,800 international students enrolled at Harvard. The government requested the university's disciplinary records on those students, as well as video images of student demonstrations, requests that were part of a far-reaching list of demands with which Harvard has only partially complied. Much of the money for Harvard that the administration has frozen involves research funding for scientific studies of disease. The unit at Harvard hardest hit by Mr. Trump's campaign has been the T.H. Chan School of Public Health, where work had been underway on efforts to stop the spread of tuberculosis and to find the cause of multiple sclerosis, among other projects. That type of research is not typically conducted at trade schools, which specialize in practical skills ranging from automotive repair to cosmetology and generally do not engage in scientific research. Jason Altmaier, who heads an association of trade schools and for-profit colleges, applauded Mr. Trump's suggestion on Monday, though he said the best thing the federal government could do to help his group's members would be to reduce regulation of them. President Trump has taken significant steps in this direction, and we are optimistic that his announcement Monday will continue that momentum, he said in a statement. While campaigning for office in 2023, Mr. Trump posted a video in which he spoke of billions and billions of dollars that we will collect by taxing, fining, and suing excessively large private university endowments to create an entity called the American Academy. Mr. Trump referred specifically to Harvard in the video, which resembled a sales pitch. He said the proposed new academy will gather an entire universe of the highest quality educational content, covering the full spectrum of human knowledge and skills, and make that material available to every American citizen online for free. Whether you want lectures in ancient histories, or an introduction to financial accounting, or training in a skilled trade, The goal will be to deliver it and get it done properly, using study groups, mentors, industry partnerships, and the latest breakthrough in computing, he said. It will be strictly non-political, he added, and there will be no wokeness or jihadism allowed. None of that's going to be allowed. No plan for such an American academy has materialized, however, and the White House did not respond to a request last week by the New York Times for more details.
Any thoughts, Tyrone?
I think it's a pretty good idea because Harvard is that's already big money. They got big money supporters and backers, boosters, whatever you want to call them. So they don't
Right.
need it. Take it and put it to good use.
Well, let's hope that Trump's record for starting universities isn't that great, but yeah, keep your fingers crossed. The next story on kind of the same topic is an essay by Steven Pinker. He's a famous, I think he's a psychologist, but I think his specialty is evolutionary psychology. But he's a famous kind of intellectual type. He's written and a Harvard professor who happens to be, I think he would define himself as heterodox. He actually champions a lot of kind of right-leaning stuff on the order of a damn it, I can't think of the dude's name. I'll think of it in a second, but he basically is kind of middle of the road on this. But I'm always interested to hear what Steven Pinker would think about stuff. And he starts out, in my 22 years as a Harvard professor, I've not been afraid to bite the hand that feeds me. My 2014 essay, The Trouble with Harvard, called for a transparent meritocratic admissions policy to replace the current eye of newt, wing of bat mysticism. It kind of sounds like Solid Snake's take on a lot of political issues, which conceals unknown mischief. My 2023 5-point plan to save Harvard from itself urged the university to commit itself to free speech, institutional neutrality, nonviolence, viewpoint diversity, and disempowering DEI. Last fall, on the anniversary of October 7th, 2023, I explained how I wish Harvard taught students to talk about Israel, calling on the university to teach our students to grapple with moral and historical complexity. 2 years ago, I co-founded the Council on Academic Freedom at Harvard, which has since regularly challenged university policies and pressed for changes. So I'm hardly an apologist for my employer when I say that the invective now being aimed at Harvard has become unhinged. According to its critics, Harvard is a national disgrace, a woke madrasa, a Maoist indoctrination camp, a ship of fools, a bastion of rampant anti-Jewish hatred and harassment, a cesspool of extremist riots, and an Islamist outpost in which the dominant view on campus is destroy the Jews, and you've destroyed the root of Western civilization. And that's before we got to President Trump's opinion that Harvard is anti-Semitic, an anti-Semitic far-left institution, a liberal mess, and a threat to democracy, which has been hiring almost all woke, radical left idiots and bird brains who are only capable of teaching failure to students and so-called future leaders. This is not just trash talk. On top of its savage slashing of research funding across the board, the Trump administration has singled out Harvard to receive no federal grants at all. Not satisfied with these punishments, the administration just moved to stop Harvard from enrolling foreign students and has threatened to multiply the tax on its endowment as much as 15-fold, as well as remove its tax-free nonprofit status. Call it Harvard derangement syndrome. As the country's oldest, richest, and most famous university, Harvard has always attracted outsized attention. In the public imagination, the university is both the epitome of higher learning and a natural magnet for grievances against elites. Psychologists have identified a symptom called splitting, a form of black and white thinking in which patients cannot conceive of a person in their lives other than as either an exalted angel or an odious evildoer. They generally treat it with dialectical behavior therapy, advising something like most people are a mix of strengths and flaws. Seeing them as all bad might not help in the long run. It's uncomfortable when others disappoint us. How could you make space for the discomfort without letting it define your whole view of them? The nation desperately needs this sense of proportionality in dealing with its educational and cultural institutions. Harvard, as I am among the first to point out, has serious ailments. The sense that something is not well with the university is widespread, and it's led to sympathy, even Schadenfreude, with Mr. Trump's all-out assault. But Harvard is an intricate system that developed over centuries and constantly has to grapple with competing and unexpected challenges. The appropriate treatment, as with other imperfect institutions, is to diagnose which parts need remedies, not to cut its carotid and watch it bleed out. So essentially what he's doing is, telling folks, including the Trump administration, to, you can't just assume that everything is all bad with any institution. And I agree with that. I tend to be kind of a middle of the road kind of guy, which has its own problems. Sometimes, you get compelled to take one side or the other. But I personally think that it is so transparent that, Trump has just picked on a few institutions as whipping boys. And I think he's actually kind of defeating his intended purpose, which is kind of, to rope some of these elite institutions back towards a more centered approach to how it educates people. I don't think pissing people off like Trump is doing is going to achieve that goal. So, that's kind of my 2 cents. And so, any thoughts on that, Tyrone?
In my opinion, I think it's them trying to put the younger generation of elite children, as they are now, going to school, back in line with the older ways of thinking. And I think they're having a clash with that.
Well, that's true. I personally think they're trying to create more Josh Hollies and JD Vances, both of whom JD Vance went to Yale Law School. Josh Hawley, I think he went to Yale and Yale Law School. So, there are people who come out of these elite institutions as more right leaning. They just want more of them, basically. And I don't know that that's actually a doable goal. But there's nothing wrong with trying. I'm saying if you want more Josh Hollies, you're going to get them more with honey than with Trumpism. But I tend not to be a MAGA fan. I personally think MAGA is extremist, and I'm not that enamored with kind of grassroots Tea Party type. MAGA is just basically a descendant of the Tea Party. But that's my own personal thing. It's not like Trump. Like I said, I've repeatedly said there are a lot of Trump's goals I don't disagree with. I disagree with the methods. I don't think the ends justify the means. I've never been a big fan of that maxim. And speaking of which, This is a guy who's nominally right wing, but he's anti-Trump, a never Trumper. He has written a New York Times article asking, "Can we please stop lying about Obama?" And I must listen to this.
Can we please stop lying about Obama? This article is by David Brooks and read by an automated voice. There's a story haunting American politics. It's a story told by right-wing populists like Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, and left-wing populists like Bernie Sanders. The story goes something like this. There once was an America in the 1950s and 1960s that made stuff. People could go off to work in factories and earn a decent middle-class wage. Then came globalization and the era of market-worshipping neoliberalism. During the 1990s and early 2000s, America signed free trade deals like NAFTA. China entered the World Trade Organization in 2001. Jobs were shipped overseas. Factories shut down. The rich prospered, while members of the working class got pummeled and ended up voting for Trump. The problem with this story is that it's 75% bonkers, historically inaccurate on nearly every front. In the first place, there never was a market-worshipping era of pure globalization. As the economics writer Noah Smith has noted, top marginal tax rates were significantly higher in 2016 than in 1992. Federal spending on social programs went up, not down. Government policy became more progressive, favoring those down the income scale, not less. Much of the economy grew more regulated, not less. U.S. tariff rates were basically stagnant. The era between the start of the Clinton administration and the end of the
You know, a question just popped into my head, Tyrone. I've never understood why neoliberalism, basically that that basically neoliberalism are people who basically think markets should just be allowed unregulated. I've never understood why populist groups like the Tea Party, MAGA now, why a populist movement would be so pro reducing taxes on the rich. I don't think, I'm assuming they're thinking that the trickle down effect. What it was, the Reagan policy was trickle down economics or something like that, where freeing up money from the rich, basically, a rising tide floats all boats. And it has been proven time and time again that trickle down effect does not happen. The rich take
It
that
never
extra.
trickles.
Yeah, exactly. And I've
I say it
never
never
understood
trickles. It
why
never gets there.
populist movements are so pro that sort of policy.
Well, you gotta understand, Stanley. They're rich people too, so it's all
Well,
about the money.
populism tends to embrace the working class. I mean, populism is literally centered around the needs
That
of the
word you
working
just said,
class.
pretend. They all pretend, but in
Um,
the end, it's all about the money with them.
well, that's my point. I don't know why populists ever fall for that. I mean, MAGA was nominally a populist movement, but you have a bunch of billionaires basically, doing stuff to benefit their company, and Elon Musk is the biggest example of that. Um, so I've just never understood why populist movements, especially recently, are so pro this sort of trickle down economy. So
Well,
we'll
Bill Gates did the
continue.
same thing under Biden and Obama.
I don't disagree with that. I do think Obama, particularly, was a little bit too pro Wall Street. But you know what? Wall Street pays the bills, um, just like I think our biggest problem, at least politically, is too much. The billionaires have too much control. However, if you there's an interpretation of how the country was founded. It was an elite institution. Okay, it was elites that founded the country mainly for more freedom and things like land speculation, and they had to basically get the every the working class involved to actually fight the war. Same thing with the Civil War, and that aphorism that wars are mainly rich people's endeavors. With the actual like working class and people on the ground fighting the war, essentially doing the bidding of the rich. I would argue that at least the Confederacy was a rich person's endeavor. Um, but anyway, we'll get back to this. I just never understood why people don't see through it.
Obama one was not a libertarian/globalist free-for-all. It was an era of mainstream presidents who tried to balance dynamism and solidarity. The second problem with the populist story is that it gets its chronology wrong. America really did deindustrialize. As the American Enterprise Institute economist Michael Strain has shown, wages really did stagnate, but they did so mostly in the 1970s and 1980s, not in the supposed era of neoliberal globalism. Smith helpfully divides the recent American economic history into three eras. There was the post-war boom from 1945 to 1973. Then there was the era of oil shocks, a productivity slowdown and wage stagnation from 1973 to 1994. Then there was a return to higher productivity and higher wage growth from 1994 to today. That is to say, median wages have grown since NAFTA and the WTO, not declined. The third problem with the story is that it exaggerates how much foreign competition has hurt American workers. Yes, the China shock was real. In a landmark 2013 paper, David Otter, David Dorn, and Gordon Hanson found that America lost an average of 90,000 jobs per year between 1990 and 2007 because of imports from China. But put that in perspective. According to Strain, 5 million Americans currently separate from their employers per month. Plus, in a 2019 paper, Robert C. Feenstra, Hong Ma, and Yuan Shu found that the China shock job losses were largely offset by job gains, owing to higher exports. American manufacturing jobs have declined mostly for the same reason American farming jobs have declined. We're more productive, able to make more stuff with fewer workers. That's not primarily a story about neoliberalism or globalization, it's progress. If manufacturing jobs are moving, it's often from the American Midwest to the American South. As Gary Winslet pointed out in the Washington Post, in 1970, the Rust Belt was responsible for nearly half of U.S. manufacturing exports, and the South was responsible for only a quarter. Today, the South is responsible for half of U.S. manufacturing exports, and the Rust Belt is responsible for only a quarter. The Southern states lured manufacturing investments with right-to-work laws, cheap energy, affordable housing, low-cost land, and fast permitting. Now, the number one auto-exporting state is Alabama. It's really hard to argue that America's problem is a lack of manufacturing jobs when nearly 500,000 manufacturing job openings are unfilled. The so-called era of neoliberal globalism has not produced the American carnage that Trump imagines. According to the political scientist Yascha Mounk, in the 1990s and early 2000s, America and Europe were similarly affluent. Today, the American economy has left the other rich economies in the dust. American GDP per capita is around $83,000, while Germany's is around $54,000, France's is around $45,000, and Italy's is around $39,000. As The Economist recently noted, on a per-person basis, American economic output is now about 40% higher than in Western Europe and Canada, and 60% higher than in Japan, roughly twice as large as the gaps between them in 1990. Average wages in America's poorest state, Mississippi, are higher than the averages in Britain, Canada, and Germany. Trumpian economic populism is an attempt to move beyond the relatively moderate economic policies of George W. Bush republicanism. Progressive populism is an attempt to move beyond the relatively moderate economic policies of Bill Clinton and Barack Obama. But the Obama years, to take one example, were not exactly horrific either. Economic growth steadily accelerated over his presidential term. America saw one of its longest periods of job growth. Wage levels began to recover from the financial crisis around 2016. These statistics are not abstractions that don't touch regular people's lives. According to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, in 2023, American households had $63,000 in disposable income, while French households had only $35,000, and British households had only $36,000. The average home size in the United States is around 2,000 square feet. The average British home size is less than 1,000 square feet. Americans pay for greater prosperity with higher income inequality, but as Monk points out, the inequality gap is not as great as one might think. Between 2019 and 2023, wages for people at the bottom of the income scale rose much faster than wages for people at the top. I am not saying that the American economy is hunky-dory. There is, for example, the affordability crisis. Housing, education, and healthcare have become more and more expensive. But that too is not a story about globalization and neoliberalism. I am saying that the populists on the left and the right are proposing a sharp break with the economic policies that prevailed over the past 30 years, and that they are wrong to do so. I am saying that the basic approach to economic policy making that prevailed between 1992 and 2017 was sensible, and that our job today is to build on it. The abundance agenda folks suggest things like housing deregulation to increase the housing supply. Rahm Emanuel suggests combining the earned income tax credit and the child tax credit into a single family credit that could, for example, sharply reduce child poverty. Those are promising ways to keep the country moving forward. I am also saying that the forces driving the current wave of global populism are not primarily economic. They are mostly about immigration, cultural values, the rise of social distrust, the way the educated class has zoomed away from the rest of society and come to dominate the commanding heights of Washington, New York, and Los Angeles, and the way many Americans have lost faith in those leading institutions. The crucial divide in our politics is not defined by income levels, it's defined by educational attainment, with more educated people swinging left and the less educated swinging right. The smartest Trump supporters I read, like N.S. Lyons, see themselves fighting against the educated elite, the technocrats who value personal autonomy over everything, who seek to destroy moral norms and national borders. These populists rise in defense of strong gods, faith, family, flag, which they believe are threatened by the acid bath of modernity. Many progressive Democrats imagine they can win back working-class votes with economic populism by bashing the oligarchy and embracing industrial policy. But that's a mirage. Joe Biden shoveled large amounts of money to working-class voters in red states, and it did him no electoral good. That's because you can't solve with dollars a problem that is fundamentally about values and respect. If Democrats are going to win majorities again, they need to be both the party of the educated class and, at least somewhat, the working class. Given how vast the cultural and lifestyle chasms there are between these two castes, that's just a phenomenally hard problem. Many Democrats are now rallying around Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but a New York economic progressive with a 30% national favorability rating is probably not the right way to go. If you didn't like the so-called era of neoliberalism, wait until you experience how much fun post-liberalism will be. Trump is taking a sledgehammer to the sources of American prosperity: global competition, immigrant talent, scientific research, and the universities. Healthy societies have the ability to assess their strengths and weaknesses honestly. The story the populists tell about globalization and neoliberalism is a gross distortion that leads to all sorts of terrible conclusions. America has many pathologies that drive the distemper of our times, but at least until the populists gained power, economic decline was not among them.
Interesting point of view, and I tend to agree with him. I think that a swing towards MAGA type of populism, and I've made the point about the horseshoe theory of politics, that the progressive left has a lot of intersections with MAGA, especially on the economics. I think that the pendulum, is starting to swing a little bit more to the MAGA than is going to wind up being good in the long run. But time will tell. Any thoughts there, Tyrone?
Not really, man. It's just politics. It's all politics to me.
Well, I think that's true, but the point he talks about, values, that Harvard, the money from Harvard going towards a trade school, that's kind of indicative of my point. I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem. I think you can concentrate too much on, hey, everybody needs to go to trade school. That's the opposite extreme from everybody ought to go to college. I think, the wise decision is to basically send kids. And this is why I think parenting is so important. If I didn't think my son was good enough to go wherever it is he wound up, I would have encouraged him. I would have literally, like from high school on, because high school is when I started really, he was always good at school, but high school is where I started telling him, the rubber's going to meet the road. You need to start making decisions now as a freshman, which way you're going to go.
Yeah.
And I think parenting, and this is one of the things that I'm probably to the right of a lot of people when it comes to education and parenting. I'm almost military about that. I am to the right of most people on this channel when it comes to that particular aspect. I think if I have, probably one of my biggest criticisms of the quote black community is we don't take education, whatever form that education is. Doesn't have to be college, but we are not concentrating. Okay, if the first thing, like say on a Pop the Balloon show, if the first thing they say is, "Hey, I make beats," you know what? I'm sure there are plenty of people who make a living off of it, but it shouldn't be your go-to profession. That's just my particular take on it. You can beats are a good thing, but you need to have some some alternatives in mind. There should always be a plan B and C. Beats or your plan A, and you need to take plan B and plan C pretty seriously as well.
But I think Trump also, with that move that Trump made in America right now, and I'm in construction, Stanley, and
Mhm.
the younger generation, they're I won't say they're not interested in it, but that's just not their lane, and it's so much that needs to go on for construction to keep going on. You know what I'm saying? We
Mhm.
need plumbers, electricians, all kind of things, because the older group is fading out, and those are good fields to go in. Like you said, if you're not
Well, I
that
totally
their
agree with you on
lifestyle.
that. And my take on the parenting is making beats means you don't get down and dirty. I think that's basically the bottom line. If you're a plumber, at least starting out, you're gonna have to get your hands dirty, and you're gonna have to stand in some shit at some point, depending on the type of plumber you want to be. And I
Yep.
think this is where parenting comes in. I can tell you right now, probably my father's secret disappointment with me is that, I tend to be kind of a brain guy. But don't think we didn't spend one summer. Not only did we strip the house to paint it, we literally blistered the paint off the fucking house. It wasn't just sanding it, or we literally blistered the paint off to take it down to bare wood. We did some sanding, and then we put like, 2 or 3 coats of paint. He didn't hire somebody to do it. It was me and him. Took a month or 2 because, he was working, of course, but I've done it. I didn't like doing it, but, I was needed. He couldn't do it by himself. I was the oldest child, and I could climb a ladder. So I know what it takes. If you want to paint a house right, you don't just slap paint over, the existing paint. You actually have to prep the house to do it. We rebuilt a Volkswagen engine one summer. So I've seen it done. I don't know that kids, especially in a single mother household, I don't think you get exposed to stuff like that.
So
I don't really think they get exposed in two-parent household now. I think everybody's too
that's
busy
true.
doing other extracurricular things, and they're
Mhm.
always on those iPads and their telephones, and they make money totally different now, Stanley. So I mean,
Well, that's true, but you know what? There are some people who aren't good on iPads and they need alternatives. I wonder if kids who are actually good, and it's a MAGA concern. Are we basically saying, hey, kid, the only way to be successful is to go to college? That's not a good message, because that plumber eventually starts his own plumbing business. So you might not be like a line plumber. You might not be down there, um, you know, uh, cleaning, roto rooting, or the toilets for 40 years. At some point, you may start a business, and you may be a business owner. So I don't know that. I don't know that that's actually, college is definitely not the only way, and parents aren't doing their kids any favors if they're presenting, an argument that kids take that way. And Oliver, whoever the hell you are, I wish I was drunk, but unfortunately, I'm not. So iPads, yeah, kids shouldn't be on iPads when they're 4 years old. An iPad should not be your babysitter any more than TV should have been a babysitter when I was a kid. Parents have a role and they need to play it. I would know that even if I was drunk. Oliver, I do actually remember you. Hit the link if you want. I don't think the link is pinned. Let me drop it. Let's see here. I think I was drunk the last time you were on the panel, Oliver. So I get your point. Um, if anybody wants to hit the link, you're more than welcome because I'm winding down. Unless some breaking news comes up, I'm pretty much done. You know who Anton Daniels is, Tyrone?
yeah, yeah,
Okay. Well,
yeah. I know who
I'm just
Antoine
getting
is.
into it. Of course, I don't agree, with a lot. He tends to be way to the right of me. However, I do find him very engaging. If you're going to be a conservative, at least be interesting. And he is that. So he's, I guess, reacting to this white people in the suburbs are all racist. Black woman turns into a victim. Black fatigue is real. He's a black fatiguer. So this is definitely,
Fatigue lives matter, man.
huh? What'd you
Fatigue
say?
lives matter.
Do they now? What's up, Oliver? How you been?
Man, dude, it's been a long time, hasn't it, John?
Yeah,
Or
where have you been?
Stanley? Oh, I've been off in the background. I've been
Oh,
keeping
okay.
my eyes on y'all. I've been keeping my eyes on y'all.
Well, good. Don't come out of the bushes every now and again so we know you're alive.
Yeah, I had to come back in. I saw you was drunk this morning talking about iPads and shit. So
No, I'm not drunk yet. That'll come later in the day.
oh, stop, dude. We all
I,
know.
I've had
The
I've had two
Jameson.
cups. I've had 2 cups of coffee, and I woke up late this morning. I intended on starting around 4 o'clock, and I woke up at like 4:30, and I almost didn't do a show. Oh, you confusing me with John? Is that what you called me? I didn't even notice.
Yeah, no, I
Broke
did confuse
Genius.
you with John for a minute.
Oh no, I'm not John. Um, but nope, I'm not drunk yet. Uh,
Is
but
John still
and
renting out them fucking Ubers or what do you call it?
rooms.
Yeah, those rooms to the prostitutes.
Yeah, he's still John is still John.
Jesus, where is John at?
He's actually live right now.
What? I thought this was John's channel. What? Did you
It
take
is
this over,
John's.
Stanley?
It is no. It is John's channel. I do a show separate from John.
and sometimes our shows overlap. So I do pretty much news and just like cultural stuff. John does whatever John does. Depends on the day. So we have two things. I tend to want to do more news and positive stuff. John likes to talk about his life.
Oh, so he's more of a free spirit. I haven't really seen him much on
A free
here that
spirit, I
much.
guess you could call him that.
All right, that's respectable. Respectable. You know what I mean, I respect it.
So I was going to look at this Anton Daniels thing, the myth that all white people in the suburbs are racist. And I can tell you, I haven't lived in the suburbs. I guess I live in a suburb or exurb now.
Well,
No,
I
they're,
can
they're not.
guarantee you, as a Caucasian man, that you know what I mean, almost 90% of the whites in the suburbs are racist, but they're not racist by choice. They're just racist because they're uneducated. If you get what I'm saying. You know what I
No,
mean?
I get what you're saying.
So yeah, they're
And
racist, but they don't try to be.
I'm gonna honest. Well, yeah, sometimes you're right. It's education or what have you. But the thing is that I don't control anyone's heart or mind. I mean, as long as you're polite, I'm not going to ask you, are you racist? So whether you're racist or not, as long as you're nice to me. By the way, and I've said this several times, just because you're a racist doesn't mean you're, malevolent. So, you have to kind of meet people where they are.
Yeah, I forgot that you were. Aren't you friends with Be Brave? I be seeing his shit up on sometimes. He's still going
I
crazy.
guess you could say we're friends. I don't. I am frank with Be Brave. We're friends enough that we don't have to mince words.
All right. Yeah. See, when I left off, dog, you and Brave, dog, you guys were not getting along that well. It's good to
Well,
see
we
that you
had.
guys. You know what I mean?
Did you catch the show? Basically, it was kind of a debate. It was more a discussion. We did a whole show. Just he and I with HB as the moderator.
When was this? What was that? Like a few months ago? I think I might have saw it on the For You
It was
page.
probably
Tapped on
maybe
it.
2 months ago.
Yeah. I think I might have saw a little bit of it, but I didn't watch all of it.
Yeah, it was actually pretty good. Nothing new was discovered, but if anything, it kind of clarified our positions on American culture and that sort of thing. So, um, so let's watch this Anton Daniels thing.
Is a particular kind of white person that lives in the suburbs. In the northern Virginia suburbs, right? It is.
Hey, I
the
lived. Wait,
type
hold
that
on
want
one
to
sec
be
here. I happen to have spent almost 20 years in Northern Virginia, up in the Blue Ridge Mountains. So let's definitely listen to what she says. I'm familiar with that part of the earth.
Aggressive, but are still to their core so racist. And I'd rather at this point just put on your Klan's hat, get it from your granddaddy, blow the dust off of it, and put on the hat, baby. Put on the hood, because you still have the same core set of values. Okay, it just looks a little different, and in your mind it's more palatable. But that thing is deep-seated, deep-rooted white supremacy. So I'm at my favorite little breakfast spot, girl. I love a Tate run. So I'm down at Tate, and as soon as I walk in, you know how stuff just feels different? Oh, we're the only black people in here. Now, Tate is not, I don't know, the fucking Ritz-Carlton. It's owned by Panera. It's just a cute little breakfast cafe. So we in there, and I don't know why we're the only black people in there today, but that's just how it was, okay? Bring this up for purpose. Put it in your back fucking pocket. So already, I'm just on high alert because you have to be in conditions where you may be unsafe. It is Trump's America, bitch. So I'm in the line, And everybody's just trying it. No personal space is occurring. The kids are fucking unruly. People stepping on my feet. No one's saying, excuse me. I'm already, because there's a different type of like understanding of personal space and politeness that is cultural.
Jesus Christ.
So it was savage in there. I'm just trying to get a fucking latte and a bagel. Go through the line, sit down. It's a white lady with a daughter and a grandkid. Okay, the little boy look like Dennis fucking Menace. So he's also just unruly, very poorly behaved. And I just feel myself feeling away. And I said, let me just bring it down. It's Sunday. You know, God loves it when we have a cheerful spirit. So let me just bring my energy down because maybe it's me.
These people are insufferable. And let me just say, she is not a representation of all Black people. That is a portion of Black culture that is determined to make themselves victims. And this is why y'all got to stop being Black apologists to Black women, because they are going to view you as racist regardless. Just because they're the only Black person in there, they're automatically going to label themselves as a victim. It's insane. I'm still waiting for the punchline of how all white people that are in the suburbs that tend to be progressive liberals, and I'm a conservative Republican. I voted for Trump. I am getting everything that I voted for, and I believe that Trump is delivering on every single promise that he has made. He is getting these illegal migrants out of the country. He has 100% embraced making sure that he got rid of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and embracing a merit-based administration, is forcing Harvard and these liberal universities that are basically indoctrination camps to pivot over and start focusing on getting things done and making sure that we have real free speech, to where we're not censoring conservatives or people that have a conservative perspective towards life. I do not understand how people insert themselves as a victim into a circumstance and believe and have programmed themselves to think that everybody is against them because they're Black. Honestly, it is exhausting. It is annoying. It is, and I hate it, because when I go out, then I am automatically, because stereotypes are earned, they are not given. I'm automatically, I would imagine that people are a little bit more cautious, with good reason, are a little bit more cautious because of their experience of people like this that feel comfortable living within their.
Well, up to this point, I actually kind of agreed, except for that Harvard liberal bullshit. I don't know what that has to do with anything he's talking about. But the problem with this type of argument is he is all of a sudden doing the same thing that this woman is. He is literally doing the same thing. Now, this woman thinks white people are just prejudiced, just because she's Black. He is doing the same thing with this Black fatigue stereotype argument. Now, he's assuming that people, white people, Black people, whatever, think that he has the same attitude as this lady. He's doing the same argument. This is what I have a problem with. People really don't even understand their own arguments and the implications of their arguments. I find that annoying.
Racism, because it's really racism on their part. It's prejudging on their part. It don't matter whether you're a liberal. It don't matter whether you're a Democrat.
That's funny, Fred.
Republican or a conservative or whatever. And that's not to say there are not racist people, racist white people.
Kind of does.
Society is racist people that's all over the world. And then there's good people that's all over the world, of every race, color, and creed, gender, so on and so forth, whatever construct you want to live in. But the fact of the matter is, these people are insufferable, 100% insufferable.
Do you see how we do? Maybe it's me. So, girl, the lady is just having the most inane conversation. She's insufferable. It is sending me. But again, maybe it's me. So I look at her, and
And they be feeling comfortable just putting this on the internet, not even tripping about it.
has a Loewe puzzle bag. I say, I like your bag. So this is the mother, the older one.
I don't believe it. I don't believe that shit at all. So you going in there and you're irritated.
Let me make one brief detour here to answer a question. Yeah, Slick Rick, years ago now, we had just gotten a dog from the pound, Ellie, who actually just died maybe 3 years ago. Um, she had we probably this is maybe the next day, 2 or 3 days in, so she really didn't know the property that well. Eventually she did, but anyway, so she's out on the porch, and this bear, I lived up there like maybe 5 or 8 years, somewhere in that range, and had never seen a bear, but people were always like, "Hey, you got to watch out for bears." So this bear comes walking right up my road. I lived on a 1-lane gravel road, comes sauntering up, and then cuts through our yard to go down the hill to go wherever it was she was going. So I had to grab the dog and take her in, because I know, not being experienced on that mountain, she probably would have charged that thing. Like, what the hell are you doing on my property? And you know what? She didn't know what the hell a bear was, and I knew that, so I grabbed her. But I was like, this bear was in no fucking hurry. Just cut through the yard and sauntered on down. Or even better than that, the next day, the same bear comes with 2 cubs. So this is how comfortable she felt on that road. So that's the closest encounter. But every now and again, you catch a cub or something running across the road or something like that. So I went for years and never had a bear sighting, to like, shit, I was seeing bears every couple weeks. So, yep, bears and foxes and snakes and everything else you can imagine up in those Blue Ridge Mountains. I moved back from Virginia about almost 8-9 years ago now. I lived up there for like 15 or 16 in Northern Virginia, and then when I was in the Navy, I was stationed in Norfolk for 7 years. So, yep, I as a matter of fact, I love Virginia. Um, I often joke that Georgia's my mother and Virginia's my wife. I was born in Georgia, and my wife was from Virginia. So,
Irritated, you're bothered. The son looked like Dennis the Menace as you described it, and you decide that you wanted to pay her a compliment. Bullshit, man. Listen, man, I don't believe nothing that these people be saying online, but let's just hear the rest of the story.
Get back. She says to me, "Oh, do you work there?" I said, "Why would you assume that I work there?" She said, um, just because you know what it is. Because you know what it is. I said, I don't have to work there to love fashion. That's not how that works. She said, "Oh, okay. Yeah." I said, "I was just going to ask you if you've seen the new collection. That's all."
Lies, 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 lies. I call cap. I call cap. I call 100% cap. All the way across the board, I call cap. I don't believe that shit at all. This is all being made up in real time. This is what we in the not we, but what they in the rap industry and the hip hop industry would call freestyling. She making it up as, I just wanted to know if you've seen the new collection. Man, shut up, bro. Stop. Don't even do it. This is all cap, all lies. Lies on top of lies. I'm calling it now, bro.
Well, tell me about it, Shonda. Make up for it. Because she knows that the racism has been clocked. Now, let me just pause and say this, okay? I worked in luxury retail, so this is not whatsoever a slight. But what people don't know is that that's...
Oh, so she was right. If your story is correct, then she was right. I don't know. Whatever.
Actually a very...
I guess unless anybody wants to just watch this through, I think we get the gist. Hey, Roz, how you doing? Any thoughts, SKC or Oliver? I see you changed your icon to reflect this beautiful woman.
Man, this is just I don't know, dog. This is an industry plant made to stir up shit. You know what I mean? This is not even a real person. This is all just fake. It's a fake, you know what I mean? This situation never happened. Like, she never went into a coffee shop that was all white with savages. We're just savages, you know what I mean? There was a grandmother there with her 2 granddaughters. Very, very misbehaved, you know what I mean? They were probably throwing shit at her. You know what I mean? Maybe even slipped in a slur. You know what I mean?
Well, let me
They
put
were
it to you this
savages.
way. I was hoping she was going to talk about the Marshall Diner in Marshall, Virginia. I've been there plenty of Sunday morning. And, you know, I literally might be the only black if it was me and my wife and, you know, my in-laws or something. So it's not uncommon in Northern Virginia, but they don't
I mean,
really
you gotta
care.
think.
My
Think about
experience.
it though. Think about it. Like, she could just, you know what I mean? I could look up, you know what I mean, like a mainly white area, you know what I mean, like by population, and just make up a story, you know what I mean? Oh, I went up here, you know what I mean, to this vastly white area. Or I could make up a story where I go down to, you know what I mean, you know what I mean, where the minorities are, you know what I mean? I just by looking it up, you know what I mean? There's
Right.
statistics out there that show this neighborhood, you know what I mean? There's a lot of white people in this neighborhood. You know what I mean? There's a lot of, you know what I mean, minorities and stuff, you know what I mean? So I could just do that, you know what I mean? But, you know what I mean? Ed, I'm telling you, dude, this is not a real person. It's an industry plant. If it is, they're very mentally ill. Like, they gotta be like schizophrenic or something. Like, I
Well,
don't know.
my thing is, you know, I don't overthink what she's doing. I just it's kind of weird in a slightly different perspective on this. This is why I don't go on, you know, a lot of shows that are probably, you know, with people that are more to my political leaning, like a Sean Bracey. You know, I enjoy watching the shows occasionally, but you get a lot of there's some problems on the left side in the black quote black community. This is exactly what. Number one, so what? They're not refusing you service. You know, you can't control how other people react necessarily. And Fred actually made a point in you know, they probably weren't so much wondering about your race as much as your sexual orientation. That's entirely possible in Northern Virginia. So they were probably going, "Hey, what have we got here?" So she could even be off base about, you know, whether it was a racial thing or like, hey, you know, you look strange for a woman. So who knows why they were looking, but it didn't necessarily have to be race. However, I think that Anton Daniels, most of what he's saying is, you know, uh, good stuff, but there are a couple problems with his argument. In one section of this argument is he's doing exactly what she is doing. And this goes back to something that I'm constantly fussing at people about, including John Galt himself. Look, what you do, this murder that happens in DC is not a reflection on the black community at large. You need to stop thinking that. So, well, any thoughts, SKC? Welcome back.
Oh yeah, I'm just back from vacation, man.
So where'd you go? Did you tell me? Us?
No, we actually didn't plan it. It just kind of happened. We just went on some little day trips throughout Texas, and
Mhm.
It started on Thursday, and we got to Wimberley, and then we said, "Hey, you want to extend this another day?" And then it ended up coming back late last night.
So you weren't anywhere near I forget the name in Texas. Was it Huntsville, Texas, or Hyattsville or something like that, where the two prisoners from New Orleans were caught?
Nah, I have no idea. I didn't
I'll
really
go
keep
back
up.
and find that story, but a couple of the prisoners that in that New Orleans jailbreak made it to Texas, which kind of surprised me.
Oh, no, sounds about right. A lot of those New Orleans um, criminals, they like to come to Texas.
What, to get shot?
I guess.
So this is another Anton Daniels, much shorter. Woman thinks Trump is trying to kick everyone off welfare because they have kids, but she's wrong. So I gotta hear this. I don't even understand. I don't think that's the intent. To stop people from having kids. I don't know.
Is changing the dependent age from 18 to 7. So I just need to know in August, are we sending them back to school or are we sending them to work? Because if the dependent age is now 7, you trying to say they dependent. If I'm not mistaken, back in the day, they used to work at that age, right? So is he trying to tell us that they need to go back to work? Because I don't think Trump know that these kids ain't regular kids. These kids will flip out if they ain't got they tablets. Now, is we putting them in IT? Is we teaching them kids how to code? They might like that. We're gonna have to figure out them some jobs because they ain't gonna do regular jobs. They barely listen to them teachers. Like, these employers is about to catch hell. They gonna be babysitters. And don't put me at the same company. I already got to be with them at home. Like, y'all done already took them out of school, so now y'all want them to work, and then don't put them at the same
my God.
company as me. Like, this ain't.
Yo, we gotta start educating ourselves before we decide to get on the internet and make fool of ourselves. But we'll get there. Let's continue.
This ain't gonna work. Like, and how much is you paying these kids? Because if you my 7-year-old he needs to get paid well. But he can't work for pennies, so that ain't gonna work either. Then you can't even disrespect that kids, because now they gotta leave their job to go to this job. They're gonna probably, oh my Lord, Trump ain't thinking this out. He ain't thinking this out clearly. And
Could you
then the
pause
big
this,
families,
Stanley?
is definitely gonna get the most, like, the hit the
Yep.
most. Like, all, like, them six.
I'm just wondering, is this lady retarded?
I have no idea. I do know she looks like she's an adult. So, my biggest fear, and probably the fear's already been realized, is she's raising kids.
It's like, how did she go from the job is that employers have to hire these people and they have to babysit them?
Well, I guess she's imagining a future that doesn't quite exist.
Oh man, what a world! What a world, man!
Any thoughts there, Oliver?
Man, everything that she just said, like about the kids, you know what I mean? That's just her failures as a mother. Like, oh, they freak out if they can't have their iPad. Oh, if you send them, you know what I mean, the teachers can't even handle them. I gotta handle them at home. Oh, it's like, you just say you're a bad mom. Like, that's what you just said. Like, you know what I mean? I wasn't doing all that shit fucking when I was younger. And I know fucking people that got kids now, dog, and their kids are behaved, dog. So I don't know what you're talking about. It seems like it's a you problem.
Well, I think she's making mention of a particular subculture. I don't think that what she's saying is I don't think that she's making it up. I think people in her situation probably know other people in that situation, and that's how their kids behave.
Yeah, but it's at the end of the day, it's their fault. They kids, you know what I mean? You should discipline them. Don't give them the iPad. You know what I mean? To just shut them up. Tell them to go
Well,
outside, beat
what
their
will
ass.
the
I used
will
to get
the
my ass whooped. Like, damn.
will not giving a young child an electronic device, that
Now
would
these
be
iPads are
that's
different.
almost like you're asking them to be responsible parents.
Yeah, yeah. You know what I mean? No nannies, no. You know what I mean? No
You
iPads.
mean that means that they would have to get off of their electronic device.
Yeah. At the end of the day, man, the electronic device is the problem. It's the root problem. Oh
And
God.
then they would have to use their imagination to teach their children. They would have to spend time with them. They would need to read to them and all. And you know, as one person said, ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, that's a crazy reference right from her mouth. Yeah, see, and you wonder why nowadays, like you hear about all the YN, the YC, and all this and that. You know what I mean? Just the young people crashing out. You know what I mean? Killing each other. You know what I mean? Stealing cars, all the crimes and shit from the young people. You know what I mean? And it's really, you know what I mean? It's the fault of the parents. You know what I mean? Because you know what I mean?
Oh,
What?
absolutely. You know, that style of living, those words, though, that identity, you know, kids independently all over the United States didn't just, you know, imagine this out of their own brain. They learned it somewhere.
Man, and 90% of the, you know what I mean? What, you know what I mean, encourages these youngins to do this is the music videos on these, you know what I mean, the songs and shit, the rap. You know what I mean, Bloodhound Lil Jeff.
Well,
Take that for example.
well,
Everybody trying to be Bloodhound Lil Jeff now. You know what I mean?
who
Bloodhound Lil
is
Jeff.
who is introducing this style of music to these young children?
The internet.
So you mean to tell me if you get, I don't know, let's say a toddler and you put a device in front of their hands that they're
Oh, now they're gonna
automatically.
bring up Coco Melon. But you know, I'm not talking about toddlers. I'm talking about like impressionable, you know what I mean, teens, like, you know what I mean, like 13, 14, maybe even like, you know what I mean, as young as 12 or 11. You know what I mean, they start listening to rap music, you know what I mean, they go to school, you know what I mean, they see the, you know what I mean, the cool kids acting out, but they're not really cool, they just
Oh,
losers, you know what I mean? It's
oh,
like,
so there's a musical subculture that promotes a lot of this behavior. Is that what you're saying?
yes sir, yes sir. I'm not good with all this, you know what I mean, business talk, dog. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, dog.
Huh.
Look up,
That's a
look up.
very astute. That's an astute observation that you have made.
I mean, everybody already knows it. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, look at it nowadays. Look up Bloodhound Lil Jeff. You know what I mean? People getting the same tattoos as him. They doing the same poses as him on. You know what I mean? This is everybody. You know what I mean? You scroll through Instagram, you're gonna see people posing like Bloodhound Lil Jeff. You probably don't know him, but he
I
blew
don't.
up recently.
I've never heard of the name, but
This is a Chicago drill rapper. He just died recently, but that blew him up even more on some weird shit.
oh, so they want to be like a dead man.
He killed 11 people. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
so they want to be like a dead man who killed people.
They want to, because in the rap, you know what I mean, and they're rich, they have all this, they have all that, you know what I mean, they have all these people around them in the music videos, they're like, oh, that's a cool lifestyle to live, so you know what I mean, that's what it is. And then they listen to the lyrics, and the lyrics is, you know what I mean, like subliminal messaging, dog. It really affects
What do
you.
the lyrics state?
Man, it's talking about murder. Stanley, play a Bloodhound Lil Jeff song.
Play
Like,
what?
look up Bloodhound Lil Jeff.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to be able
Uh,
to play it due to copyright stuff.
Yeah, you're right. You can't do a little snippet though. Just do a little snippet.
I'm sure I could if I were
What,
inclined to.
but if you, I mean, if you, because it seems like you are familiar with the guy. What is he talking about? What message
What's
is
his
he?
name again?
Bloodhound Lil Jeff. It's a gang in Chicago. It's Bloodhound something, I don't know. But there's Bloodhound Q50 and Bloodhound Lil Jeff. That's the only two I know, and those are the biggest two out the group, I guess. And everybody want to be like those two. I don't know. You see, because y'all a little bit older. You know what I mean? I'm still in my 20s. You know what I mean? I'm young. On God, I think Stanley, aren't you in your early 40s?
No, I'm 60.
What?
Yeah.
Damn, you got a young voice. On God, man, you better stay youthful. On God,
I will try. But
That's interesting. You know something, Stanley. That's interesting. I'm just making a maybe there's no connection. Maybe I'm reading into it. But when we were younger, there was a rapper guy who didn't he go by the moniker Snoop Dogg? And
yeah.
now and now you have people that are following the same trend.
To be fair, Snoop Dogg probably got really popular when I was still in the Navy, like the early 90s, maybe. So I actually didn't grow up with like literally the people who were rapping, even in my early 20s, would have been people like Two Live Crew.
Oh yeah, that's way before my time.
Run DMC, you know, that cohort.
Yeah.
I mean, like when I was in 8th grade, I think it was Sugar Hill Gang, you know, that very first, the one that they claim is like one of the first, if not the first, you know, recognized hip hop, you know, that was Sugar Hill Gang, Rapper's Delight. So
Yeah,
that was my 8th grade. So between 8th grade and say the time I was in the Navy, it was that Run DMC, damn, who else? There weren't many of them. Rap wasn't really even a genre, to be honest.
but I just found it interesting that you had this Snoop Dogg fella, and then now the youngsters.
Who, by the way, is in his 50s.
Yeah, and now the youngsters are talking about being bloodhounds. You know, I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of connection to dogs.
I mean, the times never change, really. It's always the same thing, just a different style. Like, think about it like that. Like, I know you try and, like, you know what I mean, act like you're smart and all this shit, but like,
no, I'm
dog,
not smart. I'm always
just
the dumbest
saying,
guy in
dog.
the room.
I mean, you sounded, dog. Talking slow, dog. All I'm saying, dog, is that's what's going on nowadays. Everybody want to be bloodhound. They're getting the same tattoos and shit. In the back, and you know what I mean, back when, dog, did you see people getting Snoop Dogg tattoos, dog? You know what I mean? Because they wanted to be like Snoop Dogg, dog. No. Nowadays,
I
you
don't
got
know.
people wanting
To be
the
honest,
exact
I
copy
don't
of
know enough. That's more an SKC thing, but I don't know I've ever heard anybody saying they want to be like Snoop.
I mean, Snoop, I mean, he was a gangster back in the day. You know what I mean?
I know
you know
who
what I mean?
he
He
is.
sold coke. You know what I mean? He shot at people. You know what I mean? It was back then it was crazy. Oh, God.
Yeah, this is quite fascinating. Bloodhound Lil Jeff.
Hold on one sec. I have like a little bit, you know, I found this is like an official music video. Which I'm not gonna play. If it were my channel, I'd probably take more of a risk, but it is John's channel, so I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
I wouldn't do
even
it. I wouldn't
I'm
do it
not
to
gonna
John.
even risk it. But you know, here's some of the video you know, that I'll do in snips. But that's part of it, you know. You know, now all this looks like mostly CGI, but
yeah, no, this ain't the right one. You gotta look up it's the music video.
well, I think we
This
get the
is after
gist.
he died. This is after he died.
Oh,
So
he's
he came to
dead?
be in a music video. Yeah,
Well,
he's died.
he is.
He went to go kill somebody and he got shot.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
good.
you know what? Then we're playing an antique. So let's play the rest of this Anton Daniels thing, and then I have one more after this. Now I have a Tony Tipton Martin thing, which we may or may not get to, which is a totally different topic. It's about black chefs.
Oh, if you don't mind, could I pose one question to Alex
Oh, go
Anderson?
right ahead.
I was just wondering, um, in your opinion, why do you think more rappers die in violent ways than any other music genre?
Now that's actually a good question. I don't know. I couldn't tell you that. I mean, a lot of the drill rappers are actually in drill. Just, you know what I mean? And then other rappers, I guess they get robbed. But a lot of the rappers and a lot of the music industry, I mean, it's usually overdoses or suicides, honestly. So I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
I'm just wondering. It seems as though, if I'm not mistaken, I recall seeing someone do a show where they were memorializing all sorts of dead rappers, and they go by year, and it seems to be in excess of about 50 or so a year. And I was like, wow, I've never heard of any other music genre that had so many people die by means of violence.
I mean, you're right.
Well, Broke Genius says Garth Brooks don't beef with other country artists. Well, it's kind of funny that you bring that up, and the first thing that I thought of was early Christianity. Where you had all kinds of saints dying by violent means. So memorializing these people by year just kind of loosely, very loosely, made me think of Catholics talking about saints.
Mm-mm. Mm.
Very, very, very loosely. It was a fleeting thought. I
Well,
don't mean to make a parallel.
oh no, it's interesting. I've always wondered, especially from the minds of the younger crowd. I wonder if they
Well,
ever
I mean,
have thought
what's the
about
Billy
that.
Joel song? Only the good die young. That's kind of, I think, kind of the drift.
Oh, okay. So maybe drill is good.
Oh, I'm not saying it's good. I'm trying. You asked why, and I'm trying to put myself in the place, which is probably a dumb idea. But these people think whatever their mission or cause is somehow sacred.
Alex, from your perspective, because you have way more experience in this than both of us combined, do you
I wouldn't say
believe?
that.
Do you think that the
Oh,
youngsters
you do,
know?
believe me.
Do you think that the youngsters know more about a what's his name, Bloodhound Lil Jeff, than they do about most subjects in school?
Not the average. Yeah, I mean, it ain't that big. You know what I mean? But I mean, more than likely, you know what I mean, a person's favorite artist, they're gonna know more about them than whatever they're doing in school. That's a fact. So yeah, somewhat, but not Bloodhound LaJeff. Not specifically him.
Was that an accurate depiction of your day, Stanley? Did you know more about a musical artist while you were in your school age years than you did about actual subjects in school?
Well, it depends. I would say overall, no. However, there was a phase in my life when I got into the Beatles and I knew like the lyrics to all the Beatles songs. And if you asked me to quote Shakespeare, I couldn't.
Mm, mm,
But that's just Shakespeare.
yeah.
Now I'm so old, I don't remember the Beatles lyrics and I don't remember Shakespeare. So,
Well,
we have actually I've actually regressed from even those years.
but I don't know if it could be a true regression because you're still alive.
Well, I'm not going back to rememorize Beatle lyrics.
Yeah, maybe I'm
Yeah,
just saying
to
because
be
it seems
honest,
like a lot of the
I haven't
people who
listened to a Beatles song in decades. Believe this or not, I actually have some original Apple recordings. I probably have albums that would be worth a couple bucks, but shit, they're sitting in a stack in the living room. I haven't played them in decades. And I do have a phonograph, by the way.
Did the Beatles ever, I would say, encourage you to go out to murder anyone?
Not other than the Paul is dead stuff.
Oh,
But they didn't say how he died.
oh, okay. Huh.
You remember in Abbey Road where they're crossing the road in the crosswalk, where there's Paul dressed up as an undertaker. John is dressed up as the body. George is the grave digger, and I forget what Ringo is. The preacher, maybe. So yeah, but that had nothing to do with your question, to be honest.
No, I know the iconic photo, but I don't know any of the details about it.
Yeah, well, John's in that white suit and barefoot.
Mm-hmm.
He's supposedly the body, and John is Paul is the undertaker. Look at their clothes; it'll be obvious.
Oh, okay. Hey,
Now, it could be reversed with Paul and Ringo. I don't recall, but George is dressed up in workman's clothes. He was the gravedigger.
My wife.
You just spazzed out there. Didn't hear you, SKC.
Beatles being played in the house and all. Yeah, off the top of my head, my best memory is Cuckoo Cachoo.
I am the walrus.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I remember all that stuff, but I happen to have a friend in high school who was into the Beatles, and it was one of these things. It was a high school thing. And I'd listened to him in college, but I can honestly say I probably haven't listened to a Beatles album. Now, I do have to say, I did get the 50th anniversary CD of the Whyte album. I did get the 50th anniversary edition of Band on the Run, which was Paul McCartney on his own. I think I might even have All Things Must Pass, which is a George Harrison album, which is highly recommended. Probably one of my favorite. Band on the Run and All Things Must Pass are both a post Beatle works, but these were songs that were written for the Beatles but never performed. Those two albums are actually probably I've listened to more, and I would actually say both of them are better than the actual Beatles albums. So, I still know a little bit about that genre, but it's not something I dabble with. First time I've talked about any of this stuff in decades.
Mm.
Not even my son. My son probably doesn't even know I have Beatle albums. Not that I couldn't tell you what my son's favorite song is. I have no clue because I was talking about this yesterday, SKC. I'm a quiet person, and like music blaring and shit. That's why you have Apple headphones, so I don't have to hear it. So
So you don't really like the people that ride around in the vehicles that blast their music to share
let me
it
put
with
it to you this
the
way.
rest of
I've
everybody?
lived here for 8 years, maybe 9.
Mhm.
And I've literally never heard anybody riding past my house with music blaring. Now, every now and again, there'll be a party. And one of my neighbors, his son or something is a drummer. So every now and again, like late on a Saturday night, they'll strike up a tune, but even they don't go late.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm like, there's
But
sometimes
no,
when
like,
I'm going
no, I don't. I don't, if it's passing, like I only have to hear it for, a few seconds. No, I don't like it, but I'm not gonna, get wrapped around the axle.
Oh, okay.
But it doesn't. I've literally never heard it once in 8 or 9 years.
I wonder, Alex, what is his favorite music? What his favorite artist is, especially as a younger person. I'm curious.
Right now, it changes often. But right now, it's Gucci Mane. I gotta keep it out with you. It's Gucci Mane.
Gucci Man.
You're
Gucci
uncultured, man.
Mane. Even I know that.
It's Gucci Mane, like Main.
Yeah, that's how you spell it.
Okay.
Is that how you spell it? I couldn't tell you how to spell it. I thought it was Mayne.
Man, you spell Gucci with an
Oh,
E too.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah. No, bruh. We all know how you spell Gucci Mane. Well, I don't know why you got to play stupid and shit.
I'm serious. I do not know how it's spelled. I thought it was spelled like the
This man, Gucci Mane, got 250 million views on his most played song. You tell me you ain't know who Gucci Mane is?
No, I don't.
The only
See, that's
reason
just,
I
you just
know.
uncultured. You know, there's like a billion people in America. That's a quarter of America. You weren't in that quarter. You were not included, dog. That's fucked up.
Well,
Even Stanley was
that
included. He knew
also
who Gucci
means
Mane was.
75% are not. So,
Yeah,
that
dog. We the
quarter is a
minority.
minority.
Yeah.
Well, I
What you
know who
mean?
he is. If you played me a song, I might know it, I might not. I don't even listen to the radio that much. Well,
You
let's just say
probably
I don't
listened
listen
to
to
some
it
of
at
his
all.
older stuff. You
I
probably
don't
listened
even
to it back
listen.
in the
You know
day.
what? The last time I listened to a radio a lot, it was either talk radio or sports radio. Music, I occasionally will hear, but it's not something I seek out. It's accidental. What's up, Phoenix? What is this guy talking about? A billion? I think he was just exaggerating, Phoenix Fish. So let's finish up this because this video is fascinating. And like I said, I'm just into Anton Daniels now. He is not on my side of the aisle. However, I'm not totally out of step with his point. My only critique is a critique I made yesterday about a lot of people, especially in this John Galt universe. Most of the time, I'm never convinced that people don't even understand their own arguments. They're not original arguments. They are arguments that they've heard and agree with, but they don't actually think about the argument. So I might sound a little snooty, but that's what I think.
That sounds accurate. I mean, people typically don't think.
Well, I mean, if you're going to use an argument, you ought to understand your own argument.
You may be asking for too much from.
That's why, let me tell you something. That's why people actually get upset when I interrupt their arguments and start interrogating what they're saying. People get real frustrated when you do that. Look, I played that Supreme Court case, and that's like when I get into these panel discussions in a one-on-one, it is it is bare knuckle, it is down and dirty. The Supreme Court justices are interrogating the attorneys to find out if they actually understand their own arguments. And that's how I approach arguments. If you get up on this panel and you don't know what you're talking about, or you don't know why you're making your argument, I'm going to pick it apart. And I'm going to laugh when I do it.
Well, I know you could definitely pick me apart if the subject
Well,
was
I've made the
Gucci
attempt,
Mane.
and occasionally, and you've done the same. Oh wait, hold it. The caveat is I expect it to be done to me too. I expect it.
Oh no, I was just saying, if the subject was Gucci Mane, yeah, you would get me every time.
I just know the name. I don't know the music.
I mean, dog. I don't know why there's always an argument on the channel, dog. Every time I come up in here, dog, it's always some weird race baiting, weird shit, dog.
Well, you know what? Guess what? We live in a country that is obsessed with race. That's why. And
All right, but
particular
what does
show,
you talking
this
about race gonna
particular
change
show,
about the country?
You know what? What we change is people don't talk about it, for starters.
What are you talking about? We're watching a video about race.
Yeah, but you asked about this show specifically. I don't think People actually,
We
like I said, people actually don't understand their own arguments about race or anything else a lot of times.
I mean,
Why
Stanley,
I
you're among one
here
of the
here
good
is why it
ones.
comes up, and I hope you mean Stanley versus the World. This particular show is what I know best. The reason I talk about it is a lot of what I do up here is American culture critique. American culture is obsessed with race. That's why it comes up a lot. I do a lot of culture critique.
Yeah, but see, well, why does race matter? If race doesn't matter, why bring it
Let
up?
me
You
tell
know what I
you
mean?
why
Why
race
add to it?
matters. And I like that you're interrogating my argument. I think
No,
race
Stanley, I
matters.
like you. You're one of the good ones. You know what I mean? You're not. You know what I mean? I don't know, dog. You
But see,
always go
I
for
could
both
go when you
sides.
say
You
one
always
of the
go with
good
the
ones.
right. You don't go with your bias. No, you don't go with your bias. I'm talking about as in people. You're one of the good ones, Stanley.
Yeah, but see, I am not that woman that you now have as a character on
No,
your.
Stanley, I'm not talking. I'm not
No, no, no,
talking
I'm just
because you're
joking.
black. I'm
I'm just
talking about
joking.
as in general within
Well, I
debating,
appreciate
within
that.
as a person with, you know what I mean, morals. You go with what is right. You sit there and you analyze it. You know what I mean?
Even
You
if it
guys always
hurts.
gotta make it about race, but I'm talking about as in a person, not as in
Right.
black
I
person. I don't know
got
why
you.
you always gotta do that. See that
No,
goes
I
against with the
because it's my sense of
stereotypes,
humor.
like earlier. Remember,
It's my sense of humor. I'm just
it's
saying that,
stereotypical.
well, could be. I would just basically say it comes up a lot in American culture. I do news, politics, culture. It comes up a lot in those three categories of discussion. And on this particular channel, look, if you've ever heard a John Galt show, and I know well, I know both of you have, believe me, the only reason I even talk about an Anton Daniels and these two ladies is because I want to present some good stuff that happens in the culture. It's not all bad.
Well, I'm gonna be honest, dude. I have no clue who Anton Davies were. I didn't know that this woman existed before this. So,
Right.
like, I don't know
And
what
that's the whole
culture this
point of the
is,
show.
man. It's just a
Now you
weird
do.
culture. Like, I don't know, dude.
Now
Like
you
that's
know.
all I'm saying.
So just like you hipped SKC to Gucci Mane, I've hipped you to Anton Daniels.
Yeah, and I
it's a
can respect it.
it
You
is
know what I
a
mean? I
fair
sat here
trade.
and I listened to it. You know what I mean? And I didn't heckle your opinions. You know what I mean?
And I,
I
I
don't know, dog.
absolutely, and I would love to know what Anton Daniels thinks about Gucci Mane.
Man, everybody likes Gucci Mane. You know what
I
I
don't.
mean?
I bet
Everybody
Anton
does.
Daniels doesn't.
If we played a Gucci Mane song, what is Anton David? Does he just not like anything? I don't
Well,
know.
he's
I've only
kind of
watched one
he's kind of
video, and we started to
conservative.
watch the second.
He's fairly conservative. So, he's not. I don't, and I've never heard him talk on it. So I'm just guessing. I don't know that he would be. He would probably have a critique of Gucci Mane. Actually, I would make the critique, and I don't know Gucci Mane's music. I bet it's good music. I bet I'll tap my toe to it. But outside of music, I don't see a reason to be aware of it. Music is part of culture, but that would be the extent that I would critique him. I wouldn't, you know.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Like, well, for myself, my position on it, I don't enjoy rap at all. So
I mean, that's the new culture nowadays. That's why everybody follows it. That's why there's so many rappers nowadays. That's why so many of them are dying. There's thousands of them.
yeah,
I get where you're going. I don't disagree with where you're going with that. It is fastly or quickly, kind of taking over culture, but it shouldn't. Is my
why?
point. It should not be.
Well, why? Why do you say that?
I know you might or might not be surprised at this, but I tend to kind of like Western culture.
I am
And I'm
surprised
not
by that.
absolutely sure that
You mean to tell me you don't think that Gucci Mane would be um a great example of Western culture?
Um, I think it is a part of Western culture. I don't think it's defining Western culture. It's more a symptom of Western culture than, a
Mm,
disease.
okay. Mm, mm. I don't. I would not be able to recognize any of his music, but you know.
Well, Lou thinks that Anton definitely listens to Gucci Mane. I can't. Does he? Lou, you know more about Anton Daniels than I do. Hit the link, by the way, which is not pinned. But I do want to listen to the rest of this Anton Daniels thing because I find him a very compelling character, even though our politics will intersect only occasionally. Uh, but I do. I've subscribed to his channel. I'll put it that way.
Single parents, they got like 8, 9, 10 kids. They go.
All right, let me give y'all a little bit of education so y'all stop looking stupid on the internet. So the dependent age is not changing from 18 to 7 to where you can actually claim the person as a dependent. All right. The dependent age is changing from 18 to 7 as far as you being required to have a job or to be working towards getting a job or be doing volunteer work or be going to school in order to qualify for government welfare or benefits. We like to label it as social services, but the reality is that people are getting on Section 8, they're getting food stamps, they're doing all of this, but they become forever welfare recipients. And Trump is saying that we're no longer going to just give people lifetime benefits and let them pass it on from family member to family member because the system itself is not set up that way. It was never supposed to.
Let me now I know that passing it down from family member to family member is probably more for Section 8 housing. But SKC and Lou, while you're up here, what is the advantage of, say, the work requirement for dependents between 7 and 18? Now, I know 7 is going to be roughly school age, so a portion of the day is going to be, kids at school. But I would argue if the requirement is that, hey, you need to work while the kids are in school, I'm okay with that. The problem is a lot of jobs are going to require you to be away from that school-aged kid um, after school or before school. That is a problem. And I don't know enough about the requirement because I haven't read the details, but I don't see that as I don't see it as the step in the right direction to the extent that, say, an Anton Daniels does. Because I think between 7 and 18 are crucial um, stages of when you need to parent. Maybe even more so than 0 to 7. Any thoughts from anyone?
I have no clue. I know that when I was, 7 is a little too early. I don't know about that. I mean, when I was in high school, I had a job.
Well, no, they're
We're
requiring
talking
the
about,
welfare recipient to work. Like if you're a welfare mother or something, once your kid gets into school, is school age, they're going to say, hey, if you want to keep receiving benefits, you need to have a job. And I think as long as you could find a job during school hours, that's fine. But if the job, more than likely, if it's like an Amazon job or something, a lot of times in those sorts of industrial, I just call them industrial manufacturing, warehousing, etc., new people start on a third or second shift, not on a first shift that may accommodate school hours. So I don't know that it's the step in the right direction if it means that 7 to 18-year-old is gonna be like kind of a latchkey kid on off school hours. But I don't know the details of the regulation or the requirement, so I might be speaking out of turn, but apparently no one has thoughts on that. I don't think it's quite the step in the right direction that an Anton Daniels would think it is my point.
I don't know. I just take a different approach to that situation as a whole. I think I don't know. I guess I'm just really at, against the idea of creating um, social nets for people who want to make decisions that are going to make their lives extremely difficult. I don't know. It's just, hey, wanted to you wanted to get out there and get your freak on, as it were, and now you have kids. Why should that be the problem of millions of other people?
Well, let me, I mean, you're making kind of a moral argument, and the intersection of law and morality, I think you can't legislate morality. That's essentially what you're doing.
Yeah, but I don't think, I also think that you can't legislate taking care of other people's problems, particularly when
I
they're
think
self-inflicted.
if it's for the social good to have kids raised, at least attempting to not have starving kids, I
Now
think
you
so.
now
All I'm saying is that you know what, it doesn't matter if you have prisoners. You can have a strict justice system, but if you're sending in large numbers innocent people to jail, it's better to send no one to jail than send innocent people to jail. Now, there are people, it's easy to, kill that argument, but that's my personal belief. I would rather not, I would rather err on the side of caution. I would rather err on the side of kids not starving versus a mother, who's just, a welfare mom.
now who's moralizing?
Hey, you know what? It's moralizing for moralizing.
Right. So that's what I'm saying is I would rather, if I just had a choice of it, it's like it's the same principle as with the banks and the auto industry of old. Hey, if they made decisions that made it difficult for them to survive, and that means that they're gonna fail, then let them fail.
Right. Well, you're much more a libertarian, a Ron Paul than I would be comfortable with. That similar argument. You remember Ron Paul in that debate decades ago now. Where they asked him about um, emergency rooms, and he was basically like, "Hey, if you don't have insurance, I guess you die." He didn't say that exactly, but that was the sentiment.
Yeah. Now, I think the place for that in society is for those who want to operate in the field of philanthropy and such. Yeah, private entities, they more than welcome to do that, and or communities and I would say or social and religious societies. Yeah,
Mhm.
nobody should stop them from doing whatever
That
they're
is
doing.
that
But
is definitely Ron Paul's argument. The government has deeper pockets, and we all pay into it. Not just people who think like you, but people who think like me. And there will be an eternal struggle, between my moral argument and your moral argument. So,
yeah,
that
I think
that
the
is that is the purpose of liberalism.
yeah, I think the basis of it all is um because other people have a bleeding heart towards, say, like the woman on the screen. um if you have a bleeding heart for her, fine, open up your pocketbooks,
Hey,
cause
bleeding hearts pay taxes, just like you.
right,
The
right,
the the, the flint, the stone, the stony, flinty hearts pay taxes, and those of us with hearts of gold pay taxes.
right. But the problem is that the people who believe they have the hearts of gold want to force everybody else to do what they do.
And you flinty-hearted people want to do the same.
I don't want you to I don't want to force anybody to do anything.
Well, you know what? If we want the system to have a social safety net, that to me The opposite is, hey, we don't have a safety net. You fight for your side, I fight for my side, and I would be willing to bet more people have hearts of gold, especially for kids. And if you have
Yeah.
to accept a welfare mom or two to make sure that kids have a decent future, uh, I'm willing to side with the kids.
Yeah. I look at it as a future delinquent.
Well, maybe that argument is pessimist versus versus people who are not.
Some would say pessimist. I believe it's more of a reality. I think that there's much more that goes into raising kids than giving them food handouts and and some sort of cheap medical um, oversight. I think that there are a lot of intangibles, uh, all of the principles and the thinking and the time that needs to be invested into a child to make that child a productive citizen and also a rational thinking person. And I don't think that um, you can legislate that.
Well,
You can't
I
legislate.
want to
You
take
can't.
issue with that because I think basically siding with kids, even though there may be a welfare mother or two, I actually think that's a rational argument as well.
'Cause,
This is public good, and that's what governments, at least the American government, is for. Um, the public good. And I think it's a public good not to have starving children.
Yeah, I don't think that that children would starve without the government.
And I think they would. Especially if we got a bunch of Ron Pauls and SKCs running the joint.
Well, that's the beautiful part of it is take for instance like myself. I come from a family that uh, helped out people who were disadvantaged. I know what it's like to have kids come over to the house and spend time with now my deceased father and tell me in their personal time that they wish they had a dad like mine and all of that. The food, the money, all that stuff really they put that on the back burner if for the traded time with spending time with my dad, my mom, my brothers and sisters, learning how to do things, the camaraderie, the interchange of family and union. The money and the food wasn't high on their priority.
Right.
So I'm not speaking from some sort of just cold heart send people to damnation. It's spoken from experience.
Right. And I understand your experience and listen, I'm not discounting your experience, but I will also say there aren't many people like your father. He is worth his weight in platinum. They're just not enough of, SKC's dad.
I don't think I've ever told you that story, Stanley.
No.
I don't know if you have time for it, but
Go ahead. I have time.
okay. One of my issues with Das Communitas as a whole, um, I like I told you, I came from a family like I it just described for you that would, you know, do the gold heart thing as you state. Um, there was one in my youth. I think I was probably like 6 or 7 or something like that. We would take these family trips to California, and we would do it every year to go visit relatives. And there was some friends of the family that stayed in Arizona. One was a park ranger, and we would spend some time um, as like a middle part of our leg during that summer trip, and we would spend the whole summer
Wow.
on vacation. So I recall this one year. I think I was either 6 or 7, and we came back home, and this is when we lived more in I would say a more of a black community, and it came home, and the house was picked clean. And when I say clean, I mean even family album baby pictures and stuff. Eventually, um, my father and mom were able to recover a lot of things because they found some of the culprits that were trying to sell our stuff and all of that. But we moved after that. My dad was like, "Yeah, I'm fed up with this. Yeah, that's it, and done." And I would hear all of these conversations um of here it was where you had the individuals that benefited greatly from the generosity of my parents and extended family, and yet no one knew what was going on so far as who stole and robbed us. No one had the fortitude to come forth and reveal what they obviously saw. And that changed things. That seriously changed things. It changed, I would say, how I viewed a lot of the quote unquote community thing. Um, Even to the point of later on, when after we moved into I would say more or less the closer to the neighborhood that we have that we live now, where there hardly was any black people. Um, I recall for about a good 3 or 4 years, my dad having to about 3 years, my dad having to work a lot of overtime and just work around the clock to catch up and you know, new property and all that stuff. And there were a lot of after school events, practices, um, not just for myself, but for my other siblings, where my dad wasn't there anymore because he had to, do all this extra work and so forth. The community that did not want to stand up and say, "Hey, we know information on this," or try to prevent that from happening. Then they didn't just take, some family heirlooms and different things that eventually we got the majority of it back, but some of it was just lost. But they took time from kids and their father.
Right.
That's never going to be that would never be replaced.
Right. Well, I mean, essentially what you described is evil. Um, and there's no accounting for evil. I can understand how that would be a formative experience that kind of shapes your thoughts on culture, community, society, etc. Um, and yeah, that stuff like that is evil.
Now, I would see extensions of that in various points of view. I recall once during my college years, I was talking to a younger group. They had this thing where we had to do some community service in the Norfolk, Virginia area and everything.
Yep, I used to live there for 7 years.
And so I recall putting my actual life story, that little snippet, in a in a small short story, without myself included and everything. And I wanted these youngsters to tell me what they thought about it as part of their project. And I'm listening to ones that are between the ages of about 12 to about 18, 19. Some of them had issues with being able to graduate, so they were still in school. And the consensus from all of them was, haha, those people got robbed. Nah, I wouldn't have never snitched either. F them.
Okay. That shows a lack of home training, lack of empathy, all kinds of problems. But you
Hence,
also have to understand is teenagers don't know shit. And I bet I'd be interested to know what their responses would be once they've lived a life and experienced loss.
I've ran that experiment with older people as well, who have, it has been the vast majority of them from, like, when I state that I started that little project, Community Anthropology, years ago. I tested out this amongst various groups of people in various ages, amongst I would say Black Utopia and a few other social media outlets, and easily 95% had the same opinion as those young kids that I was charged to mentor when I was in college.
Sounds like a problem. What are your thoughts? Is there a diagnosis? Are you basically going to make a whole culture critique?
No, but I'm not going to live in a fantasy land that, when presenting certain realities to a particular group that is fascinated with things like Bloodhound Lil Jeff and Gucci Mane. No, I'm not going to trust their instincts on what is good.
Well, here's the problem that I see, and what I'm not willing to do. Even if you bought B. Bray's argument about 70% not snitching on,
He said
because
be
that's
brave.
essentially that's a similar argument where
Well,
70.
Be Brave hates me, so I was like,
Right, but I'm still saying that's similar to the argument he makes. The Black community doesn't snitch on that 3% that are shooting up the streets. Even if that were provable, much like your arguments, okay, I'm not saying I don't need to disprove it because it is the truth. However, I am not going to judge an individual by a community standard or what I think of their community. I'm much more willing to deal one-on-one and not make the assumption. Now, there are times when making that assumption is appropriate. Okay, when a white woman crosses the street because she does not know the Black male approaching her and he is basically dressed a certain way. Essentially, I'm saying that, you know what, that personal profiling that basically engages her survival instinct. And you know what? It's better to err on the side of caution, is pretty much what I said earlier. that's just something you're going to have to deal with. I am not going to get mad because she crossed the street. I would understand. However, when you are able to deal with an individual in a controlled environment, you need to not judge that individual by the stereotypes. There are times when stereotypes are needed as a survival instinct. There are times when it's not. And I think the smart person, the person who has worked, the person who has thought through some of these scenarios needs to know the difference.
Yeah, I think the issue at large, and I agree with you.
Okay,
But I
and
think the
Phoenix Fish,
issue at
just to cut you off right quick, Phoenix Fish, I just gave you the diagnosis. This is what I mean about a person, and I tried to raise a son who is Renaissance, who knows when to engage the stereotype as a survival mechanism, just like that white woman crossing the street. I'm not going to get mad at her. I'm not going to do what that lady in the video before and just assume that when I walk in, the people's reaction, you know what? They don't know her. Now, if they know her and they're having the same reaction, it's a different problem. However, I would hope that someone in there might take the risk of saying, "Hey, how you doing? Good morning." That's what I'm talking about. You do not judge a person based on a stereotype. That's
yeah,
that's one of America's biggest problems when I talk about race is we are too willing to engage with group stereotypes instead of one-on-one getting to know that person and then rendering a judgment. And that's not always possible. I
yeah,
understand that.
and
But
that and
when
that's the
possible, you should.
yeah, and that's the bigger issue at hand is that I don't think many disagree with what you're stating there so far as getting to know the individual or to
In other
recognize.
words, you got to do the work. I think it's lazy to engage stereotypes just 100% of the time.
Right, 100% of the time that's ridiculous. But the issue is that we don't have the time to give individual um um uh, tests and engagements with everybody.
And you know what? I accept that argument. And my response to that argument is number one, you might have to take the time occasionally. And barring that, um, at least don't deny that you're doing it. That's the other problem with America. It wants to deny that it's doing it.
Yeah,
Okay, if your argument is, "Hey, God damn it, I don't have time. I'm just going to assume all black people are one way or the other." Just say, "Hey, that's my method, and you have to deal with it." Don't deny that you're doing it.
well, I'm just saying I don't think that.
I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking in
Yeah,
general.
I,
America
I,
is who I
yeah,
mean.
I'm just saying in general. I think that the majority of people, one, don't really engage with a lot of people outside of their immediate circles like that anyway. And then two, um black people only represent what, 12-13% of the population. So
It's actually creeping up towards 14, I believe, and that's
okay, well,
because of immigration, I believe.
okay, well,
I don't.
let's
It
say
might be natural increase, but I know that people identifying as black has something to do with that increase.
yeah, but let's say if it was, even if it was 15, I mean that
Mhm,
means that the average person would have just I'm just averaging
mhm.
a 15% chance to engage with a black person. That's not very high.
Okay, and I'm saying that's not an excuse.
Yeah.
And
So
if you are going to say, "Hey, it's only 15%, I don't have time," then at least say that. Don't pretend like you're giving everybody an equal shot or you're doing something that you're not.
yeah,
That's my
but
argument.
Yeah,
Just
but
say, hey, you know what? They're all black. They're all this way, and you need to deal with my methods, and let's get on with it. At least say that.
I think overall things go by situation, and I
Which
think
is my point.
I think that the
If it's
situation,
going by situation, you're insinuating or indicating that there is time to deal with people situationally.
because there's no way you're going to convince me to uh drive through a hood and then deal with people individually. Nah, I'm not doing that.
Okay, but that kind of makes sense.
Because
But if you're gonna
there's
stop to,
a
if
higher
you
chance
don't
of
want to stop
injury.
to ask, if you don't want to stop to ask directions, that is your prerogative. However, if you meet someone from that hood and you're interviewing them for a job and you have a chance to engage with them, that's when you take the time to get to individualize the process of getting to know them. Don't judge them by the hood or by the address on their application. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but what happened if they're throwing up their hood as part of their identity?
Then you know what? Then you might have to say, "Hey, you are your hood," and that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, I'm not above injecting some reality. If your hood is your identity, that's not what we want at this company. Thanks for coming in.
Okay, and then what that
But you're
does,
judging based on a situation individually, and I don't have a problem with that.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying but a lot of people who have that type of mentality and behavior, they will state that someone choosing not to hire them because they identify with their hood is racist.
And you know what I want to say? If you are that stupid to just identify with your hood, then there are other problems that you have besides your race. I mean, seriously, you are not a good candidate if you cannot present your hood isn't going to be working here. You are.
Right. So then that it extrapolates out larger
That's
because
right.
then
I mean, most times in this scenario, they're going to go, "Why should we hire you?" And if you say because I'm from this hood, then motherfucker, no.
well, what happened if they say you should hire me because I'm black?
Same thing. You know what? Black isn't good enough.
Okay, so then what happened
Black
when
is
they
not, there's nothing about being black in this job description.
so then what happened if they say, well, that's not what my representative Jasmine Crockett said. She said the exact opposite.
You know what? I encourage Representative Crockett to come in and interview in your place. And the first thing I'm going to tell her is, aren't you a bit overqualified?
Well, I'm taking this example directly from her. She stated when she
And you
went to
know
her
what?
very
I have
first law
something to
office.
say besides, hey, you're kind of cute. You're a little overqualified too. Dude, dude, do you think that I suffer any fool regardless of politics gladly?
No. I'm not saying that you do. I'm just getting your ideas on it because
I
she
think
stated,
I think that in that scenario, that person is not qualified to work for my company. Black is not on in the job description.
but that's what she said in order to get hired at a law
She
office.
is wrong. If that person said, "Hey, Jasmine Crockett does this," my response is going to be, "Well, you tell Jasmine to come in and interview for the job in your stead, and
Well, no.
I will deal with her."
Well, no, let's take the person out of it. Let's go directly to the source. Miss Crockett stated when she went to her first law office to get a job, the question was presented to her, why should they hire her? She said, because I'm black.
And did they hire her?
Yes.
Oh,
And that's
well,
why
then
she's stating, and
it
that's why you would have other
was
people
it a
that
black
would
law
state,
firm?
no, it was not a black law firm.
Okay, well, shame on that employer.
And so that's why you would have other people that would say, well, Miss Crockett, who serves as a member of the government, stated that she got a job because she told them you should hire me because I'm black.
Okay, well, two things. Number one, it's the people that elected her, so they're going to get what they voted for, and maybe gladly so. And number two, shame on that law firm. But the other thing, and there's a third I forgot to mention. Are you sure she's actually telling you the truth? I can't imagine a
Well, that's what
reputable
she
law firm.
said. Well, that's what
That
she
would be the
said.
first. That would be the first thing. I hope it was a black lawyer who would have bounced her.
No, it was
And
not
you
a
want
black
to know
law
why?
firm.
Hey, I would have said, Miss Crockett, you want to know why you didn't get the job? Because I'm black.
They hired her.
Yep. Well, it probably wasn't a black lawyer that did it.
It wasn't.
Well, you know what? Shame on that white lawyer for being intimidated. Actually, now see, this is my buddy and your buddy too, probably River of Hate, who hasn't been here for the whole argument. White supremacy. Of course, I have a response to this. We were just talking about stereotypes. I don't assume that every white person I meet is a white supremacist. So that's my answer. Next. All right. Well, I'm going to drop the link one more time. And if anybody wants to join, that's great. If not, I will be wrapping this up. And I want to say one thing, kind of the housekeeping part. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. If you're new, enter a name. Make sure you subscribe because I don't remember ever seeing the name. Welcome aboard. Please subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Make sure you share this SKC and Stanley conversation, which we don't actually do a lot of one-on-ones, but I always get substantive like engagement with these sorts of culture / philosophy / black critique. And it can be done in a very engaging, informative, and substantive way. It doesn't always have to be contentious. For starters, make sure that you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. That's my personal channel where I actually do have something dropping. Should have dropped a couple days ago. It's at Stanley Cross 6000, where this show is multicast all too. Plus, I do the occasional, video essay. Make sure you support the show, Stanley versus the World, which is this show. Don't be shy about dropping a tip into the old Cash App, because I do have some goals coming up. I do want to get a Washington Examiner subscription. It came up earlier that specifically for this show, I get YouTube Premium, so we don't have to deal with commercials in these videos. Sometimes if you want to do a substantive show, you do have to put a couple bucks in, and it doesn't hurt my feelings for those who are kind of fans of this style of show to hit the Cash App. The money does actually go to do something constructive for the show. The other thing I want to point out is that, I don't have a problem dropping the links, especially if you want to do an SKC style engagement, that's actually substantive. So, enough said on that. Yeah, as a matter of fact, Roller Skater, I'm glad you're here. Definitely send me a cookbook. Absolutely. Shit, I'll review it online. I love cookbooks. I also, Roller Skater, while you're here, I have your video. I just thought about you yesterday. Give me one sec here. Because it's actually really cool. I wish you would take more of that. It's old folks roller skating, which I loved. Hold on one sec. Let me find it here. It was like an oldies skate sort of thing at the rink. I think this is it. No, that's not it. Hold on. My bad. Let me find the right one. This is roller skater doing a trick skate. Where is it? Give me one sec here. There you go. Damn it. It's right on my desktop. And just give me one sec here. There we go. Worth seeing one more time. Oh, I enjoyed it. Do another one. Old people skate. Rose? Oh, you know what? I didn't even think about it. You're absolutely right, Deacon Dave. To be honest, I'm not even sure how to control the music in that. She's my age then, roller skater. So let's look at your clip here, SKC. Let's see here. Where are we? There we go. See, this is the other thing is I'm so inexperienced at some of this. Deacon Dave popping up and going, "What the hell are you doing?" is also welcome. So, all right, you want to set this up, SKC?
Sure, you could probably just skip through the beginning commentary. I'm not even interested in that, and just go to just her words.
Okay.
And I'm just wondering how that makes sense.
Well, maybe it doesn't. All right, let's see here.
Play it and get your reaction.
When I first became a public defender, I had no criminal defense experience. And I walked in and I told my boss, Charlie, I said, "Listen, you should hire me." He said, "Why?" I said, "Because I'm Black." Charlie looked at me like I was crazy. And I said, "Let me tell you something. When I walk in, I'm going to walk in with a level of rapport and understanding that maybe some of my other colleagues will not." Charlie offered me my job, and I worked my butt off, and I worked really, really hard for all of my clients, not just those that look like me. And that is what it looks like to serve.
What's your critique? Because I thought she just stopped at "I'm Black," but she did expand on why she said she's Black. So now tell me, in light of the context.
I think it even makes it worse. I mean, when leading off with Black, you're basically connecting that because you're Black, you're going to approach things from a different perspective or with different care than your colleagues. You're imputing that other people would not have the ability to approach clients of, as she stated, of all races.
Oh, wait, hold it.
due to not
I'm
being
sorry.
Black.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Well, see, I'll get to your comment in a second, roller skater, because it's quite the opposite. I actually will take her at her word, and she basically, it's almost like doing a college application. You remember Roberts? Maybe you didn't read his opinion for one of those Asian lawsuits over affirmative action. Basically, they basically said colleges can't use race as a basis for admission. However, a student, if they want to talk about a formative experience involving their race in the college application, that's free speech. they are allowed to do that. So I kind of take it in a Justice Roberts sort of way. She's basically saying my experience as a black person lends some identification with some folks. In the law firm, she's wasn't doesn't sound like there's a law firm that does public defender. It was a public defender job. So that makes a huge difference. I was thinking corporate law firm. I was thinking she only said I'm black. Given the context, interviewing to be a public defender, where a lot of people accused of crimes, especially in Dallas, I guess it is, um, are black. So having a lawyer who identifies right, wrong, or indifferent makes sense in context. So her answer makes sense in context. Now you could take it farther than than what she said, but I'm going to take her at what she said. I'm not going to read much else into it. And to roller skater Texas girl, I make my curries from scratch. I literally have like there's a YouTube channel called Curries with Bumby, and I literally have the cardamom. I have all the core spices to make, say, a chicken curry. No, I adore Indian food. I've even had fish curry, which is a kind of an acquired taste. This Indian restaurant in Norfolk years ago. So, oh yeah, send me that cookbook. I love Indian food. I'm not a fan of black cardamom, for instance. I just don't like the taste of it. However, other than black cardamom, I've never had an Indian spice I don't like. I mean, I literally have cinnamon sticks in the freezer to make curries with. That's how into Indian food I am. So, by all means. Yeah. So, I'm sure you're not surprised that I am not totally into it. I'm not, if you're not actually raised with the flavor profiles, but yeah, I've taken the time, to season the oil. You fry the spices to season the oil. Yeah, I'm that level. So, yeah, I've got yogurt in the in the freezer too. So sorry about that, SKC. I had to talk about Indian cooking. Yes, as a matter of fact, Broke Genius, I make a dry jerk seasoning from scratch, basically making the spice blend myself. Now Virgo does um, a wet cure. I do dry spices. I've not gotten to the level that she is, where you're marinating in the wet spices. I marinate with dry. Basically, it's a jerk seasoning dry rub, and it's very good. I've used it on pork and chicken. So there I am. Okay, no problem, SKC. I appreciate you coming up, and I am going to wrap up the show because I've been going almost a little bit over 5.5. Uh, I eat licorice jelly beans too, Juan. Oh shit, yeah. I like black, dude. As a kid, I used to eat black licorice, like actual black licorice. Now it's not something you want to eat a bunch of, but yeah, a couple at a time. That's good stuff. All right, folks, I will drop the link one more time. It's pinned in my chat. This is going to be last call because I am tired, and I went like 13 hours yesterday. I almost, I get kind of mentally fatigued sometimes doing YouTube, and I almost didn't even do a show. Woke up late for starters, but I did it anyway. But I'm not going to do 13 hours today. So I'm dropping the panel link, and this is last call. Juan, how are you? Juan, actually, what are your thoughts on this thing that Jasmine Crockett said? I don't know if you heard the whole thing. SKC gave me this link where she's interviewing to be a public defender, and I'll just play a little bit of it. And Clue, I see you too. You might have thoughts, because I know you're a big fan. Let's rewind this a little bit. Oops. Okay, so here we go.
In her own words, I'll go ahead and play it and get your reaction.
When I first became a public defender, I had no criminal defense experience. And I walked in and I told my boss, Charlie, I said, listen, you should hire me. He said, why? I said, because I'm Black. Charlie looked at me like I was crazy. And I said, let me tell you something. When I walk in, I'm going to walk in with a level of rapport and understanding that maybe some of my other colleagues will not. Charlie offered me my job, and I worked my butt off, and I worked really, really hard for all of my clients, not just those that look like me. And that is what it looks like to serve.
Maybe in the end, she was qualified for that job.
So I'm sure that there are people who will want to read more into what Crockett said. I think, I don't know that I would have taken that approach, but who knows, I might have. It's a public defender job. A lot of people who need public defenders happen to be Black. It was a little edgy, but you know what? Her emphasis is I will look like a lot of my clients. And with that wig, she might be right. So that's my thoughts on it. I don't see a problem with it. I'm not going to go beyond what she said in my very pretend lawyer way. If you want to read more into it, that's pretty much what the MAGA right does, especially with people they don't like, especially with Black women and with Black people in general and other minorities. So the prison book? What prison book? Prison Break? Let's see here. What do you say, Juan? For the first time, I think people misunderstood Crockett's statement. They hire me because I'm Black was the joke, but the rapport for her clients was the real. Yeah, that's why. Because when SKC first told me, Juan, he said because I'm Black and stop there. Once I heard the context, okay, people taking stuff out of context is really like a magic ingredient for political arguments. That's why I'm glad he gave me the clip, because at first, if she just said I'm Black, I thought it was for a corporate gig. I thought she was interviewing for like a corporate lawyer job, or a corporate law firm, one of the white shoe firms, saying you should hire me because I'm Black. Well, in context, I might not have gone there. I might not have put the Black part, but yeah, Juan. See, this is why people should be like, probably every fucking body should do at least 1 year of law school just to know how arguments work. And, Juan is another one. SKC and I can have principle differences, and it doesn't get, there's no animus there. It doesn't get that contentious. Juan is the same way. Juan knows how arguments work better than I do. And it's always a principled, well thought out response from people like Juan. And we don't agree politically, but I tend to appreciate his points. Always on point. Y'all should want to be Juan. Oh, no. Hey, I'm not asking you to like her, but at least you get what her point was. Oh, a prison slavery when you suggested. Oh, yeah. It was, it was basically, the book is called Slavery by Another Name. It talks about in the early part of the 20th century, in the South, there was a lot of something called, was it penury? There's a word for it, but basically people were put in jail, black men, black males, but and black people in general as well, being put in jail for like vagrancy. And, you know, if you don't have a job, we're going to put you in jail, and you wind up basically um, working as a prisoner. It was a whole system here. So that's why prison, policing, etc., that law enforcement, that's where blacks started not trusting the law and lawmen and police and prisons. And if you don't know the history and you're coming from it cold, the first thing you're going to go is, what the hell are these black people doing? Why don't they trust the cops? Why don't they trust prisons, etc.? Well, there's a whole history. The early part of the 20th century, pretty much from, let's say, the very late 19th century through 1965, there was a whole system, especially in the South. They would lease convicts. You know, Georgia would lease convicts to some sheriff in Alabama and vice versa. It was a whole thing. And there's a book called, and there's a PBS series from the book called Slavery by Another Name. So if you need a link or something like that, the book is called Slavery by Another Name, I think. So there we go. Juan says they wouldn't survive a year in law school. What I would recommend, and I recommended this. Oh yeah. You're right, Juan. The logic class is a better idea, and it's something you could do. You can just get a book on logic, really, but it's better to have a teacher. Broke Genius says, I'm not eating meat, but I used to make Indian dishes like, oh yeah, chicken masala, jerk chicken. Well, jerk chicken has an intersection in places like Trinidad, places like Trinidad, where there was an intersection between African foodways and Indian foodways. So yeah, I get what your point is, Broke Genius. Also studied Toulmin's theory of an argument. I studied that. You know what? I've never heard of that. I will definitely look that up. There's another book by a guy named Jacques Barzun. He was a literature professor at Columbia for decades. He's like a legend in teaching, called Simple and Direct. It's more about writing, but it's in the same vein. I'm going to look at that Toulmin's, though. Trust me, I know people take their swine serious, but my first time in Georgia, my ex-wife uncle had a hog hanging in his garage. Oh, well, you know, growing up, my grandparents had like a huge fire pit. And yeah, we'd barbecue a whole hog. It would take a day. You know, the men folk would start at like, you know, what my mother used to call faux dawn, and that thing would cook all day, you know, while we're outside playing. And at the end of the day, after you worked up an appetite, you know, that's barbecue. And I understand your point about the swine. I just don't happen to share that phobia. Ribs to me, barbecue is ribs and vice versa. And generally it's like pork ribs. Beef ribs are good too, but not as meaty. So Toulmin's, let me find that. Let me type it in right quick so I don't forget it. You know what, Juan? We will probably talk about yeah, it's MIN. We're gonna talk about that overnight tomorrow morning, as a matter of fact. So thank you, Juan. Thank you very much. We will go over this stuff. Thank you for the show idea, sir. This looks like there may even be a short in it. So this is why I value our audience, folks. And so I am going to be signing off. I see John has been going for a while, and I want to make a quick editorial note. This is, because John and I kind of went back and forth about this yesterday. I am who I am, and I tend to be, for better or for worse, a little bit kind of academical in my approaches to politics, culture, race relations, what have you. Yeah, I'm a book reader, and I'm not ashamed of it. And I think there is a lot, or at least as much, positivity in the quote Black community as there is negativity. While I know there's a lot of stuff that happens that spawns a John Galt or a Be Brave, I tend to want to be, at least in this particular case, a glass half full guy. It's not all doom and gloom. And I will present facets of a Black community, to use the word, that is positive. I started off the show with a video of a Black, youngish Black female airline captain. And I mean, she's a major airline captain. And she basically kind of did a video about her 4 days, just kind of like, hey, 4 days in the life. And she just looked the part. She was professional, etc. And that is not a crack hose stealing from Walmart. She won't be appearing on anybody's body cam video, at least not up to now. That exists in our Black communities. I will continue to have some optimism on the topic. And that's that. For the folks who want to say, well, Stanley, you're not facing reality, I have the same argument if you don't know about this young lady on YouTube with a channel who has 4 stripes on her epaulets because she is a captain for a major airline. So there you go. And with that, hey, Portia. Like Portia says, please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, Stanley Cross 6000. I do have a video essay dropping. I'm going to have to work on my voice. I don't have the kind of voice that engages people for shorts. I'll have to work on that. Please make sure you donate because the money does actually buy stuff for the show, like this YouTube subscription that, I don't have to deal with commercials during the videos I play. Please make sure you support Portia J. She is the brains behind the outfit, and she has inflicted me upon you. I'm sure she feels bad about it sometimes. Please pay her reparations. Let's make sure that at least I have a purpose, and she feels justified in the harm she has inflicted. I say harm with quotes. And Roller Skater, you are so nice. Send me more of that senior skate stuff. It really was. If I were in Texas, I'd be wanting to talk to Rose. And that's it. I will be back on hopefully on time this morning or tomorrow morning, around 3:45 or 4. Though I kind of like 5 better. But we'll see. And unless Portia or anyone has anything, I'm out of here. I enjoyed it. Thank you, Roller Skater. Thank you, Broke Genius. Thank you, Juan. Thank you, SKC. Thank you, Deacon Dave. Thank you, Lou. And River of Hate, even. River of Hate contributed this morning, if only for mirth's sake. And as a matter of fact, I have to thank Solid Snake. He was up here earlier, and he did I actually like having Solid Snake on the panel, as annoying as he is. I don't mind having somebody to play off good cop, bad cop, or whatever, as long as you can keep it under control. So I think Solid Snake, if he's going to be disruptive, at least he's entertaining. So I'll invite Solid Snake to come up every morning, and he can be my foil. I'll be the Stan Laurel to his Hardy, or is it the other way around? I can't remember. The straight man. So yeah, he was making me work, that's for sure, Dave. All right, folks, I enjoyed it. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Have a good day.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he don't have a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard, twerk, twerk.